Sorry about that. My internet's been a little spotty today, which we'll see. I think it's gonna probably be okay, but we'll see. Alright, so anyways, we'll start with white. And I'll just go down the list. I'll give everything a tier, what I think it's good or bad or not. Keep in mind these are for limited. I will probably give my thoughts if I think it's going to be a card that's going to be good outside of limited for commander or constructed of whatever kind. But I've seen that. I haven't really looked at this set completely, but I really like Tarkir. And I would just like check out the spoilers and be like, oh, that's a spicy card, I'll show my buddies. Tarkir was probably my favorite plane. It's what got me to jump back in to actually playing Magic in 2015, 2016, something like that, whatever came out, I can't remember exactly. It's probably actually 2013? Might be a straight 10-year thing? I don't remember, actually. But it's been a while. And since the old Tarkir came out, I went through a hyper-collecting phase, and then I've stopped collecting, basically, because Magic's kind of fucked it up at this point. But I still enjoy to play it, so we'll go from there. Yeah, no more hardcore collecting for me anymore, at least till the Final Fantasy set, and then I'll probably collect very heavily again. So we're going to start with Dragonback Lancer. It's a 4-mana, 3/3 human soldier with flying. Mobilize 1. Whenever this creature attacks, create a tap and attacking 1/1 red creature token. Sacrifice that token at the end of at the next end step. So Mobilize is the Mardu mechanic, I believe, and whatever creature they have makes an extra body when it attacks, and that creature dies at the end of the turn, which is pretty good actually. Like, it splits up your damage in a way that's like allows you to evade some stuff. So big tall 6/6s won't get through all of your damage usually when you swing in with a Mobilize 2 or 3 or something, or a couple of them. And I know the main guy for Mardu, I forget his goddamn name. Zurgo. He prevents your creature tokens from being sacrificed, or your warrior tokens specifically, I believe. So instead of losing your warrior tokens at the end of your turn, you just get more warrior tokens, which is pretty good. But a 4-mana 3/3 flyer, that's pretty good. Like, 3-mana 3/3 would be a C. 4-mana 3/3 flyer, I'd call that like a C+, B- area. The Mobilize 1, I think, pushes it pretty solidly into the B-, because this is already evasive, and it's still adding extra power to the board. It's forcing wider blocks. It allows you to do other combat tricks, obviously, too. And this is not too expensive, but Tarkir is the dragon set, so there's a lot of dragons, there's a lot of flyers, and they're big. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. So that might kill this a little bit if every other flyer is like a 4/4. And this thing just doesn't cut rate, right? But I'd put that into B- pretty easily right now. Descendant of Storms. 1-mana, uncommon human soldier. Hey Cleo, what you doing? How you doing, Kit Kat? You enough your snacks? Whenever this creature attacks, you may pay 1 and a white, and if you do, it endures 1. Put a counter on it, or create a spirit creature token. And this is the Abzan creature token mechanic. So endure, it's pretty good. If you've just got the mana when you swing with this, you get to go bigger, or you get to go wider. That's really good. It's like a cheap effect for like a good body that builds up your field over time. A 1-mana 2/1, I think it's a weird one because like 1-mana 2/2 would be a C+. 1-mana 1/1 is a C- with like no other ability on it. A 1-mana 2/1 is kind of where I'd put it at like a C, because it doesn't trade up with that much. It does trade up sometimes, but a good ability can really kind of kick that up. And this is good in a lot of ways. It doesn't help with the mobilize stuff if you have stuff that cares about mobilizing specifically, or warriors, but extra bodies and bigger creatures that build themselves up, I think, are quite solid too. I would put that in C+ pretty easily. Dalkovan Pack Beasts, 3 mana, 0/4. This one is also a Mardu. You can tell by the little wings in its text box there. So Vigilance, mobilize 3. Whenever this creature attacks, create 3 tap and attacking red warrior creature tokens. Sacrifice them at the beginning of that concept. So this doesn't do any damage on its own, but it goes wide by 3, which is big. And you could obviously play around with this thing. I believe there's a couple cards in this set that make the toughness deal damage instead. So you're not really like out of luck if you do play it that way. And yeah, going wide by 3 is good. You're gonna get like 2 or 3 of those damage through every single time. And like if they don't block this, you can pump this up if you got the combat trick for it too. This creature on its face is not that good, but it's pretty defensive, and the vigilance is a nice thing for it too. So it costs a little too much for like what I'd like a 0/4 to be, but that mobilize ability is really good. So if you can capitalize on that, I think this goes from like a C to like a B, maybe even a B+. So I'd probably put this in the C+ area too. I really like repeatable effects, so those tend to be some of my favorites for being like strong overall. Coordinated Maneuver, 2 mana instant. Coordinated Maneuver deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy target enchantment. Both of those on instant speed are pretty good. The downside to the first removal is that they can always remove some of your stuff on the back end, but with Mobilize, those are tokens that you don't care about, and they're going to pump up every single combat phase. So this one's it's weird because each of the like strategies that these play into, it's like, okay, it's kind of okay in Jeskai. It's really good in Mardu. It's pretty good in Abzan. And then in Temur or Sultai, you can't play it because it's white. So I'll go C+ again. The variability is nice, and instant speed enchantment removal is pretty nice too. I know there's a couple enchantments for your creatures and board-wide enchantments. Removing that like while something's on the stack is pretty nice. Or if they decide to like flash buff a creature and you just remove the buff and they're like, oh fuck, okay, it just dies now instead. There's pretty good uses for it. Clarion Conqueror. This is one of the ones that I saw make some waves for people. So, like Dragonback Lancer, it's a 3/3 flyer, but this costs 4, this costs 3. Activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers can't be activated. Almost everything we've looked at so far, except for Sentence Storm ability, those are all triggered abilities, not activated abilities, so this doesn't stop them spawning dudes when they attack. Activated abilities are like pay 2 and a blue to draw a card kind of thing. Those can't be activated. So a little more of a constructed card, but a 3/3 flyer for 3 is good. Like, you're never not going to take that. I will throw that into the B- territory as well. Alright. Bearer of Glory, 2 mana, 2/1 human soldier. During your turn, this creature has first strike. They've done this in the last couple sets, having like a 2-drop that has first strike on your turn for white. And it does a pretty good job of being like a semi-evasive creature. Keeps you aggressive because you don't want to let it sit back and just chump block for you most of the time. And probably till turn 3 or turn 4, you can generally swing through most of their creatures pretty easily because they're not going to block it. They just die usually, unless they have an actual like 1/3 or a 1/4 or an 0/4 or something. So this also has the Anthem ability on it. So pay 5, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. That'll be rarely used. It's expensive, and usually you're either playing a spell or a creature. If you're holding up 5 mana to do this, it's also not like generally turning the tide of battle. But this is not a sorcery speed one. This is something you can do at any time. So say you have 10 mobilized guys, and then you swing in, pump out your 10 tokens, and then you pump them. That's like a lethal swing, because this will pump all of those new creatures as long as you do it in the right order. So this guy, I'd put him at like a C, but that ability could dip him into C+ territory very easily. Way Speaker Bodyguard. This is a Jeskai Orc Monk. 4 mana, 3/4. When this creature enters, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Non-land permanent is really specific. That could be creatures, artifacts, enchantments. Can't be a spell though, like instant or sorcery. Flurry, whenever you cast your second spell, each turn, tap target creature and opponent controls. That doesn't stun, unfortunately, but you can do it on their turn if you cast 2 spells. So if you've got cheap, reliable spells to cast, and ideally what you want to do with this one is you play him, get back like a 2-drop or a 1-drop, and then you play that 2-drop or 1-drop, tap their stuff down, and clear the field for your other guys. Or you play this, wait till the next turn, drop 2 2-drops, plus losing assumingly one of the ones you picked up last turn, if you're playing this on curve, and then you'll get to clear the field for him to swing in. And but unfortunately, you can't do this multiple times in one turn either. So, a 4 mana 3/4. I'm gonna call that like a C-. It's pretty close to a C because the ability on it is pretty nice. Returning a creature or some kind of like enchantment or artifact-based removal, if you have it, at that cost is not bad. The flurry ability, I think, is something you want to try to trigger, but you're not going to trigger as often as you'd like. C+. Not better, though. Voice of Victory, I like her little like ukulele banjo-y thing. 2 mana, 1/3 human bard. Oh, thank you, Rocket Guy, for the follow. I appreciate it. Actually, I gotta add to my exercise list. That's something I missed here as well. No, thanks, Rocket Guy. I do not add people on Discord because I do not need the support. Brand new accounts, clearly scammy stuff. Sorry, get out of here. Bye. Okay, but I will still add that to my exercise because I will take any excuse to add to my exercise. Alright, there we go. Okay, Voice of Victory. Mobilize 2, so it makes 2 tokens when you attack. And then it gets sacrificed at the end of the turn, which sucks, but your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. This is actually a pretty relevant ability in Limited because combat tricks. So if you can save up a combat trick, like buffing your field, or removal that guarantees you're not going to lose a creature, you don't have to worry about them casting something on your turn to counter your spells or stop your creatures during combat and stuff. But yeah, it's a pretty good one. Can I... Oh my god. So yeah, this in limited is like a really good saving grace. This will stop a lot of stuff unintentionally. It's not super tough, so you can kill it. Obviously, like a lightning strike will blow it up or basic removal, but it's pretty decent defensively. This will stop some of those 2/1 first strikers, like I was talking about. And when it does swing, it gets an extra 2 power spread across those 3 creatures. So it swings in as like a 3/5 essentially, that they'd have to block 3 times to completely stop the power, and that gives you a lot of options for like holding up a good death touch or first strike or pump spell to get over it with stuff, and you know it'll be safe because they can't cast a spell on it. Granted, there are creatures with activated abilities that can like pump their creatures. That does not get stopped by this, but those are rare and sometimes they're pretty expensive. Like this guy, if they have 5 mana open and one of these on the field, maybe plan your attacks a little smoother. But this is quite good. I would put that at a B. I think this is just B minus because the ability's not special, but 3 mana, 3/3 flyer is good. United Battlefront, 4 mana sorcery. This is the Collected Company callback from Dragonstorm here. Yeah. Yeah, look at the top 6 of your cards in your library. Put 2 creature cards per converted mana, cost 3 or less from them on the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. And if we go to this one, top 7 cards in your library, put up to 2 non-creature, non-land permanent cards in the library, 3 or less from them on the battlefield. Put the rest in the library in any animal order. So it's Coco, but for anything but creatures. So get into enchantments or artifacts or something. You know what you're going to play. If it doesn't fit your deck, don't do it. The only downside is this is an instant, and the new Coco, the Collected whatever, United Battlefront, it's a sorcery. They made this almost unusable in a way that really, matters. Collected Coco is great because you toss it at the end of their turn after they board wiped or something. Like, this is just insanely better because of that. And green doesn't normally get a lot of those splurb stuff out on the battlefields at instant speed. Right, I'm going to move this to the end so I don't keep flipping through random tabs. But this is still quite good and limited. Like, casting this on your main phase or your second main phase when you know you've got a deck full of, like, mana rocks or enchantments or artifacts for equipping or removal that's based on enchantments. Like if you say drafted or opened like 3 or 4 of those Oblivion Ring style cards with United, and you had Oblivion Battlefront in there, you could do this in the main phase and like there's a pretty good chance you'll hit them. 7 cards is pretty deep, like especially 4 or 5 turns into a Magic game, you've already drawn like 10 or 11 cards. That means you've got 30 cards left in the deck. This is almost like a 1 in 3 chance of hitting any particular card in your deck. So it's not bad if you know what you got and you built around it a little bit. I'd still put it a little lower in limited because planning to have a bunch of valuable non-creature permanents that aren't lands that cost 3 mana or less that you can reliably hit with this are going to be meh, but I'm stuck where I'd put it because Coco is like a B minus or a B for me because you just build cheap creatures and spew them out on the battlefield. This is a little harder to build around, and it's not an instance, which is kind of a bummer. So I'd put it C plus. It still is a good way to like ramp out 6 mana of value really quick. Tempest Hawk, 3 mana, 2/2 flying bird. Whenever this creature deals damage to a player, you may search your library for a card named Tempest Hawk, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Deck can have any number of cards named Tempest Hawk. It's cool. Doesn't summon to the battlefield, which is a little bit of a bummer. And that does mean you're paying 3 mana for a 2/2 every single time, which is bleh. And I don't think you're going to get more than like 3 of these in a draft. But if nobody's playing white and you just see a bunch of these, you could just dump birds on the field and probably be pretty happy with it because these aren't the best, but they're definitely enough. And like flying stuff gets around things pretty well. You can block those warrior tokens pretty decently. It's just not exciting, but the fact that this can trigger off of every combat damage means that is a repeatable ability too. So if you were able to ramp and you had a decent amount of these, you could easily bloop, 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 bloop. But this is not abhorrent hair or whatever it is from keep wanting to call it Mouseborn, the mouse set, because that one is disgusting. 2 mana uncommon one that you can just put one down, generates tokens based on how many you already have. Like, it's gross. This is significantly less busted than that. 3 mana 2/2 flyer is good, but paying that and having to have it hit to get the ability to get another one is kind of eh. So I put this at like a C+. There's a good way you could play this, and again, a 2/2 flyer for 2 is already like a C+, close to B- because it's pretty strong. But I hesitate to pull that down to C, because evasive, decently costed, and will get in for damage sometimes. Okay. Teeming Dragonstorm. 4 mana enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create 2 white soldier tokens. When a dragon you control enters, bounces to the hand. So these are like the cartouches from Amonkhet, where you play them, and then when you do a thing, they bounce back. Or sorry, it's the other way around. It's like a ritual or something, and then you play a cartouche and it bounces the ritual so you can play it again. And they were pretty good. It really depends on how many dragons there are. There are a lot of them, but they're the good ones that you probably want to play a lot of are going to be rare or mythic and stuff. So you probably have to tilt into these pretty good, or if you get a lot of dragons, snap some of these up too. So, and like the colors of these are going to matter as well. Paying 4 for 2/2 bodies is pretty good on its own. Getting to recur that once or twice would be pretty nice. Also, if you had flicker effects, that's a better way to do this. Just flicker it back in and out kind of thing. But a way to repeatably do it, get it back to hand, cast it again, get some more bodies is not bad. It's another creature type token though, soldiers instead of warriors or spirits or birds or anything. So I would put this at C because it like pays for itself straight up, and it would slide into a C plus if you've got good dragons. I think good, cheap, easy to cast dragons that you could abuse that with. Erishin Sunshield, a 4 mana 3/4 common human warrior. When this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards from the same graveyard and pay 1 to tap target creature. I like paying 1 to tap a creature. That's a really good defensive move that you can do pre-combat their turn, because it doesn't say sorcery speed only, which is nice. And then lock their board down, and then it comes to your turn. You get to swing in for free. If you've given some vigilance, you get to hold them back to do it again on their turn. You can really lock out a game if you've got the right stuff. But normally those are on like a 1-drop or a 2-drop. It being on a 4-drop is much less reliable. You're going to maybe play 2 or 3 4-drops in your deck if you're curving nicely. The body's good. The effect's pretty good. The exile part, you kind of don't really care, but you'll take your opponent's 2 best cards so he doesn't have a chance of getting them back. It's kind of weird because it's in that like cost is appropriate-ish. Like I'd put it at a C for the cost and the power toughness. The exile ability does not bump it up enough for me. It's not repeatable. The tap ability is strong, but I feel like you want your 4-drops and 5-drops and 6-drops to kind of like tilt the board a little more than this. I don't want to put it in C+, but I think that's where it goes. I might want to bump some of these other ones up a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing for me. They're like the same card to me almost, but this is like a better one. Up a little higher. And Document Pack Beast is actually going to be a B- for me. I'll slide that up a little more. Okay, Sun Pearl Kirin. 2 mana, flash, flying, 2/1. Kieran. Flash, flying for 2 power there, great. It's fantastically aggressive. When this creature enters, return up to one other non-land target permanent you control to its owner's hand. If it was a token, you draw a card. That's really good. So you can bounce their best thing. You can stuff their token if they power bumped it up or something like that. You can flash this into block if you really need to. But more often than not, you're gonna like tempo them with this. I would love to draft like 5 of these. This is a fun card where, oh, they play their 2-drop. Okay, cool. You pass before they pass back to you. You flash this in, bounce it back to their hand. You get a swing off. Then they go back to their turn. They play a 3-drop on card. You flash another one of these in or something. Like, just stomp them back and forth that way. And then they go turn 5, and they go, okay, I'll play both a 2-drop and a 3-drop, and then you remove one or something. Like, you keep them off tempo long enough that you're gonna really kind of rule the game quickly. If it's a token, I don't think you're gonna flash out a token on them too often, because a lot of these are gonna be 1/1s. But if they have a token and you want to draw a card, cool. Or you could flash your own token if you really wanted. But I quite like Sun Pearl Kieran. It's not a B- or plus because it's not that tough, but it kind of sits in the same spot as Descendant of Storms, where like I would love to play both of these in like a really aggressive build deck. Stormplane Detainment, 3 mana enchantment. When this enchantment exiles, exile target non-land opponent controls till this enchantment leaves the battlefield. It's the O-ring of the set. They do these all the time. And it's the one I was talking about for United Battlefront. So if you drafted like 3 or 4 of these, and you got a United Battlefront, I think there's a good chance you could probably hit 1 or 2 off of these. Especially if by like the time you can cast this at 11 cards into the deck, there's a pretty good chance you'll hit like, I think it's 1 and 4 exactly that you would hit this if you had 4 in the deck or whatever. But it's common, so you could actually hit that pretty easily. But these are great. It's just literally non-specific removal. It's just good. It might be getting outclassed a little bit nowadays with like power creep and stuff, but I'm pretty happy to have these at like 3, 4, sometimes even 5, but 3 and 4 is kind of the sweet spot. Usually when they do 4, they've got like a little bonus effect on them, like draw a card, or gain 2 life, or exile a card from their graveyard as well. Or you can tap this for mana or something. But at common, 3 mana, this is just solid. It's going to be your premier white removal for the set, probably. Storm Beacon Blade, 2 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, draw a card if you control 3 or more attacking creatures. So that's pretty beefy equipment. 3 power is pretty good. 2 mana and 2 to equip. It's not bad at all. You can easily throw that on something. And like I think the one I'd probably want to throw it on is going to be like Dalkovin Pack Beasts or something. So because that lets you mobilize for 3. And you should be able to stack those abilities, so this one goes on the stack first, then the Ox one goes on, and it resolves the 3 things. This checks if you have 3 or more attacking creatures. You should have 4 if you have the Ox. And then you're swinging it with a 3/4 and 3 1/1s, and you're drawing a card. Very, very good value there. I quite like this. And I think all the white colors have some kind of token ability that you probably want to kind of set up to go with, so I think that's really solid equipment. Static Snare. Oh yeah, there we go. Here's one of those expensive white exile effects. Exile target artifact creature and opponent controls till this enchantment leaves the battlefield, and it costs 1 less to cast for each attacking creature. That can be your attacking creatures or your opponent's attacking creatures. So you could play 1 white mana if they swing in with a wide board, and you can just remove their best thing on the board. This is the significantly better version of Stormplane Detainment. That's a B+ for me. Like, I would happily pay 2 for this, which is a pretty likely scenario to get in. It's 3, whether it's you swinging a 3 to trigger it, or them swinging a 3. Especially with Mobilize and stuff. Like, I don't think that's hard to hit at all. But I don't think it's gonna be cast easily for one more often than you'd expect, and you should still be pretty happy to cast it at like 3 or 4 or even 5 if you just hold the mana up with the right thing. So that's a good one. It's actually quite a good one. Starry-Eyed Skyrider. 3 mana, 1/3 Human Scout. So they've put like 3 of these in so far that all have like flying creatures, and they're like a human. And I'm just like, could it not be just like Dragon Scout Mount or something? But 3 mana, 1/3 flying Human Scout. Okay, that's fine. It's not good stats, but the second and third abilities. Whenever this creature attacks, another target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. That's been a pretty powerful ability, but normally they have the creature like swap stats on it, so it's something cheap and aggressive, so you can get your other aggressive creatures like off the ground to evade. Attacking token creatures you control have flying is really good with mobilize again, so or the spirit tokens, or the monk tokens, or the soldier tokens. Like, it's good with all of those. And white has quite a lot of token stuff in it too, so it's good. It's quite good. The static ability is probably good enough on its own to even hold this back sometimes if you think it's in danger of being taken out. But yeah, it's a little squishy in like the power, so it's defensive, but you want to attack with it, so you got to make sure you have a beefy ground creature that you're going to lift off the ground to get through with. But it's quite strong. It's hovering between C plus and B again, I think, for me. Alright, Smile at Death. Alicia who smiles at death. 5 mana white mythic enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, and put a counter on each of those creatures. This seems to be like White's go-to mythic style thing as recently in like the last 4 or 5 sets. It's like, here's a big thing that either untaps or flickers or brings something back from the graveyard for you and put some counters on it. And that's not bad. At 5, I'm pretty happy to play that. That's limited playable and not game like crazy game breaking, but will absolutely like led to a really busted ass board state if you can let it like build up and they don't have a good way to sweep you every turn. So obviously if you get this, you're going to play a lot of low to the ground creatures and creatures that generate effects with like ETBs or on attack triggers, because it is a little narrow with power 2 or less, so you got to be particular with how many of those creatures you play. If you play this, I would want like in the range of like 7 or 8 or more to really kind of have this hit stuff reliably, because you're going to want to throw those under the bus pretty constantly to get them back in to have something to target. And hopefully they have a good ETB ability, so it's like, oh, when this creature dies, it gives you a card, or when this creature enters the battlefield, it puts 2 tokens on the battlefield and stuff like that. So it's narrow, but it's good. It's cheap enough that I think it's very playable and limited, but it is narrow enough you have to build around it a little bit. I'll give that a B-. It's not universally going in every deck. So some more of these adventure cards, but I guess they're called Omens now? Oh, I see, okay. So you play it as the Omen side, and then this card shuffles back into your library, so it's a different adventure. Twin Maw Stormbrood. It's a 6 mana, 5/4 dragon. Dealing 5 damage to target creature without flying is really good removal, though, for 2, especially. Paying 6 mana for a 5/4, I'm not stoked about. I would probably almost always play this as the removal half, because it's going to go right back in your library, and you'll find it again, probably. I actually really like Charring Bite Doesn't hit flyers, so it doesn't kill your dragons, but it will kill just about everything else on the ground. Um, Again, I don't think either side is enough to go into B minus, but I think combined they're both pretty good there because a really solid removal that kind of recurs itself and a pretty good sized body for late in the game is not a bad thing. I just wish it was like a 5/5. Paying 6 mana is a lot for it, but that's okay. The removal's strong. Salt Road Pack Beast, 6 mana, 4/3. This creature costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control, and when this creature enters, draw a card. This is great if you've got Mobilize. Another spam bot. What the fuck today? Sorry, let me just quickly ban. Twitch has got to do something with with their, like, how many accounts they're letting go through on this lately. They got to be like verified or something. But yeah, so if you've got a lot of Mobilize, this becomes quite powerful. You're going to swing in, cast this for 1, 2, or 3, like pretty cheap. 4/3, draw a card. If you cast it for 1, is fucking crazy good. If you cast it for 6, it's less good. Still not bad though. And like, I don't think it's too hard to get this out by turn 3 if you're like 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop. It's 3 off of this, which makes this a cost 3. If you've got like a 1 drop or a 2 drop that mobilizes, you could almost certainly drop this turn 3. So it's a little conditional on when this suits your deck, but it's quite good if you can turn it on. I'm gonna give it a C+ as well. Stage of the Skies, 3 mana, 2/3 human monk. It's at rare. When you cast this spell, if you cost another spell this turn, copy this spell. So I looked at this guy and I was kind of like, oh, it's interesting. Because the 3 mana, 2/3 flying lifelink is a little below cost, I'd say. But 3 mana, 2/3 flying lifelinks is actually quite good. And that's not too hard to turn on. This is like a turn 4 or turn 3 if you've got like a little bit of ramp or something. But I don't like my expensive rare flyers to be small and many. I want them to be kind of like cheap and bonny more than anything. But yeah, it's a hard one to say. I would put this at B- because again, having more bodies and evasion on both of them with lifelink is pretty strong. You could double block something kind of big and probably keep one of them around, gain some life, or you're just gonna put on more pressure aggressively. So it's good. It could be better. Riling Dawnbreaker, 5 mana, 3/4 common dragon with flying and vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 till end of turn. They put up one of these effects every set too lately, where it's like a repeatable buff for 1 or 2 of your creatures. +1/+0 is kind of nothing, and it only works on another creature. So if this dragon flies, and he's the only guy you've got, you can't do it, unfortunately. Oops, did my... I just dropped some frames? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what's up with that? Why am I fucking dropping frames again? Uh-oh. Oh no. Why is my internet being shit again? My bitrate on Twitch seems okay. I'll trust that it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna check myself out here real quick. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, can I hear myself? It doesn't look too bad. I will trust that it's pretty good here. Let me just... Okay. So, ooh. Ooh, why'd that get so chunky? Ooh. Okay. Okay, my bitrate looks solid again. Gonna continue. Maybe that was just like a one-time spike. Doesn't seem too crazy. Okay. Bradley Dawnbreaker. 5 mana, 3/4 Flying Vigilance Dragon is kind of eh. +1 power to something every combat is pretty nice, but it's another creature, so it can't be itself. The Omen, 2 mana to create a soldier token over and over and over is not bad. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these Omen dragons are quite good, but I like the Omen half more than I like the other half. Being able to like pump out a token, especially if you've got things that care about tokens or numbers of creature on the board, and like shuffle back in your deck. Maybe you've got 2 or 3 of these in there that you can just repeatedly play. Is good for things like the double casting strategies too. So I'm gonna put this not as good as the Twin Maw. So Rebellious Strike, 2 mana, +3/+0, draw card. Yeah, this looks like the Final Fantasy II Furion character art a little bit. It's a good pump. Draw card, it's okay. It's good. It's nothing fancy. I prefer, if I'm going to spend 2 mana on a pump, I would like it almost to guarantee that my creature survives too, and this probably doesn't. This is just a trade up one and draw a card. So keep that in mind when you use it or when you stick it in the deck. So I'd probably put this... Yeah, probably C. Alright. Anafenza, the Unyielding Lineage. So she's the old Khan of Abzan. 3 mana, 2/2 Spirit Soldier, Legendary. Flash first strike, and whenever another non-token creature you control dies, she endures 2. So she either gets 2 counters or create a 2/2 white spirit token. That's pretty good, especially if you know they have some removal and they cast it, you flash this in, get another token or a creature out of it, or just turn it into a 4/4. Like when you flash her in as like a 2/2 blocker to just eat something alive, that's not bad at all. I'd be very, very happy with that. And like playing around it smartly, as long as you don't like leave yourself open to having her just get instantly killed or something, you can make a pretty solid board state pretty quick with her. Like a 4/4 first strike on your turn to swing with is very strong. If you say blocking some stuff, flash her in just to like get the value out of it, or they remove something, you flash this in so it sees the other thing die. I like her a lot. She is a B for me too. Rally the Monastery, 4 mana instant modal spell. This spell costs 2 less to cast if you cast another spell this turn. So choose one of these three abilities, and it costs 2 if you cast something else, which for a 4 mana spell is pretty generous. Like, you've already paid it off if you passed another 2 mana spell at the same time, or the same turn at the very least. Like, play a creature, then do this, or play a pump spell and then play this. Create 2 1/1 Might Monk token creature tokens with prowess. That's pretty good for 2. It's not so good for 4. Up to 2 target creatures you control each get +2/+2 till end of turn. That's amazing for 2, and pretty average for 4. Destroy target creature power 4 or greater. Great for 2, pretty average for 4. But all those effects at instant and the choices of those, that's really strong, especially if you've got a lot of other ways to double up your spells on your own turn, or cast this and another cheap instance on their turn, like a pump spell or another removal spell. But casting 2 of these on the same turn is 6 mana, so it's actually worse. So cast the cheap thing first, then cast this to kind of maximize your value out of it. But all 3 of those effects are quite good, and I'd be very happy to have all 3 of them on them as like individual cards too. So, but that being a modal one kind of like kicks this up a little bit for me. I think that's an easy B minus. Alright. Poised Practitioner. 3 mana, 2/3 human monk with flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a counter on this creature. Scry 1. 2/3 for 3 is a little below rate, so it's like a C minus. It's a flurry ability to get a counter and scry 1. It's semi-repeatable. Like, you can't always double spell. You can definitely plan your turns to do it, but say you get this on curve, then that means turn 4 you're casting 2 2-drops, or a 1-drop and a 3-drop, or some kind of combination of those two, or 2 1-drops or whatever. But I think a lot of times you're gonna just want to play a 4-drop if you got a good 4-drop. It is common though. It's there to fill that curve if you're in that deck. It's not bad though. It is something you can repeat 2 or 3 times pretty easily over the course of like 5 turns, especially if you've built your deck to feed it pretty well. The scry is kind of like a nice little icing on top. I don't know if I'd put this above a C though. Like, it takes work, and the payoff's not crazy. Like, say you do this, and then you spend your next 2 turns double spelling. Even if you're getting some good value out of those double spells, this turned into a 4/5, and you scried 2, and it's like, okay. I paid like 14 mana to get a 4/5 with 2 scries. It's like, not the most amazing value, but it's a good little engine if you're gonna do that anyways. OCS Exile. That's the ossification, turn it to stone thing. 2 mana instant. At additional cost to cast the spell, you may behold a dragon. You choose a dragon you control, or reveal a dragon card from your hand to behold a dragon. OCS Exile deals 5 damage to our creature, or attacking or blocking creature. Very solid white combat-based removal. If a dragon's behold, you just gain 2 life. Okay, that's a nice little bonus. You don't have to reveal a dragon too if you want to like keep your hand a secret. But these are great. This one, unlike that Twin Flame Dragon, is not limited to non-flying creatures, and it's all in your white color, so you can easily dump some big damage onto stuff and be pretty happy to play a couple of these. Especially if you're like maining white. Out of the 3 clans that have white in them, if you're kind of mostly white, this is a really good solid removal to have. I'll put a B minus for me too, because I like 5 damage for 2 is pretty strong. There is the downside of it being only during attacks, so if they have attack-based triggers, they're already getting some value out of it, but you can kill the biggest thing on their board almost all the time, so... Okay. Mardu Devotee. 1 mana, Human Scout, 1/2. When this creature enters, scry 2 and pay 1 to add a mana of those colors. They did these was, I can't remember which set they were in, the mana filter guys. They're always handy to have, especially if you're in Mardu. This is a good reason to lean base white, because then you can drop this guy early. You get a little bit of fixing, and you get to fix the top of your deck too. Like 2 sets of fixing for 1 mana, and like you may have some human scout like synergy kind of stuff going on, but I would just be happy to have this as an easy way to fix for you. But that being said, Tarkir is, I think, probably the best set for color fixing. Even the old Tarkir, they had the non-fetchable triomes, the like Frontier Bivouac and stuff like that, which is like a 3-color tri-land. They also had the 2-color dual lands, and they also had the fetches, which are all in this set again as well. The fetches, though, are your special guest cards for the set, so they're going to show up, but not as commonly as you'd like. So you may still want some fixing, and this is an easy one to toss in for it. Paying 1 to just straight up exchange mana for another color is okay. Little word at the end though, activate only once each turn. If you need double black, you can't use that for this. But if you just didn't get any of the lands that you needed or the colors you needed, I'd be happy to play like 1 or 2 of these. It easily filter for my colors. The other ones like this, I don't remember their costs, but if they're like 2 or 3 mana, they're probably not worth it unless they have a really good like effect or really good stats or something. But I'd happily take this guy in there. He's not a strong card though, but like he's weirdly one of the ones you'll actually probably play more in those colors. Loxodon Battle Priest. 5 mana, 3/5. At the beginning of combat in your turn, put a counter on another target creature you control. That's a classic effect and a very strong body to put it on. It cannot buff itself. Very particular. And also 5 mana, it's a little slow for that kind of effect. The good ones we've had in these before have been 2 mana or 3 mana. Can't remember which set it was specifically, but it like ruled standard for a while as a 2 mana white 2/3 or 2/2 creature that puts a counter on any creature every combat. Same effect without the another target creature and just target creature you control. Whoops. And it was much cheaper. It's an uncommon versus a rare, but 5 mana is also not really like, I'm not hankered for that. I want my 5 mana creature to like blow the board up. But it's a strong effect nonetheless, so if you have creatures that are flying or need a little bit extra power to get through the board state in a good way, yeah, okay. I just think that's a C. It's a little too expensive for a little bit too weak on the stats. Can't buff itself, needs other creatures to do its thing. It's kind of... Lightfoot Technique. 2 mana. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature against flying and indestructible till end of turn. So the way you want to play this is going to be like defensively. They come flying in with a dragon or something, like a 4/4. You've got a 3/3 or like a 3/1 or something. You pump it up, gets indestructible, swats the dragon out of the sky, doesn't die from combat damage, comes back down. Playing it on your turn as a combat trick, you don't really want to do unless you're baiting out to try to get him to trade or block on it. But that also just wastes the flying half of it. It's kind of mixed up. But I do like all 3 of the parts of it. Counters, good. Sticks around. Fly, also good. Indestructible, also good. Meow. I think it's just a C, though. Furious Forebear. 2 mana, 3/1 Spirit Warrior. Whenever a creature you control dies while this card is in your graveyard, you may pay 2. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. It's a bad reassembling skeleton, but 3/1 for 2 is good. I like that. That trades up easily. and being able to get that back every 2 or 3 turns is not bad. It sucks this doesn't have flying, but I'd still happily pay this when you can get it, kind of thing. And I like playing a 2-1, 2 drop 3-1. I'm pretty happy to spit those out pretty constantly. So I'll throw that as a C plus for the recursion ability. Fortress Kingguard. It's another little Shiba guy. I can't tell if it's another dog or a cat spirit that's holding them. Okay. 2 mana, dog soldier, 1/2, and common. And when this soldier or creature enters, it endures 1. So you get a counter on it, or create a 1/1 spirit token. If you have spirits or you care about tokens, this could be a good like filler card. Otherwise, it's a 2 mana 2/3, which is above rate, but doesn't have anything special on it other than maybe having some counter synergies. Solid C. Could be a little better if you really care about the counters or the tokens, but yeah, it's about as C as the set gets. Okay, Elspeth Stormslayer, 5 mana legendary planeswalker Elspeth. I've seen a couple arts for these, and I kind of don't like that they're all almost exactly the same. And I think Ekarina did 2 or 3 of them. But like, there's one of them where she's standing there like this with the sword, and then there's one she's standing there like this with the sword in like kind of a different pose. And then there's another one that's like the same kind of thing, but like a different angle. And I'm like, all right, they're all like very similar arts. So she's a token doubler. On a planeswalker, that's, I don't know if I'd call that good. Like it's much more removable than like an enchantment or an artifact or even like one of the god creatures from the last couple sets. But because you could just damage a planeswalker right away. But token doublers in a set with a lot of tokens, three of the teams all have colors that can play her, and there's a lot of tokens in the mobilize and the spirits and the monks and the soldiers and the warriors. Getting twice as many of those could probably end the game really fast by the time you hit the board, especially if you got like 2 or 3 of those mobilize 3 style cards that turns into like 10 or 12 creatures on the board instantly at combat phase. She also makes a white soldier token, which makes 2 white soldier tokens. You can pay 0 to put a counter on each creature you control. Those creatures gain flying ability in turn. That's a game ender on its own. if you have like 3 or 4 creatures when you put her out, that's like game over almost if they don't have flyers or removal immediately. And then -3, destroy target creature and opponent controls mana 3 or greater. That'll hit a lot of stuff unless they're playing a Mardu deck against you, in which case they might be a little low cost. But kill the biggest thing on their field for -3 is pretty strong too. But I like her abilities. They do the 3 things that a good planeswalker should, of like protect itself, buff something, and the ultimate that like protect yourself, remove a thing, and then an ultimate that kind of wins the game. Her last 2 abilities are kind of swapped. Her 0 is basically her ultimate, and the -3 is the removal. But +1 that turns into 2 immediately, regardless, and then a 0 costs what I would call like an ultimate effect, and then a removal is a very strong, very good planeswalker. She's like an instant A, and you obviously build around her a little bit. I don't know if I call her an A+. Oh, you know what? I call it an A+. Making 2 bodies is very strong for a planeswalker. And then assuming you have a couple bodies when you drop her, being able to make your creatures bigger and have evasion is like almost an instant game ender. So Duty Beyond Death, 2 mana, white instant. As additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature. Creatures you control gain indestructible within a turn. Put a counter on each creature you control. That's a black card. That's just a black card. But it's a pretty good one. Pay 1 for like a heroic intervention essentially, and you get a counter on everything. It's like, okay, Pretty good. So, not pay 1. Pay 2 and sack 1. You got tokens. It's very good. And you can also use this as a combat trick too. Because this is not a sorcery speed thing. You swing in with your mobilize, you've got 9 creatures coming in, and they go to block your 2 biggest ones with trades, and they're going to take the 7 or 8 from the mobilize damage. Pop this, sacrifice a token, put counters, get indestructible on the things that they traded on. Maybe you kill them and bop them for 6 or 7. It's very strong. Very strong for cheap too. That's a B- for me. I'm gonna also share that with the buddies there. 1 second. All right. Let me just have a quick drink here. Oh, ad's gonna start for the hour. Okay. I'm gonna run out for a cigarette. I'll be right back, and then we'll just continue with this, and I'll jump right into the black creatures. So, right back. Okay. Alright. Let's continue. Judging at the time, I may not have time for a draft tonight, but we'll see. So we're on to blue. Winter Night Stories. 3 mana sorcery, draw 3 cards and discard 2 unless you discard a creature card. Normally they have these effects at like common, but the big thing here is harmonize. So this is flashback, but you can reduce the cost by convoking a creature, which makes this really good. Being able to get this back from your graveyard for 1 blue by tapping a creature with 4 power is really strong. That's not that hard to do, especially if you're like doing this on curve, let's say. You're discarding a big creature that you just can't cast, or a little 1-drop creature that doesn't have any more value for you, and then drawing another card or 2 cards off of it is like pretty strong. I think just on its own, it's like a C. If it was just the main part with Harmonize, I kind of want to stick into B-, but I don't think it's that good. If it was instant, I think that would be really good. But the Harmonize abilities I really like, and I think they're going to be long-lasting cards for that. Okay. It's a really good enchantment here. 1 mana, enchant creature gets +1/+1 and flying. That's very strong. And then return this aura to its owner's hand. It's not to get it back from the graveyard, which is unfortunate, but it is to get it off of your creature if you know it's going to die or something. It does not have a restriction to do only at sorcery speed, so you can swing it with something, and if they flash in a blocker or removal and you still have the mana up, you can return this back to your hand to save the aura. Basically, it's not going to help the creature. But 1 mana +1/+1 and flying is really, 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 really pushed aggressive enchantment, and I quite like it. I'm going to put that at C+, because I like the value being able to recur it maybe a couple times if you're playing smartly. Wingblade Disciple. 3 mana 2/2 flyer. If it's the same as the bird, the white bird, I would only put it at, like, I think I put that at C. Maybe put it at C+. This one I like better. Whenever you cast a second spell each turn, create a 1/1 white bird flying token with flying. I like this kind of ability. This one I think I like more than the last couple they printed, because it hasn't been a lot of them have been like a 2/1 or something, kind of squishy. There's enough cards that you can do to trigger that flurry, and there's enough ways to get it there that I think you're gonna not flood the board with birds, but you'll get a couple birds out of it, and it's probably gonna be a high target for removal for them. So having this out to like pull an early removal for your 3-drop or 4-drop is, I think, not a bad idea. So I will put that C+, but close to B- territory. Veteran Ice Climber. 2 mana, Vigilance. This creature cannot be blocked. It's a 1/3, so you can block pretty good with it, and you're going to get through with some attack and damage triggers. Oh, is my fucking frame getting fucky again? It bothers me that the internet here has been so spotty lately. But whenever this creature attacks, up to 1 target player mills cards equal to this creature's power. So milling 1, nothing special. And you can mill yourself if you have cards that you care about being in the graveyard. So this is for Sultai colors that way. Milling your opponent in limited is a very viable strategy, but you need to Voltron this to get there to a point where it's going to be like relevant. And by that I mean like throwing that 1-drop thing to give it flying. 2/4 flyer, flying vigilance that can't be blocked, that mills 2 every time. That's pretty good. Giving it that equipment to get +3, a 4/3 fly vigilance that can't be blocked. That's very good when it mills 4 on top of that. But on its own, still pretty good. I like vigilance with the unblockable and kind of a toughness side in there. So this will block pretty good for a couple turns, and you can always use it to eat up a Mardu token or something, and be pretty happy about it. Even if they pump it or something, like they're paying a lot to have this die off of like a regular combat trigger. This is an easy C+ that could be better if you have the right support for it. Like a lot of these cards, they're better than average. They're not busted, but with good stuff, you could do some good things with it. All right, 2 mana, return target creature to its owner hand. 2 mana. This effect, it's sorcery, sucks. It's still a good thing, and I'd be happy to play this as a tempo card, obviously. But 2 mana bounce a thing instant would just be so good. But maybe Harmonize is too strong when you tie that to an instant, so they didn't want to do it. This is still very playable. You're still absolutely going to do it. Like, I'd still absolutely take this and bounce something pre-combat that I know would be hard to swing through. And I'd be very happy to do it, so... It's another one of those that just kind of floats in between C+ and there, but it's less good than the Winter Night stories. Because I like the draw card, and I'll happily tap a big creature down to draw some more cards for value. Tapping down 5 power to get a 1 mana bounce spell at sorcery speed is much less good. You know, I've talked myself into putting that one up into B- now because of that. This is still good, don't get me wrong. You still play this a lot and probably be happy to do it. But it's just not as good as you'd want. Okay. Unending Whisper, I quite like the art on this one. 1 mana sorcery, draw card, and Harmonize for 6. It's opt without the scry and without the instant speed, but you can do it twice. It's another good one to fill out your 2 spell a turn coverage, I think. But you don't want to draft this highly, because again, you're tapping 5 power to get the same effect. It's a C-, but if you're in the double spell, you probably want this, I think, a couple times. But yeah, this is the new Casey Edwards Street Fighter song. I gotta get the shuffle after this one, so I'll just cycle back around. Teamer Devotee. So it's the other one of the other mana cyclers. 2 mana, 3/3 defender. They put those in like every set now. Normally they have an ability that lets them attack. This one does not. So I don't know if I like this one that much. But if you need the fixing in your base blue, it's not the worst. But I think it's less good than the Mardu Devotee. But if you're playing defensively, a 2 mana 3/3 is totally fine. And you're happy to throw that under the bus at the right thing. It's a C-. I don't think it's bad enough to be D+, because you'll still play a true drop 3/3 and throw it under the bus pretty happily, often enough that you're going to be okay with it. Taigam Master Opportunist. 2 mana 2/2 with Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it, then exile the spell you cast with 4 time counters, and if it doesn't have Suspend, it gains Suspend. So, every second spell you cast, you get a free copy of it, and then you get another copy in a couple turns, which doesn't rely on him being there, since those cards now exist in exile with time counters. This is just really good. He doesn't have any fantastic abilities on him, but a 2/2 for 2 is on rate. The Suspend ability, assuming you get him like turn 2 or turn 3, getting like play him and then play Unending Whisper, draw a card for free for 1 extra mana, and then a couple turns later you're just gonna get to draw an extra card. Like, okay, I'm cool with that. And you can use those second turns or second cast spells from Suspend. You do cast spells from Suspend. So if he's still alive, that card you cast 4 turns earlier will now trigger for the first turn spell you cast that turn, and you're gonna have mana to do something at that point. So, very good. very strong. The 4-turn suspend thing I don't think is super relevant in a lot of limited games. You're probably going to get one use out of it, maybe two. Still, I think he's quite strong though. This set I think is quite aggressive, so I don't think it's going to last 8-9 turns games usually. I'm gonna guess it's a 7-turn tops game. So if you played him on turn 2 and then double spelled turn 3, you probably get that spell once. And they're gonna want to pop him as soon as they see him, basically, so you don't get that ability. It's gonna be tough, but yeah, I don't think he's good enough that you get higher than C+. But in limit or in constructed, I think that's gonna be a very good card. Stillness in Motion. A 2-mana enchantment. I see Jace, Loot, Elspeth, and Narset here. Just gotta look at my brain. That gives me a little cause to concern. The Meditation Realm is very close to Bolus's Meditation Realm, or the Prison Realm, or the Meditation Plane. I wonder if Elspeth or Narset or or Jace are being influenced by Bolus here. But there's no obvious Bolus horns on the card. But it perks my interest. Okay, I'm gonna zoom back up here. I want to listen to Final Fantasy music again. Go to... There we go. Okay. Stillness in Motion, 2 mana, blue enchantment at rare. Beginning upkeeps, mill 3 cards. Then if your library has no cards in it, exile this enchantment and put 5 cards from your graveyard on top of your library in any order. So you need to care about mill. And you want stuff in your graveyard. This in limited will be valuable. Not because of the mill specifically, but because say you get turn 2. You've already drawn 2 cards, so you've got 9 cards. You put this on there. That means you've got 31 cards in the deck. Within 7 turns, you'll have drawn and milled at least 28 cards. And then the next turn, this would mill everything left in your library. You get to pick the 5 best cards in your graveyard to set up your last 4 or 5 turns. I like that this exiles itself so you don't continue to mill off of there, but you just get to pick the 5 best cards you want that'll like set you up for that final couple turns. I don't know if people are going to play this well, because it's a scary thing to mill yourself out completely, but and you got to time it right, because if you mill the 3 cards and you got like 1 card, no, it's still good, because it would mill pre your draw phase, so you're not going to screw it up. But if somebody made you draw cards, you could lose. But I do like it. Sultai, Jeskai, Teamer can all play this. I feel like Sultai and Jeskai probably want it the most. I don't know much about Teamer, but I know there's the Harmonize effect in Teamer can be pretty useful too. But yeah, pick your best 5 cards in the graveyard, set your final couple turns up, and go to town. The mill is probably more relevant to Sultai. I think this on its own is like a C-. You really need to build around it, but it is very powerful too, so I'm gonna call it I'll call it a C. If you have a lot of Harmonized cards or cards that you can recast or bounce or whatever from your graveyard, I don't think it's that bad at all. Spectral Denial is Syncopate with a cost reducer, and that's pretty good. Uh, Counter target spell unless this controller pays X. So if you pay blue and 3, they have to pay 3 to not counter a spell. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control 4 power or greater. So if you're playing Teamer, there's a good chance you'll have 2, maybe 3 creatures out there. So you could cast this for 1 blue to counter a spell unless they pay 2, 3, 4, whatever. But you could also pay 2, and if you had at least 1 creature on there, it's like a what the hell is that card? A1 can't be countered non-creature spell unless they pay 2. Spell burst, something like that. It's fine, but yeah, it's pretty good counter spell. You need to again kind of build right for it. This probably wouldn't do so hot in your Jeskai deck without paying a couple more into the X, because you're probably going to have a couple more tokens than anything. But Sultai and Teamer both have some beefy creatures this could do real good at. I think it's pretty good. C+. Snowmelt Stag. 4 mana, Vigilance, 2/5. During your turn, this creature has base power toughness 5/2. That's better. Paying 7 to have this creature not be blocked. It's a good mana sink. I like having a good mana sink that lets you pump some mana into a creature that was pretty good before but kind of lost its usefulness. A 4 mana 2/5 is great for defense because Vigilance. A 4 mana 5/2 is pretty good for attacking. There's a good chance you're going to have it die though, because it's going to be at least 3 turns before when you could cast this on curve and have it be unblockable. So maybe you hold up some protection, either like buff its toughness, blow up a creature, whatever. C+. I don't think the cost is too high, and I like its abilities of being aggressive and defensive, and then having a mana sink to kind of finish the game out. I'm pretty happy with that. There's probably better stuff to play though, but I do not dislike that card. Sibsig Appraiser, 3 mana, common, 2/1 zombie advisor. The zombies in this set are weird. They're like mechanical, gilded, weirdo zombies. When this creature enters, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the other into the graveyard. Yeah, it's okay. 3 mana is not what I really want to pay for that. I'd be better with it if it was like a 1/4 or a 1/3 or something. A 2/1. Okay. Still pretty good though. And again, if you're in Sultai colors, there's a good chance you care about the graveyard a little bit, or cards going to the graveyard, or cards leaving the graveyard, or whatever. If you're playing Harmonized stuff, you could pitch something into the graveyard with it and tap your creature to cast it and stuff. So I'm going to put this at C, because the card advantage is kind of nice, but the stats aren't very good. 3 mana for a 2/1 is not what I want to pay for those. Roiling Dragonstorm. When this enchantment enters, draw 2, then discard a card. That's the normal red effect for those draw card style things. And whenever a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand. So you can recast it when you got some dragons. Normally, the red versions of these, you pay 2, draw 2, discard a card. Not a bad set. So you're paying the same thing for blue with the upside of sometimes recasting it. I don't think it's bad. I'll give that a C+. It's better than the white one. Yeah. The white one's... Sorry. I shouldn't say better than the white one. The white one has more board state stuff, but it is more expensive. So I don't think you're going to trigger it as often. This one, you could play this, then play a dragon, then play this again with another card. And you'll have cycled through 4, 5, 6 cards by then. So I think that's not bad. Riverwalk Technique. 4 mana instant. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on choice of top or bottom of the library. They've got one of these in every set, basically. It's a limited staple for 4 mana to remove a thing and tempo it. or counter target non-creature spell. The first one is totally on cost for that ability. Counter that non-creature spell is a little expensive, but having that flexibility is nice. Already, though, I would call that 4 mana put a thing on top of the library or bottom. Actually, I'd call that a C plus, especially at instant. I'd be more than happy to play that. The counter spell is just going to sometimes be relevant, and I think that's relevant enough that you're going to be happy to play it there too. So, Ringing Strike Mastery. One blue enchantment aura. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its control's untap step, and has pay 5 to untap this creature. This is really good, really efficient blue pseudo removal. If you play this out turn 1, 2, 3, 4, you're gonna stop them from doing either anything with that creature for a couple turns, especially if it's just a big lugging creature for attacks and it doesn't have like activated or triggered abilities. You're gonna be pretty happy to stop that down, stop their biggest dragon or something. And if they do have the mana to pay for it, they're not casting 1 or 2 other spells to untap this thing. That being said, do not put this on a vigilance creature unless you're sure you're going to win in like a turn or two. Because if you put this on a vigilance creature and then they pay it, it's not tapping down again. So you probably will get a couple turns out of it, even if you do put it on a big vigilance creature. But eventually they'll pay that and then it won't be effective anymore. But we're doing a regular creature, even if they get to swing through with a 4/4 that you tapped down 2 turns ago, you might have a chump blocker or another spell ready by then to do it. So I do like this though, and it costing 1 makes that an easy C plus for me as well. Aga Fleshcrafter, 4 mana snake shapeshifter. So that's the general cost for copy creatures. 4 mana seems to be about the sweet spot for them. Unless they've got like a downside or some other kind of like cost reducer ability tied to them for other stuff. They used to do clones at 2, but those were fucking strong as hell, so they don't do that anymore. And also some of those older clones used to be illusion types, which means if you targeted them, they'd destroy themselves. But anyways, 4 mana, copy any creature on the battlefield. It's not as good as the classic one from Tarkir, which copied any permanent on the battlefield. So you could copy a planeswalker, your own, theirs, enchantment, an artifact, whatever. Creature is okay. They do these a lot in most of the sets where it's a 4 mana rare copy a thing. But the renew ability, exile this card from your graveyard, put a counter on target non-legendary creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of that creature till end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. So the other creatures you control do not copy the counter. They copy everything else on the card. So if you got a big 5/5 flying vigilance trample dragon or something like that, put this from your graveyard, turn your suite of tokens or creatures into 5/5 flying dragons, end the game. So the main part of this card, the 4 mana copy spell, it's average. It's pretty normal. The renew ability puts this like from normal to really strong late game, end game card, and especially in the Sultai and Jeskai colors and Temur colors, where you might be milling yourself and chucking some of this stuff into the graveyard. That can be a good early like. Oh look, I've got 6 creatures on the board. Whoop. And they all turn into like the best creature you have. Normally I'd put that C+. I think this is a B-. Pretty solid B- there for me. Okay, Morang River Regent, the blue rare dragon with Omen. So 6 mana, 6/7 rare flying dragon. When this creature enters, return up to 2 other target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. 6 mana, 6/7 flying double tempo is fucking good. That's a very, very good costed, beefy creature that is removing / tempoing your opponent very strongly. I wish his Omen side was a little cheaper, but it is an instant. So you get to draw 3 cards, then discard a card, and then shuffle this into your library early. Don't know which of those I'd be playing more often. Like, if I had this and I had the 4 mana to play the Omen half, I'd probably hang on to this and just go for it. But casting Coil and Catch, draw 3 cards, then discard a card, and then shuffle this card in the owner's library. Not a bad way to filter some cards out of your deck. But yeah, either way, the first half of this, the dragon, I think that's very strong. That's like a B plus 6 drop for me. Having the Omen on top of that, I think this sticks this into A minus for me. I think that's very good. Ishla Trawlers. 3 mana, 3/2 human citizen. When this creature enters, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. When you do, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. So here's another Graveyard Matters card. 3 mana, 3/2. That's like a C-ish, close to C plus card. But exile a creature card from your graveyard. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. So you need to have a creature and an instant or sorcery that you want to get back to make use of that ability. And I don't think that happens on curve as often at turn 3 as you'd like. But that makes this better late game, where you might just need a little bit of a body. You're not losing anything off board to get the effect back. You get your best removal, or you get your best like draw card spell or bounce creature or whatever from your graveyard. I don't think that's bad. I think that's actually quite good. Don't think there's a lot of stuff that really cares about stuff being removed from your graveyard, but there might be a couple of them that do it. Okay, Ice Ridge Serpent, 5 mana, 3/3 common serpent. I don't like 5 mana for 3/3. I think that's bad. When this creature enters, return target creature and opponent controls to its hand. That's a good effect though. That's worth paying the 2 extra for that. But normally, I think Mana War. Let's see. Mana War. I think that's 3 mana, 2/2 for the same effect. That's way better than the other one. But in this limited environment, that's still a pretty playable creature. I'm not that happy about paying 2 extra for 1 extra point of toughness for the same effect. But it's not bad. It's a C plus. Yeah. Because like, you're going to time walk their best thing, probably make them play it again next turn, and you'll have another response or body or something ready, hopefully, to help deal with it. But bouncing their 6/6 and getting a 3/3 is like, okay, not that good. Mana War would be better. If Mana War was in this set, this would be like a C, and Mana War would be C+, but... Humbling Elder. 1 mana, flash. When this creature enters, target creature and opponent control gets -2/-0 till end of turn. I like flash 1-drops because they're very easy to play. You're easily going to be able to drop this out during combat and get them a couple times for sure, especially if they're swinging in with like a 3/1 or something. This will just eat it alive. And there's going to be plenty of other creatures that are like, normally you wouldn't throw like a 2/3 or something under the bus of theirs, but -2 on their thing is enough to make it safe to block a lot of the times. So I like this quite a lot. Normally this would be like a C-, but the flash pushes it up. Not quite in the C+ territory, but it's definitely a solid C. You're going to just hang on to it and treat it as a combat trick most of the time that turns into a body. High Spire Bellringer. 3 mana, 1/4, Jin Monk. A common with flying. It's a really weird set of abilities and costs and power toughness. And it also gives you second spell you cast each turn, cost 1 less to cast. I think this in that double spell deck is going to be an important card. to have one or two of. The flying's pretty good, the defense is pretty good, and the extra cost reduction is really nice. But it's also not doing a lot half the time, unless they just have no flyers or no flying defense. It's going to be a blocker in a lot of cases for you that eats their 3/1s or eats their extra Mardu token or something, or blocks a 3/3 without dying. So it's a hard one to categorize. I think in regular games this is a C. I think in the double spell it's a C+. So I like this one. 2-mana enchantment aura, flash enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets -5/0 and loses all abilities. This is taking their 5/5 dragon and turning it into a 0/5 wall. I really like that ability. And a lot of times you're probably not killing whatever they swung with this, but I think you're going to be pretty happy to just turn their thing useless so you can double block something else or double block this thing without it having fear of it being killed. Or the same thing if you swing in with like 4 guys and they have a big creature and they just like, oh, I'll just eat this one alive and not worry about it or think about it at all. And then you're just like, nope, bloop. Now it's a 0/5. Yeah. I don't know if I put it as high as the 1-drop one I put up here, the Ringing Strike Mastery, but I think it's very good. I think you'll play that more than you think and you'd be pretty happy about it. Focus the Mind. 5 mana instant. This spell costs 2 less to cast if you cast another spell this turn. Draw 3 cards and discard a card. There's like the 3rd card that says draw 3 cards and discard a card on it. This at 3 mana is pretty good. This at 5 mana is playable though. Like you hold it up till the end of their turn, and if they haven't forced you to cast anything else, refill your hand before your turn goes off. But if you're in the double spell deck and you can cast something cheap like a 2 mana thing or a 1 mana thing and then cast this for 3, you're getting a very good deal on the rate of cards you're getting out of it. I still wouldn't put this too high though. I think this is a C unless you're in the double spell deck. You maybe only want 1 of these, but in the double spell deck you'll be happy to take 1 or 2 of these at the very least. Essence Anchor. 3 mana artifact at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. That's pretty good. Tap to create a black zombie druid creature token. Activate only during your turn and only if a card left your graveyard this turn. So there's one of the cards that cares about cards leaving your graveyard. So for cards like Kishla Trawlers, you can Kishla Trawlers and then you can make a zombie. So Sultai cards. But the surveil stuff is good. I'd pay 3 to surveil once a turn. You don't probably want to do it on curve. You probably want to like play another creature on curve. But if you can put something into the graveyard and then say do your Kishla Trawler next turn and then get an extra 2/2 out of it, you're getting good synergy and you're going to get more tokens. So on its own, I think this is a C-, but in the right deck, this is going to sing really good, and I think it shoots up to like a C+. You don't want really multiples either, but you probably still want to have like 2 in your deck just to make sure you hit it when you hit it. Get it on curve. Dragonstorm Forecaster. 1 mana, Human Scout, uncommon, 0/3. Pay 2, search your library for a card named Dragonstorm Globe or Globe or Boulderborn Dragon and reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. So this is like, can't remember the name of the card. Something Animist or Alchemist from the old Tarkir set. There's a 2 mana guy. You got Dragonfire, Vial, or Heartpiercer Bow. But he was like a 2/1 for 2. This being a 0/3 for 1. I like that better. And then you can curve and fix for those. Let's just double check what those cards are. What was the other one? Boulderborn Dragon. So you can get a 5 mana 3/3 Flying Vigilance whenever this creature attacks Surveil 1. Or you can get a 3 mana, each dragon you control enters with a counter and mana fixing. I like the curve of play that guy turn 1, tap 2, get the globe, turn 3, play the globe out, and then you wouldn't really be doing much for 4 turns if you did it that way. But if you had the next guy available, you could do that and pop this guy out on turn 5 or 6. If you curved out nicely, you'd be like totally open to getting hit for 4 turns. So I don't know if that's a good plan, but the options with that are pretty good. And if you are in like Teamer with ramp and big dragons and other ramp in green, I think that's a not bad option for you to like pick. Although I don't think either of these are as good as the Dragonfire, Vile, Heart Piercing Bow. Yeah, I like this guy better. But yeah, 2 mana 1/3 and pay 2 to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts. And then you're getting Heart Piercing Bow or Vile Dragonfire. Deals damage, or an equipment that deals damage when you swing. This guy, I think, synergizes a lot better than the Dragonstorm Forecaster. I don't dislike the cards he searches up, though. But I don't think it's as effective as the Renowned Weaponsmith was. If he was just a 1 mana 0/3, I'd put him in C- or D+. The fact that he can fetch some stuff that can assist you variable a little bit, I think is good, but you need to have them too. So maybe I do just stick him in C-. And then he slides up a bit if you've got each of the other cards or multiples of the other cards. If you want to play multiple 5 mana artifact dragons that are only 3/3s. Mixed feelings on that. Dragonologist. 3 mana, 1/3 rare human wizard. When this creature enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an instant, sorcery, or dragon card from around them, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order, and untapped dragons you control have hexproof. Again, I don't think there are that many dragons, and I know a lot of the best ones are the multicolor ones, so you may not be able to play this effectively all the time, but dig for 6 cards and find a dragon that you can work on. That's not bad. And 3 mana, 1/3 is not at rate, but it is a decent stat line to survive some combat, block some stuff, and maybe it'll survive long enough to give your dragon hexproof when you can play it in 2 or 3 turns. Sorry, Cleo got me all dusty. Blech. Decat spore a little bit. So I think this one only goes at a C. If this was only find a dragon, it'd be bad. But the fact you can find an instant sorcerer or dragon means you can probably find something. And hopefully it's something good. I think if you're really heavy into dragons, it slides up a little bit, but just a little bit. I don't know how many cheap dragons are is the thing. If there's some like 2-drop, 3-drop good dragons, then maybe this becomes a little better, but I don't quite know yet. Alright. Dispelling Exhale. 2 mana instant at common. Additional cost to the spell, and behold a dragon. Counter target spell unless this controller pays 2. If a dragon is beheld, counter that spell unless the controller pays 4. That's pretty good. Just straight up counter spell with a cost, but for 2 is not bad. It'd be better if it was just regular counter spell, blue counter target spell. But they don't want to print counterspell or better than counterspell in a standard for some reason. They're just worried about it, so they're going to give you all these things that can kind of make it better in a vacuum. Especially in a limited vacuum with dragons, there's a good chance you can have a dragon. So you can make that counter cost 4, which is essentially just better counterspell at that point. Because most of the time they're going to pay 4, 5, 6 for that dragon. And that probably means tapping out. In that case, you've countered the spell for sure. C+. Dirger Island Dragon. 6 mana, flying, ward 2, 4/4 at common. And then you've got the Omen side. Blue and a colorless, tap up to 1 target creature and draw a card. It doesn't have stun on it, which every card's had recently. So tapping a creature is not super very good on its own. You can stop an attack if you go to the combat phase and tap something scary down. Or you can enable a bit of aggression by tapping something down and then drawing a card. Either way, that Omen side is not great. The Dragon side is also not great, but it's common, so you'll almost surely see 1 or 2 of these around in the draft, especially if the other people aren't in blue. I think you'll be pretty happy to get one of these. But a 6 mana 4/4 is not exactly burning down the house compared to some of the other dragons that have been around. So C+ because I like the variability of it. Constrictor Sage. 5 mana 4/4 Snake Wizard. When this creature enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter. There's a stun counter. 5 mana, tap down for 2 turns. Not bad. Renew, exile this card from your graveyard. Tap target creature opponent controls, put a stun counter, active only as a sorcery. That's a decent ability to get out of the graveyard, especially if you don't care about getting this card back, or you care about removing cards from your graveyard with the exile. 5 mana 4/4 is about C. Getting to tap something down for 2 turns kicks this into C+. The exile from the graveyard, I think, pushes this even just a little further into B- territory. So you can either get this off of a mill, get a cheap version of that effect, or you get it out, trade with something, get some combat out of it, and then you still get some value out of it in the graveyard. I like it a lot. I want more of those cards to go up there in B+. Another draw 3 cards. I think they're moving to 3-card draws. I don't know if I like that. Maybe that's their way of making up for the highly aggressive combat sets recently. Draw 3 cards. Creatures your opponent control get -3/-0 till end of turn. 6 mana uncommon instant. So this is like a pseudo combat trick or a big draw, or both. I don't know if that's good. 6 mana is a lot. There's probably not too many times when you actually cast this. And creatures your opponent control get -3/-0 when you got 6 blue mana available. That's not exactly like a tricky trap you've laid for them. But I can see more times this being useful than you'd expect, especially with the draw 3 cards stable onto it. I think it's just C- again though. Like it's a little too expensive for me, but both the effects are good. If I drew one in a draft, I'd probably still stick it in the deck or at least in the sideboard. Ambling Stormshell. So this is a weird one. Whenever this creature attacks, okay, sorry, let's read the whole stats. 5 mana, rare turtle, 5/9 with ward 2. That's a pretty good stat line for 5 mana, like a really good stat line for 5 mana. It's rare, so you won't see it that often, but whenever this creature attacks, put 3 stun counters on it and draw 3 cards. So with stun counter, if it's tapped, it does not untap, and when it would untap, you remove stun counter from it instead. So you attack with it once, and then it's tapped down for 4 turns, essentially, which is pretty bad. But you do draw 3 cards, so you're probably going to have stuff to refill it. And whenever you cast a turtle spell, untap this creature, which I think there's like 2 turtles in the set other than him. There's a lot of cards that have turtles on it, but they're not actually turtles, so it's a weird spot to be in. But if you can give this thing vigilance, this is the scariest fucking card in most people's decks. If you can put a vigilance enchantment, I think there's a couple that have it, vigilance thing on it, it's just swinging every turn, drawing 3 cards for a 5/9. That's really hard to kill. Plus whatever buff the vigilance thing gives it. So yeah, it's pretty good. Like, I mean, even not getting to swing with it for 4 turns, I'm still very happy throwing this up in this area. Because you don't have to swing with it. You can set it there and eat things all day with your blocker if you need to have some more time. But yeah, big turtle, strong turtle. Very good if you could keep it vigilance and untapped, but still pretty good on its own too. I like the turtle. Agent of Kotis. I don't know who the fuck Kotis is. 2 mana, 2/1 human rogue. Okay, that's like a C, just verging on C minus. Pay 4, exile this card from your graveyard, put 2 counters on target creature, activate only use a sorcery. It's a very generic renewal ability, but it does give this some extra utility in that when it dies early or you throw it under the bus, you can exile it later for cards that care about stuff being exiled from the graveyard, which so far is only 1. But there's probably some more in the Sultai colors and the Sultai gold cards. Sorry. Maybe we'll see Kotis the Fangkeeper later. I don't think it's a C+. I think it's just a C. I would normally put it into C+ if that was a cheaper renewability. Or if it, like, drew a card or something. But just 2 counters on something maybe doesn't matter in a lot of cases. But it is nice that it's there, and I'll still happily play it. Aegis Sculptor. 4 mana, Bird Wizard, 2/3 at uncommon with flying. 4 mana, 2/3 flyer. Ward 2, better. It's semi-protected. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile 2 cards from your graveyard. If you do, put a counter on this creature. That makes this really good. 4 mana, 2/3 flying with Ward 2. C+. The beginning of your upkeep, exile 2 cards from your graveyard. This synergizes with your other cards that will care about that. Put a counter on this creature. It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they may not be able to kill it very well. And ideally, you hold up a little bit of protection for it. And it doesn't care about what cards you exile. So if you counterspell something, the creature dies or whatever, you discard something to your draw card effects, this guy can just chew them up out of the graveyard and get bigger. Wish he was a little cheaper, but this is still quite a good card. I would put that at a B-. It's like a key card for those removal from the graveyard stuff. Whirling Stormblood, a Temur Dragon. 5 mana, 4/3 flash flying dragon. You may cast sorcery spells and dragon spells as though they had flash. It's very scary that this guy, like, I'm imagining this Birdman flying and then this dragon goes out of nowhere, like, it's like a sky shark. Flash flying thing that gives other things, other dragons and sorcery spells you have. Flash for 5 is a little expensive, but that's a very good body with a very good ability stapled onto it. And then you got a sorcery on the other side, Dynamic Soar. 3 mana sorcery omen, put 3 counters on target creature you control. That's a very big buff that reshuffles this guy away. So put some counters on something, get this guy back later, turn your 1/1 into a 4/4. I'm very happy to do that. It's a shame that's not an instant, but I mean, that's what you would want to have two of these guys for, right? You put this guy out, and then you can flash the counters on him and make him big enough to survive some removal. I like this guy quite a lot. I think both halves are pretty good. They're pretty well costed. I think he might be... No, this is a B. And then this guy stays a B minus. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the black one. I gotta speed up a little bit. There's a lot of cards to go still. Blow my nose again. Sorry. Victory is survival, is the tenet that guides us. My love, know that I will always ensure your survival. Duvir, Mardu Warrior, final letter, dark. Great art though, actually. I really like it. So it's a Bone Splinters, but a Bone Splinters that can kill a Planeswalker as well. I wish it was an instant, but I think that would be too good as an instant. So, it is what it is. Two Planeswalkers in the set. I don't know if you're going to run into them that often. Is there two? Might be three. No, just Elspeth and Ugin, right? If there's three, I don't think it's still worth up there, but I'm still going to pretty happily play this often. It's not the best removal, but it is very solid removal. And if you've got tokens, you're going to happily chuck a token onto the bus, like a Mardu token that would normally die at the end of the turn anyways. Well, throw it onto the bus, kill one of their things for 1 mana, you're happy to do it. Actually, that might slide it up to C+ for me. I don't know if it's as good in the Sultai deck, but it's definitely good in the Mardu deck. The 3 colors for black in this one? Mardu. Hi. Abzan, right. Yeah, Abzan and Mardu both like this. Sultai probably still likes it, but I don't think it's as free in that one. Whale of War, 3 mana instant with a pretty funny art. Choose one. Creatures target opponent control get -1/-1 till end of turn. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. I don't like the second effect at sorcery speed for 3, which is normally where they stick that card. The return 2 things from your graveyard to your hand. At instant, I like it a little better because you could trade for stuff in combat and then cast this after and get them back. Same thing on their blocks. So it's like, oh, I'm going to put these 2 big creatures on these guys, and then they throw some Death Touch or something on it, or a combat trick, and you're like, okay, cool. All our stuff dies, and then I get my stuff back. Against the Mardu deck specifically, blanking their whole board state is going to be pretty good with the -1/-1. Both of these being stapled on 1 card definitely moves this out of C to C+ for me. But neither of these cards are like particularly good cards. I think it's just a good value card. I think they've done a pretty good job on these choice, the 2 and 3 choice cards. Venerated Stormsinger, a 4 mana 3/3 Orc Cleric with Mobilize 1. Whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That's a very good key card for the Mardu deck. Very good. It's a shame he costs 4, but he's got a pretty good body on himself, so I think he's more than past the vanilla test for that, because he's always going to have a power when he swings. And he's always going to trigger himself once with that. But I would put that into B-. That's a good one. I don't think it takes too much to get a good couple mobilized creatures and then throw this guy down turn 4. And then swing and put out like 6 1/1s that die, and you're going to drain them, and you're probably going to hit them for like 10 that turn. Like, that's a very solid card for that. Unrooted Ancestor, 3 mana, Spirit Cleric, 3/2 uncommon with Flash. 3 mana, 3/2 Flash. I already like that body a lot. You're either getting another guy ready to swing next turn, or you're getting in and trading for something bigger that they didn't think you could block successfully. This also has sacrifice another creature. This creature gets indestructible to end a turn, and then tap it. So, ideally, if they swung in with some stuff that were like a 5/3 or a 4/3 or something you need to double block, you could flash this guy in, throw him under a bus, sacrifice a token from another block that lets you keep this guy alive, trades with the thing he's got, but he survives anyways, and then you're still open for attacks next turn. I do like the pay one, sack another creature effects. The rare versions of these cards, like there's a white one that has something similar. Normally they just say sack another creature. This creature gets indestructible and tap it. But this is an uncommon, so. Yeah, but the flash kind of like bumps it back up for me again. I think I like that a lot. C+ for me too. Sorry. Blech. I don't know why my nose went crazy. It's been fine all day, and then just the last like hour. Two mana 2/2 human warrior. It's at least a C. Pay 2, sack another creature, put a counter on this creature. If you have a sack strategy that makes sense, or you have a bunch of Mardu tokens, I don't think that's too bad then. Like if you know they're gonna die anyways, and you've got some free mana to go boop 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 boop, and put 6 mana and put some counters on it, I think it's pretty good. I don't know if I could put it any higher than a C though, because it does require other bodies to be available and mana to do that. But I think that's a good C. Like a very good C in the right deck. If you're in the Mardu stuff and you've got the mana to dump on it, I would probably be happy to play 2 or 3 of these with my other mobilized creatures, where there's some 1/1s sitting around at the end of turn that you're willing to sack away. Strategic Betrayal. Pay 2, sorcery, uncommon. Target opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard. That's a big one, especially if you're playing against like a Sultai deck or a Jeskai deck with the retrieval from the graveyard stuff or the renewal cards. Good lord, my nose. I'm like dumping all my daily water out my nose. Jesus. Target opponent exiles the creature they control and their graveyard. So this does not get stopped by hexproof. It's a sack effect. They exile the creature they control. You got to make sure they don't have a token available, otherwise they'll just do that. It's not specified non-token. But wiping their graveyard, I think, is the important part of this. I'd probably play this pretty happily as an edict at C, but if you against the right deck, I think it slides up into a C+. Otherwise, just be careful about when you play this if they don't have tokens and stuff available. Sinkhole Surveyor, a vulture. 2 mana 1/3 bird scout with flying. Whenever this creature attacks, you lose 1 life, and this creature endures 1. That's a pretty strong little bird. It's going to get stronger every single turn, too. Losing a life, not so great. Putting an extra body out, or making this bigger. If you can get this out on turn 2 and get through with 2 or 3 attacks before they can try to remove it, I don't think it's dying anytime soon. It'll compete with the dragons by the time they get on board. Or if you need the sack strategies or token strategies, you make the tokens obviously instead. At that point, it's a Bitter Blossom that can attack on its own. I like this a lot too. I would put this a C+. It's not a B-. It's not like incredibly aggressive, but it helps you fill a couple roles, and if you can get it out without any contested flying, you're gonna have some nice aggression out of it. So oh my god. Why so sneezy all of a sudden? What the hell? Blech. Sorry. Sidisi, Region of the Mire. Zombie Snake Warlock. She got a lot smaller than she used to. I think she was like a 5/5 before. Oh, she lost her Regency as the Sultai person. I guess because she betrayed them to the dragons. Then the dragons got ousted, and then she got kicked out. And now she's weaker. I get it. Okay, makes sense. Sacrifice a creature you control with mana value X other than Sidisi. Return target creature card from your graveyard with mana value X +1 from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So it's Aether Jar, but for your graveyard. That's got a lot of value in Constructed, I think. In Limited, I think that's a little harder to trigger. But it's a good outlet for sacking tokens to get a 1-drop, or a 1-drop to get a 2-drop, and a 2-drop to get a 3-drop. And I think that's kind of ideally where you're going to sit at. There's probably not going to be very many chances to drop a 5-drop and get a 6-drop or something out of your graveyard. But you're going to have a pretty good amount of 2 and 3-drops and maybe some tokens and 1-drops to get back out. So I don't think that's too bad. It's too bad you can't sack herself, though. If you were able to sack her and get a 3-drop back, I think that would be fantastic. God, my nose just does not stop running right now. What the fuck? Blah, 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 blah. And of course, only as a sorcery. A little bit of a shame, but I would have loved to have been able to, like, throw something under the bus, sack it, and get a bigger thing out. But that would be very strong, so none of that today. Oh, sorry, my sinuses just got, like, fucked up for no reason. But yeah, if you've got the right number of 1, 2, and 3-drops in your deck, I think that's pretty viable. Otherwise, I think it's more of a commander or constructed kind of thing where you're just like, okay, tap this, get a thing, untap her, tap this, get a thing, untap her, do thing. So C, because I think she's pretty hard to build around. The Sib-Sig Ceremony. 3 mana, black, legendary enchantment. Creature spells you cast cost 2 less to cast, and whenever a creature you control enters, if you cast it, destroy that creature, and then create a 2/2 black zombie druid token. So this is a really weird one, and a really good one. If you're heavy enough in black to do it, drop your 1-drops and your cheap value creatures and turn them into 2/2 zombies. That being said, I don't think this is good in Limited. There might be a good deck where you can do it with a bunch of creatures that have like ETB and leave the battlefield effects. Like, the ideal thing I'm thinking of is like not this one, but pretty close to this one. This is the kind of card that would be good for this, where it's like, enters the battlefield, it does a thing, and then when it dies, you can exile it or get another thing back. There's a really classic one, and I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's like a 1-drop when it enters, mill 3, and when it dies, mill 3. That kind of thing is kind of ideal for this card. And I don't know if there's enough to really like support it, but I think this card will be really good outside of Limited as well. So I'll put this at C- because it's hard to cast, and I think a lot of times if people do this, they're going to be dropping like a 4-drop, and they're going to get like a 2/2, and maybe not any value out of it. So But if you had an indestructible creature, it wouldn't be too bad either. Or if cards that you were really wanting to drop onto the field for cheap that you could somehow save. Because it does say destroy. Yeah, so you could give it indestructible or something and save it that way. Scavenger Regent. That is a gross looking 6-armed dragon that ugh, with a crocodile face. It's very weird. 4 mana, 4/4 dragon. That's pretty good. Just straight up good. Ward, discard a card. It's not a hard ward cost to work around at turn 4 or 5. It gets harder later in the game when you're maybe running on your top decks and they don't have a card to toss to it, or they draw one card and it's something they actually want to keep, but they also need to like block this guy or target him with removal or something. Exude Toxin. Sorcery, black X. Each non-dragon creature gets -X, -X, and then shuffle it away. That's a very good little pseudo board wipe, especially if you have a couple dragons that can survive, and they don't. It's not as good as the classic card that's kind of imitating, where you would also pay life to cover the X, and that's what people would be like, oh, I'll pay like 4 life and a black. Wipe the board of all your 2/2s. This one, good but not as good. But a 4/4 flying dragon with ward, I'll happily take too. I think both halves of this, I don't know if they go B-, but they're definitely a C+. No, it's B-. The Omen cards are tricky for me to evaluate a little bit. Sand Skidder Outrider, that's a kind of adorable ant spider thing. 4 mana, 2/1 Goblin Soldier, that's bad rate. Menace, a little better. When this creature enters, it endures 2. So you could go wide, or you could go a little bigger, and then you'd be a 4/3. A 4/3 Menace for 4 is kind of like C, barely C+ area. I don't like paying 4 for that. I'd rather pay like 2 for a 2/1 Menace and then like pay 4 extra to get the endurability after. This creature endures 2. So you either get a 2/2 white spirit or 2 canners. I don't like this one that much. Oh, my nose. What the fuck? Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, man. Oh my god. My nose is going crazy right now. Okay. C. I don't think it could be better than a C. I don't like it at C off as it is though either. Salt Road Skirmish, 4 mana sorcery uncommon, destroy target creature, create 2 red warrior creature tokens. They gain haste till end of turn, sacrifice them at the beginning of the next step. So this is like heroic reinforcements, a little worse, but also unconditional destroy target creature is pretty good. Even at 4 mana, you're pretty happy with that. Sorcery, it's a little bit of a downside, but you want this pre-combat anyways, so you get some bodies on the field. And then swing at them, obviously. I think on the just basing it on the removal, if this had instant at 4, I'd still happily call it a C+. It is a sorcery, which would put it back down to C for me, but I think the 2 extra bodies with haste, pre-combat, make that a C+ again for me. It's not quite heroic reinforcements, which is like a game-ending card on its own. This is a good value 3-for-1 kind of thing. Rot Curse Rakshasha. It's just a Kuma. 2 mana, 5/5 demon is fucking great. That's a good value. With trample, that's really good. This creature can't block. When it attacks, sacrifice it at the end of combat. So drop it on turn 2. You're not getting to block with it, but you're definitely getting to swing with it. Then renew. Black X. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put a decay counter on each of X target creatures. Activate only as a sorcery. So you swing with this turn 2 or 3. Sorry, not turn 2. 3 or 4, let's say. They probably don't block it. They probably just take the 5 because it's got trample anyways. And they know it'll die at the end of combat, or they remove it. And when it's in the graveyard, you put a renew counter on a bunch of their creatures for 4, 5, 6 kind of thing. That means when they swing, they will lose those creatures, and if they don't swing, they cannot block. This is a very pushed little card. It's hard to call it like really great in a lot of ways, but I like all of its abilities, and they're all in one card, which makes it quite solid. I'm gonna put that in a B+. I think it's gonna be plus. Recurring it, maybe to get some more attacks out of it would be really nice. Playing it with Taigam would be really funny to me, where it's like, oh, Taigam, and then this guy, and then you get a copy that goes out, and then a couple turns later you get another one. The copy goes to the graveyard. It would not be able to use the renew ability, but you'd still get to swing with 5/5 Trampler. Pretty good. Karsi Revenant. It's a Vampire Nighthawk with a renew ability. Flying Death Touch Lifelink, 3/3 for 3. Fantastic, great card. Normally a common or uncommon now, I think, but the renew ability makes this rare. Exile this card from your graveyard, put a flying counter, a death touch counter, and a lifelink counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. If they kill this, you're going to get to make something else into a better version of this, ideally. Maybe some big 5/5 or 6/6 creature that you have out, like an elephant or a siege rhino card. It's a really good card. That's just a straight up good card. I'm going to call that a B. I really like that. Nightblade Brigade. That's pretty anime looking art. 3 mana, Death Touch 1/3. With Mobilize 1. Whenever this creature attacks, make a 1/1, so you get your little buddy there. They're probably not blocking this one, but they might block your 1/1. And when this creature enters, Surveil 1. I don't like 1/3 Death Touch at 3. The Mobilize makes me like it a little bit more. The Surveil a little bit more. I don't think this is C+, but it's definitely a C. Because there's better white cards that Mobilize for more at cheaper. But I wouldn't be opposed to playing this in a lot of decks. Like a 1/3 for 3, it's fine. The Death Touch makes that a decent enough defender. It'll probably survive a combat or 2. But they're probably just not going to block it most of the time. They'll just eat the token alive every single time. So it's kind of a weird spot. It's a little too expensive to be aggressive with. But it's also like a little too expensive to be super defensive with and happy to throw it under the bus either. So odd choices, but not bad either way. God, my nose just went fucking nuts the last hour. Seriously. All right, Krumar Initiate, 2 mana, 2/2 human cleric. With an activated ability for pay X and a black, tap, pay X life. This creature endures X. Activate only as a sorcery. Put X counters on it or create an X/X white spirit token. I like that you can do that repeatedly. It's not like a one-time use. But surely there's going to be somebody who's like, I pay 15, and then they just get lightning striked or something. But I like that you could do that. that enables some fun, dumb, stupid stuff, I think. Because I would probably happily pay like 9 or 10, especially like turn 3 to make this like a 12/12 that they just can't deal with for most of the game. Like, if you've got a couple lifelink creatures or ways to get around it, I think that's a really spicy play. I'm gonna throw that into B minus because I just really like that dumb ability. Let me look up some things here and send it to the buddy because that's funny. Oh, I searched up Kumar Initiate, lol, because I'm stupid. I really like that card a lot. Actually, that card's sliding up in value in my head. Not like it's actually good, but I really like it. Having a turn 3 20/20 or something would be just really funny. I mean, you don't even have to do it on itself. You could just be like, I'll pay 5, make a 5/5 spirit. But I think that's probably actually the better way to do it because they might kill this, but the spirit would stick around, or they kill the spirit because it's scary, and then you just make another one. Actually, you know what? This card's sliding up to a B in my head. I'm really fond of that ability. You've got a couple instances of lifelink in your deck, and you're able to just pump out 5 life a turn and keep yourself alive. That actually comes really good, I think. Really, really good. And I really like that it's not a one-off thing. Oh wait, never mind, it doesn't work the way I'm thinking it does. You have to pay X in a black, and then you pay X life. That suddenly made me much more sad and more down on that. Back down to C you go. I was really stoked about that. I was like, ooh, that's a really fun one. But it's not that. X in a black, tap, then you pay life, then this. Yeah. Not as good. But it was way better. I wish they just made it the way I was thinking of, like pay X life for the X in the black part, but yeah. I'm sad I made it much better in my head than it actually was. Tree Nurturer, 3 mana, lifelink, human druid, 2/1. When this creature enters, endures 1. A 3/2 lifelink for 3 is pretty solid. A 2/1 lifelinker and a 1/1. It's not bad if you need the creature or the token bodies too. It's a weird fucking face he's making as he's like pouring some goo on it, like making a ooh face. Yeah, it's just like a C. 3 mana 2/1 is not great. A 3 mana 3/2 lifelink is pretty good. And 3 mana, 2/1 lifelink with a 1/1 is better. I don't think either mode of this really pushes it above that or below there, though, so C is a perfect spot for it. Ooh, that's pretty nice art. 4 mana, 4/2 Zombie Warrior. An uncommon. As long as there are 3 or more different kinds of counters among creatures you control, this creature gets +2/+4. What the fuck? Oh, okay, like decay counters, finale counters, and a counter. If you do, it enters with a finale counter on it. So often, I think you're probably not going to have that ability until it comes back. But when you get this from the graveyard again, it becomes a 6/6. It's not bad. I don't dislike that. And if you've got that plus the Karsi Revenant, you got the 3 counters right there. I like it. I like that a lot. Actually, in fact, putting the Karsi Revenant onto 100 Battle Veteran is actually really fucking sick, because that turns into a 6/6 flying lifelink Death Touch. It's like, okay. And you could get it back from the graveyard, but you would lose the counters, but you get the finality counter, and then you probably have some +1/+1 counters. I think that's some good variability for that. I think that's a B-, because I like a 4/2 for 4. And I like getting it back again. And I like a 6/6 for 4. It's not... doesn't have enough other like good abilities stapled onto it. But C+ for sure. Easy stuff there. Okay, Gurmag Rakshasha. 6 mana, 5/5 demon with menace. It's a interesting looking demon. I feel like the Rakshasha were more like cat tiger demons in old Tarkir. These look more like Ashura or like Japanese demons now. But a 6/6 5/5 menace for 6, okay. Or 5/5 menace for 6 is okay, I think. The other ability it has though, when this creature enters, target creature you control, opponent controls gets -2/-2, and target creature you control gets +2/+2. That's pretty good. It'll kill something, or weaken something, or make something vulnerable to trading, or just put some extra damage through on like a trampler. I think this guy costs a little much though, but I'd still happily play him. Like 1 or 2 of these, I'd be pretty happy to throw in as my high end, especially if none of the dragons are like especially above rate for him or anything. This could double as like a removal and a good combat buff, but a 6 mana 5/5 menace on its own, I would call pretty easily into that B- territory. The little + is like icing on the cake for that. Okay, let's go Feral Deathgorger. That's a pretty cool looking dragon. Very Monster Hunter, that dragon that wears its own skin or whatever. Dusksight, the Omen half, because I've so far liked most of the Omen halves. I'm going to read that first. 2 mana, sorcery, put a counter on 1 target creature, draw a card. That's just upside. That's just good. Put a counter on a thing, draw a card, shuffle this away, do it again later. Because 6 mana is big, you're probably not going to cast this for a while. Flying Death Touch, when this creature enters, exile up to 2 cards from a single graveyard. So if you're in the Sultai stuff, you exile some stuff from your own graveyard to trigger some effects, or you get some value cards out of their graveyard before they remove it or renew it or something. But yeah, Flying Death Touch 3/5. It'll eat some dragons alive, it'll eat birds alive, it'll block pretty good. 6 mana is a little expensive though. But this is a quite good. I'm surprised this is a common. I think this is a B- for me. I like the plus counter draw card. I'd be happy to just omen that away over and over and over. Dragon's Prey. 3 mana, instant. This spell costs 2 more if it targets a dragon. So it's a murder, but worse. It's just murder, but costs more if you cast a dragon. It's still a C plus because murder costs 2 black, so this costing 1 black lets you splash it a little easier. I started a little argument in the chat there, but desperate measures. Target creature gets +1/-1 till end of turn. When it dies under your control this turn, draw 2 cards. It's a skull clamp on a instant. I don't know if that's better than skull clamp. I don't think it is because you can't slide this around, draw a bunch of cards, but. It's a decent trade up if you know your creature's gonna die. Or the worst thing, like if you have one of those tokens and you want to just pop it and get 2. It's essentially a village right at that point, but like worse because you can't sacrifice it if you want to. Somebody could like stuff it by like putting a counter on it or something. It's a very odd one, but I think in limited that's good enough that I would consider that a C+. I'd happily trade up on certain things. Delta Bloodflies. 2 mana, flying, 1/2 insect at common. Whenever this creature attacks, if you control a creature with a counter on it, each opponent loses 1 life. C-. 2 mana, 1/2 flyer. It's not aggressive enough for me. But I don't think it's hard to turn it on and lose an extra life, and then it's a little better. But still just like dealing 2 damage. I think it's a little too weak for me to be happy at a C plus or at a C. I need another creature to have the counter. Also, just kind of lowers its thing a little bit. Like you can put a counter on it, and then it's not so bad, and then it's probably hitting for 3 or 4. But it's flying too. It's a stupid. Okay, C. I'll call it C. Cruel Truths. Sidisi looking like she lost even more skin there. That's pretty funny. 4 mana instant. Comment, surveil 2, draw 2, lose 2 life. It's like Blood Ritual, but twice as expensive and an instant. Surveil 2 is nice. It's the kind of thing you will play in limited and be very happy to have it, but I'm not stoked about it. I don't think it's that good. I'm actually gonna put it back and see. Corroding Dragonstorm. 2 mana enchantment with this creature. When this enchantment enters, each opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 life. Surveil 2. I think so far this is the best one. The blue one's like at cost pretty good. Swinging 4 life and surveilling 2 is pretty strong for 2 mana. And then being able to redo this a couple times, I'd be happy to surveil, put some stuff in the graveyard, drain some more. And I know there's like 3 or 4 Siege Rhino type cards out there now. There was 1 in Aether Drift, there's 2 in here, plus OG Siege Rhino, plus a couple effects like this. Siege Rhino .deck might be a thing in Pioneer. That'd be pretty fucking funny. And yeah, I think if you got enough cheaper dragons, but I think there's only a few I've seen that cost 3. I know there's 1 or 2 in the multicolored that cost straight up 3 and 4. So, yeah, it's a hard one to go for, but I like that one as much as I like the blue one, so I'll put it in C+. Caustic Exhale. Black instant additional cost spell. Behold the dragon or pay 1. That's not bad, actually. That's really not bad. That's pretty good. That is also disgusting looking fucking alien art there. Yeah, I'm pretty happy to play that. 1 mana, have a dragon, -3/-3 is pretty solid. I'll put that in C+. Worst, you're paying 2 for this, and I'm happy to pay 2 -3/-3. Like, that's very, very easy to pay that and get a solid removal. -3/-3 I like better than just 3 damage, too, so... Avenger of the Fallen. I don't know what's happening in the art here, but he's like walking up the posts and deflecting lightning or throwing a lightning sword or something up here. 3 mana, 2/4 Death Touch. Mobilize X, which is the X number of cards in your graveyard. Is very good. That is very, very good. That's going to take over the Schism Priest as the new one of those, I think. But he draws you a card sometimes. But this sits in the same spot, the same cost. I think if you're going super aggressive, this is really strong. I really like that one. He's hard to kill. It kills stuff, and it goes wide the longer the game's gone on. I quite like that. Alesha's Legacy. 2 mana instant target creature you control gains that touch an indestructible to end a turn. They do these every single time. If I die today, ensure my death is worthy of a legend. Pretty good. It's just a solid. Yeah, these are just solid. They do them every time. I call this a C-, but I'm happy to play 1 or 2 of these every now and then. My buddy says that looks like a burned turkey. And I don't disagree. Yeah, its horns are like the turkey legs, and then you got the like chubby wings up top there. It's fucking gross mouth. I'm not a big fan of that. Alchemist Assistant. A 2 mana 2/1 lifelink monkey. Like I said, I put that other guy, the 3 mana 2/1 lifelink in there. At C. I think because this costs 1 less, I'd be happy to have this at C+. Especially because the renewability I like better than having a endurability when it comes in. Exile this card from your grave, put a lifelink counter target creature, activate only as a sorcery. Totally fine. I would happily call this a C+. There's enough into the graveyard matters stuff in black and Sultai in general. Yeah, maybe not so much in Mardu, but yeah, you're absolutely going to be happy to trade this into something and then put a lifelink counter on something bigger. I like that they brought those back. It's been a while since they've been putting ability counters right, Korea. I feel like this used to be an old card too. Just the art was very similar. Aggressive Negotiations. 3 mana sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. Oh, that's funny. He here, I'll just show this off. Those are the blackened turkeys he thinks that dragon's head looks like, and it's not wrong. It does look like a blackened turkey. That is very funny to me. Where am I throwing this? Blip, 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 blip. There we go. Target opponent reveals their hand, choose an unlocked card from it, exile the card, put a counter on top up to one target creature you control. Reveal their hand, choose an unlocked card from it for 3 is it's expensive. You probably don't want to do it too much in limited. I think it's fair to have 1 or 2 of these, or if you have a bunch of these, kind of really lean into it. I haven't seen that many discard synergies though, especially from your opponent's hand, so I don't really like this that much. I'm going to put that at C-. Adorned Crocodile. I've seen this guy before. 5 mana, 5/3. Crocodile at common. When this creature dies, make a 2/2 black zombie druid creature token. I'm pretty good with that. I like a 5 mana, 5/3 that trades pretty easy. And then you can exile this from your graveyard and put a counter on something. I think he's too expensive to be particularly useful, but this does mean he'll trade up or straight across pretty easily, and you're still going to get a body, and you still get a counter out of it, so there's a lot of extra values here that I don't think are bad. It's hard to call it a C+ though, because it's still kind of like just at cost in parity with itself, but it replacing itself is nice. Yeah, fuck it, C+. Replacing itself and buffing something is good. Abzan Devotee. I like the art here, actually. Dog Cleric. 2 mana, 2/1 with the mana filtering, only once ability to turn. Return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Reassembling Skeletons, not bad. I think this just sits at C for me. Unlike the Teamer Devotee, which I think is just like fine. This has some recurring ability that's useful. It's kind of similar to the Mardu Devotee that looks a lot more like Liam Neeson now that I look at it. Where this is like cheap enough that I'm happy to throw this out and just like throw it under the bus immediately, because the Scry 2 and the mana filtering are kind of important for it. This one I'm happy to throw it out, be a pretty decent body, trade it, sacrifice it, bring it back, do it again later kind of thing. It's a better Reassembling Skeletons deck. Reassembling Skeletons like a 1/2 as well. Doesn't go back to the battlefield, which is a little unfortunate. So you're paying 3, then 2 to put it back out, but you get it. Okay, Purging Stormblood is a 5 mana 4/4 flying ward 2 or ward pay 2 life dragon. When this creature enters, remove all counters from up to 1 target creature. That's a mixed bag for me because that doesn't always matter. I think there's enough counters that you'll probably find a target happily enough for it. But a 5/5 4/4 flyer on its own is okay. Removing the counters from a target creature I think is a nice little bonus, and the ward 2 is pretty strong on this, so I would happily put this at a B- just on the dragon side alone. But you got the nice instant speed Omen, which I think is the first, maybe the second one of those we get so far. Target creature gets +2/+2, lifelink and hexproof is a pretty good little bump on those. Yeah, I'll give that a B-. I think it's kind of tying me for the Twin Maw is my favorite there. I really like that Charming Bite. 5 mana with target creature without flying is a little annoying that it doesn't hit the dragons, but it'll kill mostly everything on the ground. So this one being a pretty good combat buff, lifelink hexproof +2/+2 is gonna get you through a lot of stuff and get you some life. I think it's pretty good. And then eventually a 5 mana 4/4 is pretty good too, with some protection on it. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed that one doesn't have like ward or vigilance or something like that too, but double strike. Should have had double strike with its big dumb double heads. Yathan Tombguard. That art's pretty fucking cool. 3 mana human warrior, 2/3 and uncommon with menace. 3 mana 2/3 menace. I despise when menace creatures are more defensive, but it does mean they usually have to double block it to kill it. Whenever you creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose life. This could be like really dangerous, but also pretty strong. There's enough cards that put a random counter on things, or put a counter on themselves, that I think this could be quite decent. You'll probably draw a couple cards off this, and this thing will probably survive a combat or two on its own because of the menace. They might let this slide to kill some weaker things or stronger things, or stop something with counters on it. So if you're able to put a counter on it as well, or say the combat trick to keep it alive when they do double block it, you'll be in a pretty good spot. Yeah, let's go C+. The ability doesn't let you draw cards on its own, but I don't think it's very hard to turn that on. I think you'll likely turn that on quite easily, actually, and draw a couple cards off of this. I'm happy to lose a life and draw a card. Okay. Okay, so we're on to the red cards. Probably my favorite outside of... Ooh, that's pretty art too. Outside of the Jeskai cards on their own. Runescale Stormbrood. 4 mana, 2/4 dragon at uncommon. With flying, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, a dragon spell, or a dragon spell, this creature gets +2/+4 until end of turn. I like me some, what are those, Harpy Dragonauts from Ravnica? I can't remember exactly their name now, but, is it Dragonauts, something like that? And then you got a counter spell. Counter target spell with mana 2 value or less. It's not non-creature or anything. That could hit a creature, or sorry, that could hit a creature, that could hit a non-creature, that could hit an artifact, enchantment. That's not bad. And I like the dragon half enough that these are both costed well enough. I'd be happy to throw that in there. It obviously works better in a Spellslinger's deck. That also goes into the B- territory with these other uncommon dragons up here. Yeah, I put most of the uncommon dragons in B-. I think that's where they all kind of sit. Oh, I saw the spider too. Three mana, star 3. It's been a while since we saw a star 3. Usually they have like an asterisk or something, but I kind of like that they're going back to the star. Mobilize 1. Whenever this creature attacks, attacking 1/1 red creature token sacrifice the end of the next step. This creature's power is equal to the number of creatures you control. If this had menace or something, or vigilance because it's a spider, or reach, I would have been like super stoked with this. As it is, it's only ever going to be a 1/3 and a 2/3 when it attacks. Without that evasion or defensiveness, it's not that strong. But in the Mardu deck, if you had the right stuff, this could be swinging in as like a 10/3 or something. But it still doesn't have that evasion or the double strike or the menace, so it's kind of like they could just throw one of these fucking things under it and be like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. You get 3 through for 1 damage. It doesn't matter. I stop your big thing. I don't think there's a Teamer Battle Rage in this set. There might be something similar, but that card is like a fucking all-star staple from many sets. So I don't think they reprinted that, but I would have loved if they did. There's a lot of cards that play really nicely with it so far. But this, to me, is like a C. That does turn into a C+. if you've got the right support for it. There is some good things I would like to play with it, like where is it? This thing. Throw a wingspan stride on that. That thing starts to become a threat, like a real threat. But on its own, C. Slides up more and more depending on how into the Mardu you are. Wild Ride. +3 and gains haste till end of turn for 1. It's not bad. I do like the very clear, like, Ainu styling they've given a lot of the teamer like outfits and stuff. It's cool. I like it. It's very tribal-y. I don't know if tribal-y is the right word for it. Like, indigenous fur and bright colored cloths with like beads and tassels and stuff. I like it a lot. Harmonize on this again. It's like the way the dumb way I can see using this sometimes is like when you put this on a creature and then you like tap that creature to pay for the harmonize. Put it on a different creature, but like +3/+0 sorcery is like it's a C-. Like the haste is nice, so if you save an extra mana you can pump something up and get through with it real good, but it's just not anything I want it to do almost. Like I just wish this was just an instant and the save abilities. I'd be much happier with it. But yeah, I guess +3/+0 at instant speed is probably too much for this right now, but come on, just do it. Just do it. War Effort, 4 mana enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+0. Whenever you attack, create a 1/1 red warrior creature token that's tapped and attacking, sacrifice it at the end step. So this is just an additional 1 creature, but because of this effect, it turns into a 2/1. So very powerful in the Mardu thing. And I don't know if I really like it in red, but it's a pretty good finisher if you've got a lot of mobilized cards. Doubling up the power again, like I talked about with the other card that gives +1/+1 to everything, is quite strong. I don't think I'd put this above C though, because it doesn't make it on its own. You have to attack to get the extra body. If this made a 1/1 every combat step anyways, I'd be happy with it, but yeah. Okay. Unsparing Boltcaster. 3 mana, 3/3. When this creature enters, it deals 5 damage to target creature and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. This goes from being like fucking great to maybe not that great. Ensuring they have a creature that's already taken damage either means you're double spelling or they made blocks that you had to lose a creature into. Which, if it's something you need to deal 5 damage to, and you're swinging in like at best 1 creature with mobilize and they chump the 1/1, that's like your best case scenario. But they could also just like not do that and block the other thing, and maybe they kill your other thing, and like which case you lose 2 creatures and then you kill theirs for this one. Like I don't know if that's good or bad, but like the fact that this has to be to a creature that was dealt damage this turn just makes this like sad for me. But it's also not like expensive enough that you couldn't double spell this on turn 4 or turn 5 with like a lightning strike or some kind of similar ability. It's kind of odd, but it's also it's not that bad. It's a weird one. I'm gonna call it C+. Just be done with it. Because you play smartly with this. You swing in appropriately and kill the thing that you need to kill, but you're also not like super stoked about it. It's really weird. Really weird. Like what, Flame Tongue Cabu I think is the other similar one. I'd happily take 1 damage down to get this, even with like worse stats. Give me 3 mana, 4 damage to anything with like a 2/2, and I'd be like stoked with it. But Flame Tongue Kavu is like fantastic. This is stronger, but limited in ways that I'm not a big fan of. So yeah, I think it's still C plus. Removing something on top of a decent body is okay. Underfoot Underdogs. 3 mana 1/2 that creates a 1/1 red goblin that doesn't go away like the warrior tokens. Is better than a lot of those. Pay 1, tap Tarkir, total power 2 or less can be blocked this turn. How many of your creatures really need to get through at 2 power? If that was pay 1, tap, sacrifice a creature to have any creature can't be blocked, I'd be really okay with it. This is odd because you're paying 3 mana for a 2/3 with a 1 time, or like not 1 time, but a small ability for small creatures. I'd still call it a C because you're spreading the power out and it has an ability that can be useful. But I haven't seen many creatures that I have, or that have been through here, that are like power 2 and it has to hit them to get what I want out of it. I'm trying to think if like this guy maybe, but you need a creature with a counter on it, so it's like it's not my happiest thing. There's a Twin Bolt. That's the card you want to double spell with. So Twin Bolt I think is actually quite good, and it actually works great with this guy. So if this is your 5 mana turn, you kill one thing, damage one thing, then cast this guy, blow up the big dragon. There you go. And you're double spelling if you're in that color that cares about it, which is Jeskai, which is red, but maybe you don't want to be all red. Okay, 3 mana, 3/3 Orc Wizard, haste. Already, I would call that C+. I like 3/3 hastes for 3. And when she enters, discard up to 2 cards and then draw up to 2 cards. When she attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, exile a card at random from your graveyard, and you can play that card this turn. That feels like it was made for Arclight Phoenix, but there's probably a better or worse way to play that. But in limited, this thing's a good little house. Lets you throw away lands, but then you're unfortunately going to be like getting those lands, which I guess you can play. So yeah, it's a weird one. Interesting. C plus, B minus actually. I put B minus. Sunset Strike Master. Okay, this is a weird one too. 2 mana, 3/1. Already a C-ish in my area. Also taps for mana, which is weird, but cool. And then you can pay 3 and sacrifice this to deal 6 damage to target creature with flying. So blow herself up for 3 to kill a dragon, which is pretty good. Like you're happy with that. I think all 3 parts of this are pretty good. I think this is easy C+ for me. An aggressive 2-drop that once it starts to get outclassed, where they got some blockers, you can use to ramp. And then you can also blow up a big fucking dragon with it, and you're pretty happy. But I should say it's specifically only to dragons, because it has to be dealt to a creature with flying. So, or doesn't have to be a dragon, just something with flying. But that's mostly dragons in the set. Maybe a couple birds. Summit Intimidator. 4 mana Yeti, 4/3 with reach. This creature enters, target creature can't block this turn. Yeah, 4 mana, 4/3 with reach. I'm not stoked about that because it's probably gonna die. But I do like can't block this turn effects. I think this sits at a at a C for me. Like, it's aggressive enough. 4 cost is not too high. Reach is pretty good. And at 4, you'll trade up with a bunch of the dragons, but not all of them. Which I think is kind of the problem for that. This needs to be like a spider. Maybe there's a green Death Touch Reach spider in green there. Okay, so the common red dragon. 5 mana, flying haste, 3/3. Not great. Plus, or pay for 1 in a red for fire breathing. Also good. It's not limited to once a turn, which is really good. So if you got the mana to sink into it and they don't have a flyer, you can just beat in. Really good. Flush out 1 in a red. Discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. The reverse looting, or the looting, I can't remember which one is looting and the other one, but discard first, then draw cards. Still good, and especially red, you're happy to do that more often than not, I think, in some of the other colors. Not soul in the dragon half, but I know a good fire-breathing creature is pretty strong. So I would put this in C+, because again, I quite like the Omen and Dragon halves. Storm Scale Scion. This is a Monster Hunter dragon right there. 6 mana, 4/4. Other dragons you control get +1/+1. And Storm. You're probably going to get like 1 copy of this, maybe, if you're lucky. Because that's like 8 mana, 9 mana, 7 mana. Maybe you got a cost reducer. Maybe you got a couple mana rocks, or like 2 of that girl that makes mana here, the Sunset Strike Master. Like, if you got 2 or 3 of these, and then this, maybe you could get a pretty decent little storm count going if you had a couple easy to drop cards, and then you get 3 or 4 dragons out. But this being a 4/4 for 6 with flying on its face is like a B- at best. But other dragons you can still get +1/+1. Depends how many dragons you have. I don't know if there's enough cheap ones to really justify it. I feel like the big dragons are good, but I feel like ones that rely on you having other dragons or other flyers and stuff that really kind of like synergize with it is too slow for limited. I could be wrong. It could be this set slows down real hard because everybody has good removal or something, or really good defensive creatures, but it looks really aggressive to me so far. I don't think that works with it, so it's annoying. Yeah, I always find that there's a red mythic that's just not as good as the other colors, and I think this one is going to be it. It's really funny that they printed Storm on it, though. It's the Storm scale. Ha 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 ha. I think I showed this one off before, but just so you know. There we go. Yeah. I don't think it goes above B-, because it either costs too much mana to get it to be pretty like dangerous, like you want to cast 3 or 4 spells before it, and I don't think there's that many free cost spells. I know there's the Mox Jet, or Mox Jasper, I think, but that's also like maybe not the way you want to go about it. But yeah, maybe you got a couple ramp things, maybe you got a couple mana dorks, and you could drop 2 or 3 spells before this. In which case, this slides up into B+, because those all turn into 6/6s at least. But I would have happily played a 6/6 for 6 flying dragon with no other abilities, and I would have been pretty happy with it as like a B-. This just on its own, without the sword, is like, it's not quite good enough. You really got to make it sing. Stadium Headliner is a good goblin. 1 mana, 1/1 with mobilize 1. Pretty happy to do that. Sacrifice this creature, deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature. With the Mardu, this thing is fucking spicy little removal. Even on its own, swing for 2. Maybe you hit for 2, maybe they don't block it. But then you sack this to deal 2 to something. Or you swing for 2 and they decide to block it, and you sack this and deal 2 to it. It's a good start. And then I think it gets better the more Mardu cards you have to go with it. In which case, I think this becomes like a 3 mana deal 6 to something, even if you didn't get to attack with it yet. So I would put this at like C+. It's a good versatile little dude that I'd be happy to play at 1, and I'd be happy to play later than 1. Hey, look, a pretty good reach creature. 2 mana, 1/3 reach, human archer at uncommon. Whenever the creature you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. That's a good one. That's a very good one. It's impact tremors on a stick in a set that makes like 5 to 10 tokens a turn. Oh god, I think my sinuses are finally starting to let up a little bit. Holy shit. Not being in the Mardu colors, I'd still call this a C+. Like, you're pretty happy to let this sit there and like ping them a couple times a turn. If you're in the Mardu colors, I think this shoots up to B- or even B. If you're able to get like 5 or 6 good mobilize cards that are like cheap and easy to throw out, you're gonna be happy. Shock Brigade, 2 mana, 1/3 menace with mobilize 1. I like this better than that other one, the 4 mana one, because like I said, a 2 mana menace with mobilize 1 is like pretty good. I wish that dog card had it. It's weird. This is like a little overstatted, especially with the body, because it's like a 2/4 menace at common, if you're thinking of the power. But almost like double menace, because you need to block with 3 creatures total to block all the damage going through. Yeah, it's just good. C+. Seize Opportunity, the red 2-color or 2-choice card. 3 mana instant, choose 1. Exile top 2 cards in your library until the next turn you may play those cards. That's a little expensive for 2, but playable. And then up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+1 until end turn. That's also a little expensive for that effect. I think the other colors of this one have been like that effect, but it also just has another effect on it for the same cost that you would normally have either one of those effects. And I think this one's still within that range, because like especially the second ability feels like cheaper than normal. I feel like you'd normally pay 4 for that. But the top one's like a little expensive for what I would normally pay for that. Like I think there's 2 or 3 things that let you do something similar at 2. It's not bad though. It's a decent combat trick, and it's a decent end of turn spell or double spell cast thing to exile some more cards, and you're essentially drawing some cards for an extra turn. I don't know if I'd call it C+, because I kind of wish one was a removal of some kind. But that's okay. It's still pretty good. Sarkhan Dragon Ascendant. 2 mana, legendary human druid, 2/2 at rare. When he enters, you may behold a dragon. If you do, create a treasure token. If you behold a dragon, choose a dragon you control or reveal a dragon card from your hand. So if you have a dragon on the field or in your hand, you get a treasure, which is okay. Helps you ramp a little bit. Whenever dragon you control enters, put a counter on Sarkhan. Until end of turn, Sarkhan becomes a dragon in addition to his other types against flying. So he's really good if you have the dragons to drop 1 or 2 or 3 of them. But that's not that good on its own. It's like... Most of the dragons so far have been 4, 5, 6, 7 power, cost. So you have to have one in hand to get the treasure, which is not too bad. Because enough of the Omen ones that I'd be happy to play as both halves. It would be interesting if it's like whenever a dragon you control enters or is beheld, put a counter on him. Then that would, I think, be really good. But I've seen 2 dragons at 4 and 1 at 3. They both are Jeskai colors or Mardu colors. The black one is an Abzan, but he's not Abzan colors. He's Jeskai Mardu Teamer. There's probably some pretty cheap ones in the Teamer colors for sure. That tends to be the thing, right? Red, blue, green gets 3 drops that are like 6/6s. Is the C plus easy? I don't know if he goes above. It depends on your deck, I think, more there. But if you can start making him into a 3/3 or a 4/4 or a 5/5 and flying and just beating in, you're going to be in a good spot. Alright, reverberating summons. At the beginning of each combat, if you cast 2 or more spells this turn, this enchantment becomes a 3/3 monk with haste in addition to its other types. Not exciting, but it is a small payoff for your double spell. And a 3/3 haste is not terrible. Discard your hand, sacrifice enchantment, draw 2 cards is also not really a big downside. I don't like this as the 2 spell thing, unfortunately. Because normally the 3/3 ones that they do this, it's usually like a spirit that has flying or something. This just having haste is kind of but it's also not that bad. It's weird. I think I'd put it at C- because you do need to be in that deck. But paying it as like a sometimes a 3/3 and then drawing 2 7 turns in or something, like, okay. Rescue Leopard, very cute. 3 mana, 4/2 cat. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. I'm cool with that. I like a 3 mana, 4/2. I like a 2 mana, 3/1 better, but this is still pretty good. I'm happy to throw this under the bus or swing a couple times with it. And a loot on swing is okay. Overwhelming Surge. This is odd art. So like riding the lightning. Got shocked right through the dick. 3 mana, instant. Choose one or both. It's bad braid for more. But you can choose both. That's the nice thing. That's the one advantage it's got over braid, I guess. Can't destroy an artifact creature though, unfortunately, which braid could do. Braid did it for 2. This does it for 3, but you can choose both. So it's a bad lightning strike and a bad braid, but you can do both of them together for 3. I wouldn't like either one of them on their own, but both of them together is good enough that I think it's okay. The thing is, there hasn't been a lot of artifacts so far. I know there's a couple, and I know there's like a totem thing for each of the tribes that people may play. I don't generally think they're great in limited though, but if you really need the fixing, they're usually available. Narset's Rebuke, 5 mana instant. Narset's Rebuke deals 5 damage to target creature, and add Jeskai, red, blue, white. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. A 5 mana instant, 5 damage, remove a thing if it dies. It's pretty good. Interesting that Narset and Sarkhan are fighting right now, but Sarkhan is always being fucking used. Thought he was done with that, but whatever. Adding the 3 to this can allow you to double spell pretty easily, I think, because then this essentially costs 2. Because you pay 5, get 3 back. You've got 3 mana to do something. I like this a lot. It's not going to be your go-to removal spell, but I would probably happily take 2 of these, or maybe even 3 if I was in these colors. Because if you had enough, like, say you had 6 mana, you do this, you get your 3, and your extra, you could do a 4 mana spell or 2 more 2 spells or something. Like, there's a lot of options here to get that double spell and double up your removal in good ways. C+. It can't be higher because it's just damage removal and not like exile a thing permanently or something, but it'd be really funny to me if she just killed Sarkhan there, like boom! Blah! Sarkhan died. Wait, it did say strike down, eh? Struck Sarkhan down. Maybe she did kill him. To Google. Elspeth wanted to fucking kill him? That's pretty funny. And then Narset saved him, and then they beat the shit out of him and told him they were gonna kill him next time if he's still being a bitch. Okay, I got it. Molten Exhale. 2 mana. You may cast this spell as though it had flash. If you behold a dragon, as an additional cost to cast it. 4 damage, target creature or planeswalker. That's the good removal in red right now. 4 damage for 2. Sorcery is fine. 4 damage for 2 instant speed if you got a dragon is pretty good. I will happily call that a B-. Meticulous Artisan. That's a pretty nice looking Djinn. I like the art there. 4 mana, 3/3 Djinn Artificer with Prowess. I like Prowess a lot. This is one of the first cards I've seen in the set with it. This creature enters, create a treasure token. So it's essentially a 3/3 with Prowess, because you're getting a treasure that lets you tap for other things. I like that card a lot. 3/3 with Prowess is pretty spot on for me. But you do have to have 4. It's not a 3/3. It's a 4 mana 3/3 with Prowess that pays itself back a little bit. Yeah, I like that a lot actually. I like Prowess a lot. I probably like Prowess too much because I don't play Spellslinger decks the best, but I am very happy to have a decently beefy little Spellslinger in there, especially if you're playing the double spell deck. Magmatic Hellkite, 4 mana, 4/5 rare dragon with flying. 4 mana, 4/5 with flying is really good already. When this creature enters, destroy target non-land basic an opponent controls. Its controller searches the library for a basic land card, puts it on the battlefield with a stun counter on it. I like this a lot. I really like land destruction things. I don't like mass land destruction, but I like a creature that comes in and blows up a land. And I like them playing, oh, I've got my triple land here because I'm like a teamer deck or whatever, and I go Magmatic Hellkite, blow up your teamer tri-land. You've only got blue lands, so get 1 land of your choice, and then they're like stuck getting a forest or a mountain or something. And you're stunning it as well, so you're also putting them back a land drop, which is nice. Especially if that land was already like a tapped enter land, you can put them back 2 turns. I like that a lot, and 4 mana 4/5 is a sweet spot for that. I think that's actually going to be a B for me. Maybe even a B+, because there's enough non-basic lands to fix in this set that this could be really, dire for somebody if they didn't have a better fixing available at the time. Magic today? Not really. This is the set review I was talking about because there was a pre-release this previous weekend that I didn't get to go to, so I forgot to do the set review because I was like, oh, I can't make it. They're sold out. Okay, I'll just do that later, and then I forgot to do it. But I might play a draft tonight if I get done fast enough, but I don't think I am. I still got 3 colors and land and colorless to go, so might be a draft on the weekend or something then. Jeskai Devotee, 2 mana, 2/2 Orc Monk with Flurry. Whenever you cast second spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end turn. I fucking hate that. That should be prowess, and it would be a good card. But Flurry is like cast 2 spells for half the ability of prowess, and you only get it once because you can only cast 2 spells once. Then everything is your third, your fourth, and whatever. You can only activate that ability to filter. It's really awkward. It's a 2/2 for 2, so it's like a C with slight upside. Sometimes it's going to be a 3/3, but like this is already a 3/3, and where is the other one here? This one comes back. It's just better. This one's like bleh. I can't put it to C- because it's like actively not worse than C, but it's not good. In fact, I'm making me put the Abzan Devotee up to C+. Iridescent Tiger. Pay 5 mana for a 3/4, and if you cast it, it pays for itself with all the colors to cast something else. Fortunately, there's only the 3 tricolor tribes that really want to play a 5-drop red creature. Your Jeskai, your Temur, and your Mardu, which does cover all the collections of colors there, but you're not playing it in Sultai, and you're not playing it in Abzan. But it's not bad. Like, it pays for itself, so it can't be that bad. This will allow you to double spell 100% if you've got the mana to cast this and another spell that would cost the same thing. But it's also like a bad creature. A 5 mana 3/4 is like shit. But if you're getting 2 spells out of it, it's not so bad. It's really odd. I don't like it costing 5. But the fact you get 5 mana back out of it, it's at least a C+. The good body that pays for itself and allows you to cast just about anything after. So, Fleeting Effigy is a 1 mana haste 2/2. I love cards like this. Beginning a step, return this creature to its owner's hand, and then pay 3. This gets +2/+0 till end of turn. So this is a creature that dodges removal, ETBs over and over. You do have to pay for it every turn, but 1 mana is not much, and I'm happy to pay 1 mana for a 2/2 haste. I'm pretty happy with that, like easily happy with that. And if you got the mana, it's a 4/2 haste. You'd be paying 4 mana for a 4/2 every turn, basically. I like aggressive stuff, so it's a C+ for me at the very least. I really like 1 mana 2/2 hastes. They're very solid cards that do fall off eventually, but 2 mana enchantment in red. Flash, enchant creature. When this aura enters, enchanted creature gets first strike till end of turn, and enchanted creature +2/+0. So pay 2 mana, creature gets first strike and +2/+0. There's always the chance you get 2 for 1 when you cast an enchantment like this, but I like Flash and I like first strike. Those are both good enough that I would be happy to chance this on like a combat trick. I would easily put this in a C+. Equilibrium Adept. That's a cute fox dog. That looks like a fox, but it says it's a dog, so. 4 mana Dog Monk at uncommon with 2/4. When this creature enters, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You would play that card. Whenever you cast a second spell, you turn this creature gains double strike. Yeah. I'd rather it be a 4/4 and not just have flurry at all. And like I'd be happy for that. Um, double strike is good, but it being tied to flurry makes this like substandard, just kind of by default, which is a shame. When this creature enters, exile top creature or card of your library till the end of your next turn. You may play that card. That's the better version of this exile, but I also don't. I just don't like the double strike being attached to flurry. I think this is just a C for me. It's effectively like draw a card, and then sometimes it's also just a 4/4 is like bad. Dracogenesis is not a card to play in limited. It costs 8 mana. You will almost never cast this, and I don't think you're gonna have enough dragons to really make this shit go off. Yeah, 8 mana enchantment that just lets you play dragons for free is like a commander card. Or like a weird, particular standard build card. This is like a D+. It's too expensive. Another bad red mythic. I don't know why they make so many mythics in red that are just not good. Like, this one is fine because it's a beefy creature that flies. But it's just worse than like a 5/5 dragon for 6 with flying and haste. Like, this would be less good than that. It's hard to describe my annoyance with how they build red in limited. Devoted Duelist. 2 mana haste goblin monk with 2/1 at common. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's pretty good. A 2/1 haste for 2 is pretty solid on its own. And then sometimes getting to deal an extra damage, like this goes really well with the Jeskai stuff. And it goes averagely well with the Mardu stuff. Ori Steelcutter. Okay, it's a 2 mana rare artifact equipment, and equipped creature gets +1/+1, and it has trample and haste. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 white monk creature token with prowess. You may attach this equipment to it. So you don't have to equip this to anything. As long as you cast the second spell, it'll auto-equip to the monk. But it's also one of the only things I've seen that gives trample so far. Trample and haste is interesting. But 2 mana, +1/+1, trample haste. Equip is 2. It's not bad. It does require one to equip 2. It's oddly narrow. I think it's a C+ because it can generate you some token bodies fairly easily and equip to them. And I'm rating it a little higher than normal because it has the trample and haste, which is rare so far. Channeled Dragonfire. 1 mana, deals 2 damage to any target. Shock with a Convoke on it is not bad. A Convoke flashback. It's sorcery though, which, you know, shock is just an instant, so yeah. But 2 damage to any target, I think it's valid. It hits a good chunk of stuff here. There's enough things you might want to just pop a little bit of extra damage to post-combat. And then harmonizing it later is probably not that valuable, getting an extra 2 damage, but the fact that you have that option is nice. So I'm going to stick this in a solid C. If it was an instant, it'd be a C+. But they don't like putting instant on Harmonize. I think they're just scared of it being too powerful. Breaching Dragonstorm. There's the red version of this. When this enchantment enters, exile cards to the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast it without paying its mana cost if that spell's mana value is 8 or less. And if you don't, put that card in your hand. So it's a Cascade for 8 or less for 5. Why is the red one just bad? This could have been Lightning Strike and it would have been fine. Like, pay 2, deal 3 damage to a thing. If you cast a dragon, bounce back. It's a good effect. that you're gonna play like once, maybe. But that being said, this could hit a dragon if you've got a couple dragons in there. It's also hitting high enough with that 8 or less that you'll probably hit something pretty decent. Or you could just hit a 1-drop and be a little annoyed about it. But free stuff's not bad. Paying 5 mana to get free stuff is less good. And that's a C for me. I may have rated some of these too high, but I think a lot of the white effects are just honestly that good compared to a lot of the other effects, which is kind of annoying because my favorite colors so far are not really hopping it up there very much. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break because I've been doing this for like 2 hours and I need to blink my eyes a little bit, so I'll be back. Smoke the break. I'll be back in like 3, 4, or 5 minutes. I got water, but I don't. Do I grab a snack? Maybe. Bagel. Okay. Let's continue. Let's get through these before my eyes dry out. Okay. So we're on to the green. Destructive Storm Brood. This is the uncommon one here. 5 mana, 3/3. When this creature enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. It's a little expensive for that. For a 3/3 that does that. But it's got Petty Revenge as a sorcery. Sword target creature with power 3 or less. That's good. As with a lot of these, I like the Omen half more than I like the Dragon half. The Dragon half is okay. It's not fantastic. You may not need it all the time. But I'll be pretty happy to play that Petty Revenge half more often than not. I think both of them together, again, it's just, they all sit up right here. All of these dragons. Put them all up there. Yeah. Whoop. I think all of these Storm Broods are solid B minuses for me. Warden of the Grove. This thing's a house. 3 mana Hydra at rare, 2/2. Beginning of your end step, put a counter on this creature. So you get 3/3 at the end of your first turn. Whenever a non-token creature you control enters, it endures X, which is the number of counters on this creature. If you're in the Abzan colors and you're putting some counters out, or sorry, tokens, they will not be affected by these. But your non-token creatures getting an extra counter or 2, or making another dude, like doubling up the amount of bodies on the field really fast, is quite strong. Especially if you're able to do this and then drop like 1 or 2 1-drops or 2-drops. Like, you're like, oh, okay, cool, let's get bigger, bigger, bigger. This being a 3/3 by the turn it attacks at least makes it on rate, and the counter synergies and the token synergies. There's a lot there. This is a very good card that I think will draw their removal kind of immediately when they see it. And if they don't, they screwed up. But if it gets 2 or 3 counters on it, it's probably out of the range of most of the regular removal. Without the unconditional removal that can like just destroy it straight out. 2 mana Vigilance 2/2 cat. Sacrifice this creature to destroy target artifact or enchantment. That's pretty good. I like having a Vigilance creature that can still be used later. I don't know how valuable that is, because there's only been like maybe 1 enchantment or 2 enchantments per color, and maybe 2 artifacts out of the first 4 colors. So the first 3 cards I look at, 2 of them are destroy enchantment artifacts. Maybe not that much valuable, but I know there's some in the multicolor stuff as well too. That's a green dog. Traveling Botanist. 2 mana, 2/3 uncommon Dog Scout. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, reveal it, put it in your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, you may put it in your graveyard. Okay, so if it's a land, you draw it. If it's not a land, you can chuck it in the graveyard if you want. This is quite good. It's overrate for 2 mana, and it helps you filter. Also helps fill your graveyard if you're in Sultai. I would call that a solid C+. Trade Route Envoy, another dog soldier. 4 mana, 4/3, already a C. When this creature enters, draw a card. If you control a creature with a counter on it. If you don't draw a card this way, put a counter on this creature. So it's a 5/4 if you don't draw a card. If you do have a creature with a counter on it, you draw a card. It's worded kind of weird. I wish it said, if you control a creature with a counter on it, draw a card. Not draw a card if you control a creature with a counter. It's just awkward wording. And then if you don't draw a card this way, put a counter on this creature. I think this is a C+ too. This is the kind of 4-drop I'd probably play in the green colors pretty easily. Better in Abzan, maybe okay in Sultai. But yeah, a 5/4 for 4 is pretty good. That sometimes draws you a card. Synchronized Charge. Sorcery, 2 mana at uncommon. Distribute two 1/1 counters among one or two target creatures you control. Creatures you control with counters on them gain vigilance and trample till end of turn, and harmonize. This does a good job of paying for itself because it has that little power bump to a couple of your creatures. So hopefully you get a creature naturally with power 4 or greater, and you can cast this for 1 from your graveyard, and then buff some more creatures, and they all get vigilance and trample. This will set up some really painful turns for people where they're going to get creatures that get buffed, and then they're also going to get fucking domed by the creatures that come in after 2 turns in a row. So, I don't think this is that good on its own because it doesn't give you any removal or evasion particularly, but this will help you set up some really good turns, and it might get you some good damage through from the first one, and then really good damage through from the second one. But yeah, counter synergies, go wide synergies, yeah, it's good stuff. Not great, but good. Surak, he's back again. I thought he was dead, actually. 3 mana, 4/3. There you go, green. This spell can't be countered. It also has trample. That's already like a C+ for me. I love can't be countered because it's Brandon's most hated words on a card. Whenever a creature you control or a creature spell you control becomes a target of a spell or ability from one controls, draw a card. So it doesn't make your other spells get countered, but it does give you value when they do get targeted. When it's creature you control or creature spell you control becomes target of a spell or ability from one controls, draw a card. Yeah. So just draw stuff whenever they try to ping you. He also looks fucking great here. This is, I think, probably my favorite look for him. He just looks like a badass. Yeah, he looks great. 3 mana, can't be countered, trample, and gives you some value on your other creatures, or him. It's good. B-, easy. Sultide Devotee. 2 mana, Death Touch with the filtering. 2 mana, 2/1 Death Touch I like. It's aggressive. It's probably not going to get blocked too easy, and if they do, they're absolutely throwing the thing under the bus. And being able to fix the lands otherwise is the, just icing on the cake. But I think compared to the other ones here, where did I put these fucking maids? OTs, like, I hate Flurry. I hate Flurry that just gives +1/+1. It's just shitty prowess. Sultide of OT goes to C+ for me because it's better than the other ones. It's about as good as the Abzan one. Snakeskin Veil is valid, good card stuff that's been around for a while. Counter on target creature you control gains hexproof down the turn, so the counter can help you combat trick, can feed your counter synergies, and stuff a removal for 1 green is valuable. That's a B- in this set with a lot of high damage removals. Sarkhan's Resolve. He's very green here. 2 mana instant. Target creature gets +3/+3, or destroy target creature with flying. This, I think, is the best of these on its face. 2 mana for +3/+3 is not great rate. Like, Jagrowth is just better, obviously. But the destroy target creature with flying is also cheaper than the normal ones that I think are about 3. But usually they also have destroy enchantment or artifact on them as well, when you like naturalize and those kind of things. But both of these at instant speed, I'm happy with this at 2. I give that a C+. There's enough flyers that you're going to be easily popping the best one every now and then. And +3/+3 is enough to trade up with just about everything and maybe keep your stuff alive. So, good. Sagu Wildling. Big fucking plant dragon. But no matter how big it looks there, it's just a 3/3. Why are the green dragons the small ones? Roost Seek, pay a green, search a library, basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle. Yeah, it's okay. I'd be happy to do that turn 1 and get another land, especially if you're needing to fix for your other colors. 5 mana, 3/3 flyer. When this creature enters the game through your life, nah, it's not great, but both of those together is C+ for me. Sagu Pummeler, 4 mana, 4/4 with reach. That's a good reach body. And then if it's in the graveyard, exile this card from graveyard, put 2 counters on a creature, and a reach counter on target creature. That's a good renew ability. That's a really fun, good renew ability. That's a B- for me, because there aren't a lot of great reach creatures that can actually like kill the things that they're blocking. And this has some good value in the graveyard as well. So I think it suits the Sultai. Sage of the Fang. 3 mana uncommon human druid is a 2/2. When this creature enters, put a counter on target creature. Okay, so you could make himself a 3/3 for 3, which is like, exile this card from graveyard, put a counter on target creature, then double the number of counters on that creature. Activate as a sorcery. So he's a better card in the graveyard than he is on the field. But putting a counter on something else, and then if he dies or you throw him under the bus, and then doubling it, or putting 2 and then doubling, it means it at least goes up for 4 counters total if there was no other counters being put on it. But if you had this guy with the fucking Hydra, baby, that could be good. So yeah, Sage of the Fang, not great on his face, but once he's in the graveyard, he's actually much more helpful. And it kind of makes sense too, because he's got the Hydra headband on, so it makes sense that he's there to help out Warden of the Grove. Okay. Roamer's Routine. So nice art. 3 mana sorcery, search the library for basic land card, put on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Harmonize could be down to 1 green. That's pretty good. 3 mana, search a card out from your library, put it on the battlefield. It's not great for basic land specifically. It's like Kodama's Reach is better because you get 2, 1 to the battlefield, 1 to your hand. Harmonize that down to 1. That's pretty good, but it is only basic lands, so you're a little narrow there. But I'd put that at a C+ purely because of the Harmonize cost being able to be pretty low. I like double spelling for cheap. Rite of Renewal. Return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into their library. Exile Rite of Renewal. So this is good for you if you want to re-get some stuff from your graveyard, like a lot of stuff from your graveyard, like 6 total cards. Or if you wanted to stuff something that other players had, like I guess the player chooses though, which is a little yeah, it's better for you. It's a little harder to really ensure that your opponent is going to pick the cards you want unless they only have 4 cards. But I guess they could choose not to do it either, so it's better for a team game or helping a buddy out, but decent for yourself, but the cost is not big. It's a hard one to say. Like, if you're in the Sultai one, I think you want the cards in the graveyard. But there could be a time when you're like, you know what? I need to put 6 cards back into rotation here. So 2 to my hand, 4 to the library. Keep a bunch of garbage in the graveyard to exile for later. Rainveil Rejuvenator. 4 mana, 2/4 Elephant Druid. When this creature enters, you may mill 3 cards. And then add an amount of mana equal to this creature's power. I don't like it because it doesn't have a way to increase its own power, so at best it's tapping for 2. And I would prefer 2 mana dorks. The mill cards are obviously going to be valuable for the Sultai stuff. And the Abzan stuff might allow you to pump it up. Same thing with the Teamer stuff. So there's some value there. Especially if, like, you're looking to do Renew or the Convoke or, what's the other one? Renew, and I forgot the other fucking spell. Harmonize, yeah, that's the other one. get some harmonized stuff in the graveyard, pay for it easier, maybe pump this guy up, and then tap him for harmonized costs or tap him to ramp for a big dragon. It's got a good spot in this set, but I wish he was cheaper. I'd be happier with like a 1-2 or like a 2-1 or something. Piercing Exhale. 2 mana instant addition to this card. You may behold a dragon. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or dragon. If a dragon was beheld, surveil 2. So this one doesn't cost you anything extra. You just shoot a thing and kill it for whatever damage you have. But if you beheld the dragon, you get to filter some cards out of your deck too. That's actually a really good one. I will call that a B-. That's some funky art. It's like a wolf dragon mixy thing. Green X sorcery. Search a library for a creature card with mana value X or less. Put it on the battlefield and then shuffle. Harmonize is X green, which is kind of a shame. But you could pull a big thing out if you had the mana and then tap it plus 4 green to get something else out of your library. It's interesting. I think in limited, that's a little narrow, so I put it at C. Because like maybe your best thing is paying 2 and then 4 to get like this motherfucker out. Oh, thank you, Last Escape. Hello, how's it going? I will add that to my exercise goal there. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing? Hope it's going well. Also, I like Last Escape. Good song from Persona. Laced Prowler. 4 mana, 5/5 Snake Ranger. I like the cost. I like the power. When this creature enters, you may mill cards equal to the number of lands you control. May mill. That could be dangerous in limited, but I assume you play it that way if you want to. for Sultai. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put X 1/1 counters on target creature where X is the number of land cards in your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. That's interesting. That could be a lot. It could also be like 2, which is still decent for paying 2. But I like this as a 4 mana 5/5. Like, that's pretty good. I think that's good enough on its own to just be straight up a B- again. Good beefy green creature. Cool snake art. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to rhythm there 1 second. I can't fucking spell. Oops. God. My brain too tired. I keep fucking it up. RHYTM. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see here. Protic Nest Guard. 3 mana, 4/4 defender. It's an insect, not a spider? I guess it's like a crab or something. Oh, it's a caterpillar looking thing. This creature can attack this turn as though it didn't have defender. That's not good. Yeah. 3 mana, 4/4 defender is okay. Paying 3 to get 4 attack. I don't know if I really like that. I think I'd still put this at like a C. I'd probably just leave this as a 4/4 defender in most cases, and then like have it to attack, but I feel like it's a little too expensive on both halves of the animate part and the body for that value. Knockout Maneuver. I like this fucking choke slamming this guy. Put a 1/1 counter target creature you control, then deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. For 3 mana out of sorcery, that's just good. It's just straight removal again. Like the... where is it? Piercing Exile is an instant. This is a sorcery, so I'm going to keep this in C+. But Piercing Exile doesn't give you the counter, but it's an instant speed and it's cheaper, so I like that more. It's funny because this is the uncommon one. I guess the counter synergies could be better, but I don't think there are that many that I'd prefer that over the other one. Spirited Vanguard. 5 mana, 3/2, human soldier with uncommon. The stat line and the cost I don't like, but when this creature enters or attacks, it endures too. That is spicy good. That is very good. Having it enter and making a body, and then the first time it gets to swing makes another body, and then they probably kill it, but you get 2/2/2s out of it. Or you make it a 5/4, and then when it swings, you make it a 7/6. It's like, okay, yeah, that thing overdoes its power pretty goddamn good. So they really have to kill it before the first Endure resolves, or that thing is gonna get out of hand real goddamn fast. I like that one a lot. But yeah, just on its face, 5 mana for a 3/2 is not worth it. But enters or attacks is... Ooh, that's spicy good. I like it. Heritage Reclamation. So a 2 mana instant. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, exile up to 1 target card from graveyard, and draw a card. This is Nature's Reclamation, but better? Let me quickly Google Nature's Reclamation. Nature's Reclamation. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. What the fuck am I thinking of? Apparently I can't remember the goddamn name of it. Oop. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target enchantment. Exile card grave. Ah, there we go. Return to nature. So it's a slightly improved return to nature. So you get the exile target card from a card, but you also draw a card. Otherwise, the exact same. Pretty good. Slightly improved. I like these cards. They're the kind of ones that you'd have like a one of in your main deck, and then you might side in a second one if you need it. There's a lot of destroy target enchantment or artifact in this set so far, and I don't think they need that much. Because there really hasn't been a lot in all the other colors. But the couple that have been there have been pretty strong. So I would keep... Yeah, I'd keep one of these in your deck. The second one becomes less good. And they're like sideboard cards. Third Heirloom. So this is what I looked at and I was like, ooh. But I also think it's kind of narrow. So you play it in your main green decks. Add 1 mana of any color. 2 mana rock that comes in untapped that allows you to tap for any color is pretty good. But it's only for creature spells, which is not generally a problem for the green decks. And then until end of turn, target creature you control power 4 or greater gains trample, and whenever this player deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's the part I think that makes this really nice, because it's one of the only ways I've seen to reliably, consistently give trample to people. Let me throw that into C+, because ramp is always a little iffy and limited, but 2 mana and in green, I think that's a pretty good one. There should be an heirloom in each color, right? Oh, big spoiler. Cycles. There should be like an heirloom cycle, right? like a rare artifact in each color. Does not seem like it. I know there's at least one in red, white, and green. I think there's one in blue too. This. So there's the Herd Heirloom. Corey Steel Cutter in red. The blue one was the mill thingy, right? I've already forgotten. Oh yeah, Storm Beacon Blade was not rare for white, but pretty good. And yeah, Essence Anchor was not rare in blue either. I think those could have been comparable. Okay, Formation Breaker. 2 mana, 2/1 uncommon beast. Creatures with power less than this creature's power can't block it. As long as you control a creature with a counter on it, this becomes a 3/3. As a 2/1 with that power less than this can't block it is like not that good. But it's pretty easy to get a counter on the creatures with all of the enters stuff, and in Abzan especially, that seems like the easy to get that color, or to get that effect. I don't think that would be too bad. And then it's just a 3/3 that can't be blocked by 3 or less, which is okay. That's pretty good. But as a 2/1, it's gonna get chumped more often than not. With like a 2/2 or something. Yeah, I kind of wish it was a little bigger. I would have happily paid 3 mana if it turned into like a 4/5 or something. And it was like a 3/2 maybe, but yeah, it's a little small for what I want out of that kind of thing. It's not bad though, and I think it'll probably be pretty good because I think people will underestimate how many things can't actually block it easily. The Encroaching Dragonstorm for green. So this is the recursion one for green. 4 mana enchantment at uncommon. When this enchantment enters, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards. Put them on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Basic again is a little hurting in this set that has a fuck ton of non-basic lands for you to get. When Dragon Control enters, return this to its owner's hand. But 4 mana, get 2 lands is usually about the cost for those things. But in the sets that have had that, they're usually like, you can get 2 basic lands or 2 gates or something like that, which is way better. But this is recurable, so you could cast this, get 2 basic lands, and then cast a dragon next turn, and do it again, and then you're filtering your deck out at actually quite a rapid pace, which is not bad. I think it's better than some of the other ones. Like, what did I have this year? I liked this one, but I also don't think there's enough easy to cast dragons that really hit the sweet spot to do this more than once or twice. This one actually helps you cast the dragons a little easier because you can get fixed lands, you can just ramp straight up. Yeah, I think this one goes up higher. Did I put the Dragonstorm? Yeah, for these ones I put them up higher. Draw 2, discard a card is just straight up a red card, turn blue, and then recasting it a couple times is like, okay, cool. Extra bonus. Correcting Dragonstorm. I just like that effect and the surveil on it, and then like if you get to trigger this 2 or 3 times, you're swinging a lot of life each time. So the red one, I don't think I put very high. I think I put it, yeah, put it down in C, because pay 5 to Cascade for 8 is like, okay, good but expensive, and maybe a little too expensive to recur it too often. But there's also the chance of this failing straight out and just getting like a 1-drop instead, which is sad. Okay. Just yet Earth Carver. 6 mana, 4/4 Elephant Druid with Reach, and when it enters, endures 3. So this becomes a 7/7 for 6 with Reach, or you get a 3/3 and a 4/4 with Reach. That's a C+. It's a big green body for 6, which is okay. The Reach is nice. It can eat those dragons alive pretty easily at 7. Or if you need to go a little wider, or you want the token strategies, you get a 3/3 instead. I'm good with that. Dragon Brood's Relic. 2 mana artifact. Tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Okay. And then you could pay 8, sacrifice this artifact, create a 4/4 dragon token named Reliquary Dragon, and it's all colors. It has flying, lifelink, and when this token enters, deals 3 damage to any target. Activate only as a sorcery. This is like an odd one. Not a bad token that it makes. Interesting. Yeah, I think this is too hard to do in limited, but you'd probably still be pretty happy to use it as the tap creature you control to make a mana. It's not as good as the other one, so I'm gonna put it at C-. And if you're really fucking stupid, you could play this with the where is it? I put it somewhere in here. Not Rescue Leopard, it was higher than that. It's the dumb cat that comes in with 5. There you go. Iridescent Tiger. Iridescent Tiger and Dragon Brood Relic is the way to make that go off if you really want to do it. But I don't think you should. So you need to have either at least 4 mana, 7 mana on board, or 4 mana this, and the guy taps for 2. So you could cast the cat by tapping this for red, put it out, get through your 5 colors, tap the other 2, get there, and then sacrifice this, get a 4/4. It's a lot of work, and I'm sure it happens sometimes in limited. This is a beastie little 1-drop. This is a really good ass 1-drop. Vigilance Reach, Death Touch, 1-drop, 1/1. This guy will fuck some dragons up. It's very good. That's a very good 1-drop, and that's a solid B for me. That is, I think, probably the best 1-drop that isn't like spitting out tokens or turns all your elves into 6/6 dinosaurs or can't be countered or anything like that. For just like regular Death Touch 1-drops, this is the best one. Straight up the best one. It gets to swing. They're going to be an unhappy trade down if they want to use it. It can still block afterwards and kill dragons. It's very good. Crater Behemoth, an 8-drop. 5/5 beast, mythic rare with haste. When this creature enters, creatures you control gain trample and +X till end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control. Everybody knows this card. It's a big fucking super monster. Some days you wish you were fighting a dragon. That's a good quote. Yeah, it's good in the go wide decks. If you're playing like Mardu Abzan and you can somehow splash this or put this out on the battlefield, and you're like, oh, I've got like 12 creatures, eat like 150 damage. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's good. It's probable that you'll get to cast it, but it is good. I'm gonna stick it into B. For like the time you get to cast it, you should probably end the game unless they really outplayed you in a really bad way. But green could be the one that casts it because there's a lot of ramp and there's a lot of land fetching. There's a decent amount of go wide tokens as well. So I don't think it would be improbable that it gets there. I don't like paying 8 mana in limited though. Kind of like the Dragonstorm thing. It's like you paid it and then you cast like a dragon card and then you drew like 3 lands and you died. But this is more of a, if you played this and they survived, you probably fucked up instead. So okay. Champion of Desane. Look at it. That gives me like Power Ranger vibes for some reason. 3 mana human warrior, 4/2 trample at common. I like that. That's good stats for me already. It's aggressive, 4 power, triggers a lot of stuff that you need for renew and things like that. You can swing. They'll probably chump block it and trade with it, but you'll still deal some damage. And then when this is in the graveyard, put +1/+1 counter and a trample counter on target creature. I think green's the only color I've seen that puts the counters on things that are like non keyword abilities, which is nice. So that's I don't know if I'd call that a B-, but it's pretty close. Bloomvine Regent, the rare green Omen Dragon. 5 mana, 4/5 flyer at rare. Whenever this creature or another dragon you control enters, gain 3 life. I don't like that there's like 4 dragons that just gain you 3 life when they enter. But 5 mana for a 4/5 flyer is actually really good rate compared to 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer that gives you 3 life. It's like, okay, whatever. That rate is good. And then claim territory, search your basic for up to 2 basic forest cards, reveal and put one in the battlefield, and then your hand, and the other tap. So it's Kodama's Reach only for forests for 3, and then this shuffles into your library. So you're filtering out 2 lands, and you're putting this back in, and you're making it easier for you to cast this for yourself when you draw it later. This is a really good one of these. I'm not too particularly worried about the life, but the cost and power toughness of this dragon is quite good, and I like that its claim territory ability kind of synergizes with it, so you're making it easier to do what you need to later. I would throw this in B as well. It's solid. Toon Hunter, 3 mana, 3/3 trample hunter at uncommon. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard during your turn, put a counter on this creature. That's a pretty good engine for the Sultai removal stuff too. Well, these team are colored here, which I guess kind of works with the renewal stuff too. So, kind of works with the harmonized stuff too. So it kind of fits in all 3 of the green ones pretty well. And this could get pretty big pretty quick if you've already filled the graveyard with some good renew or harmonized cards. So I think I would put that at B-, because that's pretty rapidly going to turn into a 4/4 and a 5/5 and a 6/6, especially if you've drafted well or pulled some good cards. Enoch Wayfire, it's not a straight reprint. 2/2 or 2 mana, 1/1. Whenever this creature enters, mill 3 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. If you don't, put a counter on this creature. I don't think it is. I know Enoch something, but maybe not Wayfarer. So 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters, mill 3 cards. Put a land card from them in your hand. If you don't, put a counter on this. So if you need counter strategies, this helps. It also helps filter your lands a little bit and fills the graveyard, so it's doing double duty in both Sultai and in the Abzan stuff. I don't know if it's too good in the teamer, but maybe a little bit. They seem to be pretty heavy in the harmonized, so I don't know if this is better than a C. I don't think it is because it's not really giving you that much advantage. If it was like return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand, I think it would be a C+. But just a land, you could just miss the land, and then it just becomes a 2/2, which is like, okay. It's fine. Nothing special. Let's slide over a little bit. So we're onto the gold cards finally, where all of the big clan leaders and the dragons are. And the first up is Zurgo Thunder's Decree. So I'm gonna. Sorry, I switched off my thing here. Zurgo Thunder's Decree is the Mardu clan leader. He is red, white, black for 2/4 at rare. He's a legendary creature orc warrior with mobilized 2. So whenever he attacks, create 2 tapped and attacking 1/1 red warrior creature tokens and sacrifice them beginning your end step. Although during your end step, warrior tokens you control have this token can't be sacrificed. Really good. It's really good. He's hard to kill. He does not have haste, unfortunately. If he had haste, he'd be real good. Although it is kind of funny that he was a little weak bell ringer back in the Dragons of Tarkir phase, and then I guess he broke free and became back to being like the king of the Mardu or whatever. But if you could throw him down turn 3, and you've got a couple mobilized dudes out already, he is going to make that field flood, and you're going to drown your opponent in tokens really fast. He's pretty hard to kill because damage is being at like 2, 3, and then there's a couple at 4 and a couple at 5, but they're starting to get into like the uncommons and rares, and then there are very few unconditional removals I've seen so far. But there is a number of ways you can deal with him for pretty cheap. So I don't think he's not impervious, but I would be very happy to first pick him and then just slam every mobilized creature I get. I'm gonna throw him up into A minus. I think is good. Yathan Roadwatcher. 1 and then white, black, green, rare, 3/3 human scout. When this creature enters, if you cast it, mill 4 cards. When you do, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's pretty good. That's like 2 cards for 1. It's like the better version of that the Jeskai white mono guy here. Where is it? Sage of the Skies. Like, Yathan Roadwatcher is easier to do, but this is like a better creature than Yathan Roadwatcher. So getting 2 of this is a little harder, but you get better bodies out of it. But it's a care if you cast him. Yeah, if you cast him. So it's like if you did him and then got this guy back, it doesn't work, unfortunately, because you need to have this guy be cast. But I would love to use Yathan Roadwatcher and get Sage of the Skies and get 2 more dudes out of it. They'd be like, that's max value there. But if you've got a creature in the graveyard already, that's probably going to be the best case scenario that you want to get back, rather than gambling on maybe getting a 3 value creature or less from the graveyard. But still quite solid value, and I don't like paying 3 colors for that, but this is the set you can do it in fairly easy. Alright, so I got these sieges in here too. So this is the Windcrag Siege. 1 red, white. Time and enters, choose Mardu or Jeskai. If you choose Mardu, attack a creature that causes a triggered ability or permanent you control triggered. Triggers additional time. There are several, and mobilize, obviously. Then you've got Jeskai. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a red goblin token till end of turn, or gains haste and lifelink till end of turn. So Jeskai just makes bodies every turn. The Mardu one doubles certain triggers, which makes a lot of sense for the mobilize stuff. It's funny to me that this is just that Samurai Ishin 2 Strikes or whatever his name was from Kamigawa, but on a stick. So throw this into his deck, and you're pretty happy with that. I actually have one of those decks. I should do that. But yeah, Windcrag Siege, I like it a lot, especially if you're in Mardu, and kind of conditionally if you're in Jeskai, because just getting a goblin's kind of meh. But if you're in Mardu, this is very good for making a lot of mobilized triggers go fucking nuts. I'm gonna just extend this so it doesn't keep sliding all over the place here. Even if you can't see it properly, because it's off the corner there. But I will make sure to preview the cards in a way you can see them. So the first Spirit Dragon, the Teamer one, the 8 mana, 5 green, blue, red, 10/10 Spirit Dragon, Mythic. Flying, protection from white and black, which I guess probably has the most flyers. Um, you're not killing this guy through damage. You're gonna have to kill him from like straight up removal. But he's protected from the cards that have the straight up removal. So there is a couple things in blue that can deal with him, like that 1-drop enchantment that just creature gets -5, -0, and loses all abilities. It's still a 5/10, but it's not flying and doing a bunch of crazy shit. So when Ireni enters, it deals X damage as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers your opponent control, where X is the number of lands you control. So likely say 5 or 6, because there's probably going to have a couple of those mana dorks and maybe the rock or 2, but you're still probably going to have like 6 lands when you cast this guy. But yeah, pro white black means you dodge a lot of flyers, and you dodge, I think, all of the other dragons. Mardu has white and black. Jeskai has white. Sultai has black. Abzan has white black. Yep. So he can just punch through any of the other big flyers that are around. But he does not have trample or anything, so you can get chumped by like a spirit token or something. But yeah, he's beefy. He's real beefy. But he also almost wipes the board if they've got a bunch of little stuff. So it's hard to think of him as anything but like a B-ish, B-, B+ kind of area. I think I'd put him in. I'd put him in B, because 3 colors, 8 mana is kind of restrictive, but like that thing's real strong when it hits. Now he's B+. Yeah. Hard cast, but very, very, very strong. Thunder of Unity. It's a neat saga. Red, white, black. You draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life. Cool, good. Whenever creature you control enters this turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Yeah. Mobilize. Mobilize the fuck out of shit with the Mardu. Basically, play this, draw some stuff, cast another creature that's mobilized, and then when you attack and you put out like 6 guys in the field, you're doubling up that damage. I feel like Mardu probably kills you the fastest in this set, but it's like not the most effective if they blow your creatures up repeatedly. But yeah, the Mardu ones, there's so many cards that like double this damage straight up across the board. I think it's kind of crazy. It's like, oh, Impact Tremors on a stick and uncommon, so you got maybe 2 of those guys. One's on the board, you've got that 1-drop guy that mobilizes for 2, you got a 2-drop guy that mobilizes for 1, you got a 3-drop guy that mobilizes for 4 or 3 or whatever. And then you got the token doubler. There's like 3 token doublers in the set. You got the one that's Ishin on a stick. You got the Anafenza, or like Spirit Lady that doubles them. Oh no, sorry, Elspeth. Yeah. And you got what's this fuck? Zergo. All of those, and then you got this that all like, oh, you put 5 guys out on the board, deal 5 damage, gain 5 life. Oh, actually, you put out 10 guys, then treats to them. Like, okay. There's a lot there, and I think they're pretty easy to get to. I feel like it's probably got the weakest creatures that have the biggest impact across things. This one could also whiff a little bit, and you just only drop like 1 creature a turn, but you're still doing some damage just for playing bodies, so I don't think it's that crazy, and I don't dislike the draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and then just have incidental abilities on top of that. It's a decent little advancement. Another Spirit Dragon. Tival, Arbiter of Virtue. 5 mana, 2, black, green, blue. Spirit Dragon, Mythic, 6/6, flying and lifelink. Spells you cast have Delve. Okay, so a lot of those cards that I said were too expensive, this is where they become real good. And this is where, if you've been milling some stuff in the graveyard, you can start doing some crazy stuff. But you still lose life equal to its mana value of spells. But that's why it has lifelink, and that's why there are other cards that in the Sultai colors that have lifelink and can give lifelink counters and stuff like that. But if you got expensive cards that normally you wouldn't be able to cast and you were able to put this guy out, you could get him there. I think more often than not, you're going to be pretty happy to just have this guy as a flying 6/6 lifelinker for 5. And then you probably don't want to cast too many big spells so you don't just like kill yourself, but it's gonna be an odd balancing act with him, but I don't think he's as good as Irene. I think it's a B minus, but those colors do have a lot of fun spells to cast, and you can delve, which is cool. Delve is something they don't like to do because it's very strong, so Temur Tawny back. So they've got these hybrid cards for each of the colors too, where you can either pay 2 colorless. So this could be a 6-drop colorless creature. 4/3 enters, draw a card, discard a card for 6. Yeah, it's like a C. But for 3, 4/3, it's a little undercosted, but you're paying hard colors. And then draw a card, discard a card. I call it a C plus for 3. And then various amounts of otherwise, like 5 if you played colorless and a green, or green-blue colorless for 4. It's hard to evaluate these, but I think at the best and the worst of paying 6 and paying 4, this hovers between like a C and a C plus. So I think I would be happy to put it at a C, and then evaluate it a little bit higher if you're in those 3 colors and you can easily pay it on curve. And I think that's probably going to be the case for the other ones too, where it's like hovering between the best and the worst case. And I'll probably judge it on the worst case because that's the easier casting color. Temur Battlecryer. I loved almost all of the main rare ones from the last one. Like Mantis Rider was by far my favorite card out of that set. Siege Rhino and me had a long set of fights where I'm rushing in with flyers, trying to beat the shit out of them with prowess cards, and then they'd Siege Rhino me a bit, and then I'd have to like do some tricky prowess combos to win. But I played Jeskai. I fought against the Siege Rhino swarm last time. So Temur Battlecryer. Green, blue, red, rare, 4/3. As we were just talking about, that's already a little below cost, which is good. During turns, spells you cost 1 less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. It wouldn't help you cast a second one of these because it's already a very hard cost with no colorless, but this is the kind of thing that could help you cast your big stupid Irene if you got like 2 4 power creatures out there. You've already reduced his cost down to 6 instead of 8. And yeah, it's good. It's good. It's just cheap, cost reducer. I shouldn't say cheap, but it's like it's a hard casting cost, but it's not expensive. Yeah, that's the best way to probably refer to it. I don't think it's as good as the other ones because just cost reducing is not the best, but it's a good body, and it's in the colors that probably want to reduce those big costs pretty well. Stalwart Successor. I really like the art on this one. 1 black green uncommon human warrior, menace 3/2. I like the 3/2 menaces at 3 better than I like the 2/3 menaces. Whenever one or more counters put on a creature you control, if it's the first time counters put on that creature this turn, put a counter on that creature. So it's a counter doubler, sort of. It's an increase the counters that you put on a creature by 1, which is okay, cool. There are a lot of goofy things that'll go kind of fun with this. I think this is a very good, solid, like Abzan enabler. I guess it kind of enables the Sultai a little bit too. C plus for me. So I like the body, I like the mana and the power and the toughness, and the abilities just icing. Sonic Shrieker. I don't like the art on this one for some reason. It just feels off. But 5 mana, red, white, black dragon, uncommon, 4/4 flyer. 5 mana, 4/4 flyer is not that good. It's also a really hard casting cost. But when this creature enters, deals 2 damage to any target and you gain 2 life, and if player dealt damage this way, they discard a card. I don't know if that makes up for it. It's still a very hard casting cost. 4/4 flyer is not bad though. And a free shock that gains you some life. Maybe make them discard a card. It could be pretty useful to like remove some stuff. But I think the hardness of its casting cost is making me not like it more than I normally would. I think this just sits at a C for me. Am I liking the set? I really like Tarkir. The plane that it's set on is this like tribal dragon plane with 5 or 6 major clans that all have different styles and lifestyles and like story and lore and stuff. And it was the first one I got really back into playing Magic, because like I played when I was a little kid back in like alpha beta stuff with just like, oh, I bought a pack, I like the art, blah blah blah, oh, the zombie's scary, and then I didn't like know how to make the decks. I just collected a couple of them, and then I kind of just like dropped it off. I played Yu-Gi-Oh, played some other stuff when I grew up, and then as I was getting out of college, a buddy's like, hey, you want to go buy a couple boxes of Magic? They're cheap, etc. And I was like, yeah, let's buy it. And then we just like opened 3 or 4 boxes and like divvied up the cards between us. And then this set came out right after, and I was like, oh, I want to go play. So I went, played, and I really liked Tarkir. It's a nice, cool new setting, and I'm happy that they went back. Teamer Songcrafter Mage. Green, blue, red, 3/2, and rare with flash. 3/2 for 3 is little overcosted, but the flash makes up for that. When this creature enters, target instant or sorcery in your card in your graveyard gains harmonized till end of turn, and it's harmonized equal to its mana cost. It's like a more expensive Snapcaster Mage, but you can reduce the cost of the flashback with tapping a creature. And the fact that you could bring him in and probably reduce some cards down to 1 color, like red, blue, whatever, is not bad. Like, he's really a spicy card. I think he's going to be a lot more seen in Constructed, but I think there's enough good stuff in the blue and the red and the green that you might want to be able to cast this guy and get some good stuff off of him. I'd put him at a C+ to start. I think both the teamer cards are in that C+ area. And he could be better depending on what stuff he pulled out. Hey, it's cheaper Sea Drino. Just so you know, we needed that. White, black, green. Trample. When this creature enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Yeah, Sea Drino is good. This is cheaper and still good enough that I think it's very, very solid, and I'd probably put it at B-. I respect the power of Siege Rhino. This being an uncommon and being cheaper, I would be terrified of somebody dropping like 4 of these in a row and just trampling over you constantly. It's not as big as the old Siege Rhino, which, you know, does hurt it a little bit, but I like it being much cheaper. Shiko, Paragon of the Way. 5 mana, Jeskai, white, blue, or blue, red, white. I don't know why the colors are like that. Usually it's white, blue, red, or red, white, and blue. Spirit Dragon, 4/5 Mythic Flying Vigilance. When he enters, exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard, and copy it, and you may cast the copy without paying the mana cost. Cool. It's like a free cast of a good spell if you got it in your graveyard. Ideally, this is going to trigger all of your double spells because you cast him and then you get a free cast of a card in the graveyard. I kind of wish he had haste too, because then he'd be my Mantis Rider, but bigger. But 5 mana, 4/5 Flying Vigilance is pretty strong. And the free cast, if you have a good spell to cast it with, is okay. It sucks a little bit that it's only non-land card. Oh wait, never mind. That works for spells. I was thinking non-land permanent, but it's not permanent. It's just non-land. So anything that's not a land that's mana value 3 or less, you can get a free cast off of it. He looks kind of spooky. I don't know why, but I like him a lot. Do I think it's better than Ureni? No. But do I think it's better than Tival? Yes. But unfortunately, most of the stuff you get with Shiko can't deal with Ureni either, because he's got the pro white black, and you're probably gonna grab like what is it called here? Storm Plane Detainment. It's like, oh, you grab this to exile Ureni? Oh, you can't. It's white. Maybe you get that blue thing that drops this and turns it into a 5/10. Where's the stupid one drop? There it is. Ringing Strike Mastery. There's the other one too. This taps it, but where's the one that turns it into a loses its abilities one? Did I put it up higher? Forgetting where I put all of these fucking things now. Fresh start. There we go. -5. Lose all abilities. So it's just a giant 5/10 after that. And then you can kill it. Severance Priest. White, black, green. Jin Cleric 3/3, and it's rare. A Death Touch. 3/3 with Death Touch for 3 is pretty solid. When this creature enters, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, exile that card. And when this creature leaves the battlefield, well, the exile card's owner creates an XX white spirit token, where X is the mana value card. This is like that spirit thing from Standard a while ago. I can't remember the name of it, but you look at their opponent's hand, and exile card, or exile card that they had on the battlefield, and then when your guy died, and they didn't get it back, but they would get one equal to the mana value. Let's see. What the fuck? Is that card's like it at all? What the Jesus? Similar cards. There we go. No. Disc. No, this site's easy fight. I give up. Yeah, there was a white card that did like almost exactly the same thing, and it's not bad. It was standard like all-star for a little while. Okay, Severance Priest though, it's hard to cast is the thing. But a 3/3 Death Touch on board that exiles something from their hand is pretty solid. Getting to remove like their dragon before they cast it is a good way to deal with stuff. I'll put that at B-, because I think the hardness to cast it is going to be a little bit of a hindrance, but maybe not too bad. Roar of Endless Song, a saga for Temur. 2 colorless, green, blue, red. Create a 5/5 element. Create a 5/5 element again. Double the power toughness of each creature you control at a turn. Okay, so at the very least, you're putting 20 power on board by the end of the saga. Probably more by the time you get to 5 mana. You've probably put out 3 or 4 other creatures if they haven't been blown up. And that should end the game if you've got something that can enable trample to the field. Like that stupid 2 mana thing. There you go, that thing. Creatures you control counters on them. Oh yeah, it only works for counters. Where's the other one that gives trample to the field? Is it the artifact? It's only 1 creature. I've already forgotten, but I'm pretty sure there was one thing that gave your whole field trample, and it was very rare. Because it's like one of the only effects in the whole set that did it. It's just Crater Hoof? No, it's Crater Hoof. So, not an instant win, because Trample is weirdly absent on a lot of the Teamer cards. But I don't think it's too hard to get Trample online with the counter card thing. And this would present lethal at that point. This is good. A little hard to cast, but I don't think it's too hard to cast. I would happily recast this from the graveyard too. Let me put that at B actually. River Wheel Sweep. So this is a Jeskai hybrid cost card. At worst case, that's 6 colorless. Tap target creature, put 3 stun counters on it. Exile the top 2 cards of your library and choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. At 6, that's bad. At red, blue, white, it's really good. It's too bad it's not an instant, but 3 stun counters will lock something away for a while. So that's like 4 turns of untaps completely unimpeded by whatever scary thing it is they put down. It's a little silly that they show him tapping 2 creatures there, but you know, yeah, it's what it is. And then getting a free card off the top 2, okay, not bad, just icing. I think this is the exact same deal as the Shrieker, or not Shrieker, the Tawny back, where it's like, in its best case, it's really good. At the worst case, it's a little expensive, but eh. I think I keep it at C. Doesn't remove something completely, but it does lock it down pretty solidly. Revival of the Ancestors. 1 white, black, green. Create 3 spirit tokens. Distribute 3 counters among 1, 2, or 3 creatures you control, and creatures you control gain trample and lifelink to either turn. There's a trample board thing. But you're probably not playing both this and the Teamer thing at the same time where they can actually sync up properly. I don't think that works out very well. It's playing all 5 colors to play 2 sagas in the same turn is like 9 mana. It's just not happening. But it would be pretty funny to put your 3 guys out, put counters on them, double them so they become 4/4s, and then you doubled your elephants so they're 10/10s, and then you get treble and lifelink. That would be a beating. I don't think you're doing it though. But on its own, if you're in the Abzan stuff, I like this a lot. Does your tokens, does your counters, trample and lifelink, valid. Go wide, go big. Do it at the same time. It's great. B-, yeah. Not as high as the Endless Song one, but I think this is more value kind of consistently compared to that one. Actually, I might even swap those two. Yeah, I think this one has a better chance at giving you a lot of value because you could like 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, then this, and then 5-drop, and maybe like combat buff or something, or removal by turn 6, and then you've just like killed them. This one takes a little bit more work to really go for the end kill there, but this is scarier because you're putting out bigger stuff faster and then doubling them all up. If you could reliably remove things, I think that's good. Turtle card that's not a turtle, god damn it. Reputable Merchant, 6 colorless mana or white, black, green, human citizen, and 2/2. When this creature enters or dies, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Yeah. At 6 mana, 2/2, put 2 counters on things when it enters and dies. Not good. 3 mana, it's still kind of not that good. I think it sits right in that same area, but I'd pay 3 mana for that. It's at worst paying 3 mana for a 3/3, or 3 mana for a 2/2 and putting some power on something else. Raiding Victor, 6 colorless mana or red, white, black for a mobilize 1, 3/3 Orc Warrior. When this creature enters, target creature gets +1/+0 and indestructible for an turn. I don't feel like those abilities match up, but this does let you attack with something else. So if you got like a 1-drop, 2-drop mobilized creature, and you needed to make sure they got in for some damage, this would let you do it. But I don't feel like his abilities synergize. Like, if he had mobilize 1 and haste or something, maybe you could give him it to himself and swing in for good damage, but yeah, I think that the not syncing of his ability just makes him a little less useful, but I'd still play it at a 3-drop. Rediscover the Way, Saga for Jeskai. Blue, red, white. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them in your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, target creature you control gains double strike. So good, but not as good as the other sagas. But if you had the right setup, this would probably lead you to a very close to end of game scenario with the Jeskai stuff again. I like that this is cheap, but I also don't think it's like cheap enough. Because like, I feel like you want to be able to put this out, double spell, maybe build some tokens up, and build some creatures up with counters so you have enough bodies to make double strike matter. C+. Oop, C+. I like the double dig, and I like being able to cast your spells and give double strike, but should have made your non-creature spells cost less or something as well. Rakshas's Bargain. Instant and multi-colors. Either 6 colorless or black, green, and blue. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 of them in your hand and the rest into your graveyard. That's a pretty good dig for 3. It's a pretty bad dig for 6. Yeah, for 6 it's bad, for 3 it's good. And it fills your graveyard, does your good stuff, all the things you want to do in Sultai. All of these hybrid ones are just strictly like, eh. Sonic Shrieker, if that had haste, I think I would have liked it more. But it doesn't. Okay, Paranation. 6 mana mythic sorcery in Abzan colors. So 3 white, black, and green. Turn target permanent card from your graveyard with the battlefield with a hexproof and indestructible counter on it. So this is how you make a big, scary, beastie thing. And I don't think it's that hard to do in Abzan. There's enough beefy creatures that are pretty good. Giving them hexproof indestructible really limits the options for it being removable. So getting something that like continually gets bigger, like that Hydra, or just like a really big trample flying dragon or a demon or something is like pretty strong. Unfortunately, don't put it on the 2-drop Rakshasa because he sacrifices himself. But I actually quite like this. It's not normal that I think these big cards are really castable, but 6 mana in the colors that can mill a little bit and have like sacrifice loops and stuff, I think this is actually quite good. Yeah, Rock Curse Rakshasa. So the sacrifices, getting this back is not worth it. But like, big fucking dragon, okay, that's wrong colors, but that's wrong colors too. What's a big fucking dragon thing here? Yeah, Defense is pretty good. Bloom Rhine Regent's pretty good. Crater Hoof's really good. That's a pretty good one too. Crusty Revenant, very good option to give that one. Flying Death Touch Lifelink, Hexproof Indestructible is an annoying ass line of stuff to have on the card. Where is that? That fucking Hydra. Warden of the Grove. You know what? Warden of the Grove, you're a B. Putting that on this Warden of the Grove would be an annoying thing to deal with too. Just continually getting bigger, and it's indestructible and hexproof, just beating in on you and blocking your shit all the time. New Way Forward. The Jeskai rare, not a mythic, unfortunately. 2 blue, red, white. Instant at rare. Next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn. Prevent that damage. When damage is prevented this way, New Way Forward deals that much damage to that source's controller, and you draw that many cards. Yay! It's my favorite card. Kind of improved, but also way more expensive, so yeah. So my favorite card from Tarkir was Deflecting Palm. I use this in many tournaments to trick people and fuck them up. Just literally like, oh, they punch you, and their fucking bones break out of their hand. 2 mana, next time a source of your choice will deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. Damage prevented this way, Deflecting Palm deals that much damage to that source's controller. So they swing at you for 15, you bounce it back and shoot them in the face. They deal a bunch of damage to you through like a direct damage spell, like Fireball or something. You bounce back into their face. I really like Deflecting Palm. This is a better Deflecting Palm, but also being so much more expensive is... You have to be able to... Like, if it's a Crater Hoof coming at you, you're not stopping all 12 instances of damage through all the different creatures. But the next time the 10-10 Ureni swings at you, you can shoot them in the face for 10 and draw 10 cards. Hard to say, because again, Deflecting Palm is just so goddamn good for limited. Just 2 colors, easy to cast, stuff their biggest creature back in their mouth. This is too expensive, but I like it. But it is B- as like as an end thing, because it doesn't target either, so it actually can get around Ureni. Because the next time Ureni would deal me 10 damage to the face. Okay. Turn it back. You like today's full review? How much it is? What do you mean? What? How much what is? Well, yeah, it's a set review. I'm gonna do this on all the sets. So, Narev, Heart of the Storm, the Mardu Spirit Dragon, 1 red, white, black, legendary Spirit Dragon, flying 4/5. If a creature would you control that enter this turn would deal damage, it deals twice that much damage instead. So it's another doubler for the mobilized tokens. There are other things in the set that kind of trigger this, but it's mostly going to be for the haste creatures and the mobilized creatures. But at 4 mana, a 4/5 flying dragon I think is okay. It's a little hard to cast, but it's really good for the mobilized stuff. Like if I put Zurgo at A-, I think this has to go pretty much right near it. Because it's kind of the same effect. Like, sorry, not kind of the same effect. They're absolutely different effects, but Zurgo has kind of the same effect on the board, where instead of sacrificing them, you don't. So the next time you swing, you have twice as many dudes coming out, assuming they didn't blow all your stuff up. But this guy has a more immediate effect on all the ones that are there. more likely to kill things with his initial triggers than Zergo is. I'm trying to think of the best way to like rank these, but yeah. Rev I think is better than Zergo a little bit, but I really like Zergo. There's a lot of really good mobilized creatures to keep all of your tokens around with. Zergo, you're going down to B+. I like Rev. Narset, Jeskai Waymaster. She got old again somehow. I don't understand her timeline. She was old at first, then they fixed the timeline and she came back younger. And then she was young and now she's old again in some of the art. Maybe she just has time shit going on. Blue, red, white, legendary human monk at rare 3/4. Beginning of your set, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of spells you cast this turn. 3/4 for 3 is okay. Her ability sucks. She doesn't have prowess. She doesn't free cast. It's like, okay. Sometimes your turn is going to be casting one spell and then you just draw one card and it's like, oh, alright. Ideally you want a double spell, but I don't like that double spelling is their whole thing because prowess is just better in every way, almost, for most of these. But the double spell is not narrowed down to just power toughness. So it does have more variety than the classic Jeskai stuff. But they're just not as good as most of the other things. This will be a pretty good card in like storm decks and stuff. Storm-like decks where you're casting 5 or 6 spells a turn, like Arclight or something. Yeah, it's a C+, but not better, unfortunately, because Narset's like my favorite. Monastery Messenger, that's a really cool art. 6 mana at its worst, or 3 mana at its best. For a 6 mana, 2/3 flying with vigilance, and when this creature enters, put up to 1 target non-creature non-land card from your graveyard on top of your library. Not bad. Even for 6. At 3, it's great. And this is a common, which is kind of crazy. Flying Vigilance 2/3 is solid for 3 mana. Getting a spell or whatever out of your graveyard back to the top of your library, assuming you have some good removal, is really, really good. Let's put that. I'm putting that at B- actually. Just like strictly way better than the other ones. Like I'd probably still pay 6 for that pretty easily. Marshal of the Lost. 2 mana white black, 3/3 orc warrior with death touch at uncommon. Whenever you attack, target creature gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is the number of attacking creature. It's pretty good. That's really good for the Mardu. It's pretty good for the Abzan. It's not so good for the other ones, but you're not playing him in the other ones because of the white and the black. Usha Vance said her husband's world is lonely. Yeah, because he's hanging out with a bunch of racists and he's dating a brown woman. Like he's... I don't know what they're up to. Death Touch 3/3 for 4. Okay, good. Whenever you attack, buff something for big. I like it. It's pretty easy to trigger this and throw a lot onto something. C+. Yeah, C+. Mardu Siegebreaker. A rare one at 1 red, white, black. 4/4 human warrior with death touch and haste. When this creature enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control until this creature leaves the battlefield. Whenever this creature attacks, for each opponent, create a tapped token that's a copy of the exile card attacking that opponent. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice those tokens. So if you've got a Zergo on the field and you have another warrior that you're exiling that this makes copies of, they can't be sacrificed at the end of turn, which is kind of neat. But also, a Death Touch Haste 4/4 for 4 is really good. That also makes copies of another thing you have. But the big downside here is that you have to have another creature exiled to get the extra effect out of it. But I'd honestly still be pretty happy with a 4/4 Death Touch Haste. Uh, like if that's the worst case scenario. But I would be happier with like a really good like rare 2-drop or something. But I'm gonna put this at B minus. It's hard to cast though. I don't know what the best one I would have that would be in there. Orc Wizard's pretty good, but it's not a warrior. Does it really care? Other target creature, yeah, okay. So you could make a copy of some really annoying things to really fuck with people. That's pretty good. All cards in the graveyard, remove all the counters off of stuff. Gain 5 life every time something happens. That doesn't really affect things, it affects too much. Like lifelink. A lot of like not creature spells in the white ones there. Another creature dies? No. Nah. Elspeth. Nah. Rock Curse Reaction would be pretty fun. Actually, that's a pretty good one to hit with it. Get a 5/5 Trampler every single turn. Sacrifice it at the end of combat. Cool. You're doing that anyways with this thing. Actually, that's a great one to hit for that if you had both. Okay. Almost through these. Okay. Mammoth Bellow. Sorcery, 2, green, blue, red. Create a 5/5 elephant creature token and harmonize, so you can make more. Yeah, these are good. Tap your elephant, pay green, blue, red. Do it again next turn. Good stuff. C+. Lotus Light Dancers is a zombie bard dancing, doing like Bollywood dances. That's pretty funny. 2 black, green, blue, rare, 3/6 lifelink zombie bard is a really weird stat line. But when this creature enters, search your library for a black card, a green card, and a blue card. Put those in your graveyard and shuffle. Great for the Sultai. It's a really good stat line on its own. So even if you don't really do the searches properly, I think you'll still be pretty happy with this as a 3/6 lifelinker for 5. It's good defensive. You're going to gain a lot of life out of it. It's a B minus. It's better than these ones. Okay. Actually, I might swap a couple of these up too. Sungrafter Mage. A little narrow, a little narrow. Yeah, okay. No, I was right. Those stay C minus. Or C plus. Lion Weight. Sorcery, black, green, blue. Uncommon. Turn target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Lion Weight deals damage equal to that card's power to target creature. So this is a weird removal. Pull something out of your graveyard. Deal, I'm going to say, 3 to 6 damage to something, which is not bad for 3. But you need a creature in the graveyard, and it has to get your hand properly. Okay. So, it's a C. A little hard to cast. Needs some stuff to work with it. Kotis the Fang Keeper. 1 black, green, blue. Legendary creature, zombie warrior. 2/1, indestructible. I like his like crystal skeleton hand. Whenever Kotis deals damage to a player, exile the top X cards of their library. X is the amount of damage dealt. You may cast any number of spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying the mana costs. It's got that old Sultai guy. I can't remember his name though. It's very similar ability. But he doesn't have evasion. But I do like indestructible creatures, and you can definitely give him evasion. Make him flying, give him trample, give him lifelink, indestructible, trample, etc. And there's enough of those in those colors to do it. But he's not very big on his own. I think that has to stick in a C plus just because his actual size is quite low. 2/1 is small. Ishla Skimmer, green, blue, 2/2 flying bird scout out uncommon. Whenever a card leaves your graveyard during your turn, draw cards. Stability triggers on each turn. They didn't fuck up Nadu again. But yeah, it's obviously for Sultai and a little bit for Teamer. It works good enough for both of them. Draw an extra card every now and then, and the body and the cost are good. It's not that hard to cast. Call it an easy C plus because does need things to happen to trigger it. But 2/2 flyer for 2, happy. And then sometimes drawing a card, pretty good. Hidden Tree Severance. Instant Abzan, white, black, and green, or 6 colorless. Exile type permanent with mana value 3 or greater. That's a very, very good unconditional removal. Even at 6, I'd probably play this. Because instant, get the biggest thing on the board is okay. I keep thinking of Ireni because it's the protection one, and I'm like, oh, this doesn't hit either of those. But there's plenty of other things you could just exile with this. Enchantments, artifacts, creatures, legendary things. Any permanent on the board that is not a land. And if there was a land that had a mana value, I guess you could do it. But yeah, at 3, fantastic. At 6, less fantastic, but still playable because the instant helps a lot too. B minus. Eru Goldkeeper. I think this is the one that people are the most excited about. There's a lot of combos already with him, where 1 black, green, blue, 3/3 flying dragon at uncommon, 4/4 flyer for 3 is okay. Whenever one of our cards leave your graveyard during your turn, create a treasure token. Not once a turn. So you exile a card from your graveyard, or bring it back to the battlefield. Gets you a treasure. You sack it to Ashnod's Altar or something, gives you 2 mana, puts it back in the graveyard. Cast it back to the thing, do a thing. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. There's also like Brainstorm combos and Mox Jasper combos where it's like, oh, you put a thing out, you sacrifice it, put it in the graveyard, you cast it again, put it back on the field, sacrifice, put it back in the graveyard, sack it, put it back, blah, 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 blah. Infinite treasures, infinite mana, infinite fucking artifact shit. And also it has Renew. Pay 5, put this exile this card from your graveyard, put 2 counters and a flying counter on target creatures, activate only as a sorcery. This is a very goated card. It's maybe not the best in limited, but it's a solid dragon for flying with cheap that has decent abilities that resonate with the Sultai stuff. And 2 counters and flying is nothing to sneeze at too when you put something from the graveyard to that. This one to me is like right up in the B territory. Okay, Tarkir Guardian. It's a Teamer Brass Dragon looking thing. 3 green, blue, red, 6/5 dragon, flying vigilance trample. This creature has hexproof if it hasn't dealt damage yet. Oh boy, that's a big 6-drop, 6 dragon with flying vigilance trample and hexproof for a while. Oh boy, it's also just Palladium Wars. It's like a straight reprint with like a side cost, like it's 1 less cost, but it has less toughness or something. But yeah, it's good. It's very good. If you can cast it, that's a beater that'll end the game. Jeskai Shrinekeeper. 5 mana, 3/3 flying haste. Boo. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you gain life and draw a card. Okay. Yeah, 5 mana is too much for that. This could have been a 3 mana mod. This could have been a Mantis Rider, and then add 1 to get the effect out of it. But flying haste is okay. 3/3, little sad. Gain life, draw card is good, but not as good as some of the other ones here. Doesn't let you do double cast, it's just a big flyer. Makes me a little sad. Jeskai Revelation. 7 mana, instant, mythic. Turn target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Jeskai Revelation deals 4 damage to any target. Create 2 white monk creature tokens with prowess. Draw 2 cards, you gain 2 life. It's a Magma Revelation from Strixhaven, but worse. It doesn't have the discard on it. It's more expensive. It doesn't give you the same set of bodies. That gives you a 4/4. But other than that, it's like the exact same spell, but worse. Yeah, and there's not cost reducers in this set, so especially not Jeskai. It's a good spell, obviously, but like it's expensive and hard to cast. I don't think it's. I think it's just C plus. 7 is a lot. No, you know what? It is a B. It's just, yeah, really stupid. I don't think it'll get cast as often as you'd like. Jeskai Brushmaster, 4 mana, 2/4, double strike, prowess, orc monk. Yeah, they got a good one in there. Woo! It's like one of 3 prowess creatures in this set. That makes me so mad. Jeskai Brushmaster, yeah, 4 mana, 2/4 with double strike. I don't like double strike that could just be a 4/4 for 4, but prowess makes sense because this will get bigger, and it already has double strike, so it's going to do a lot of damage comparatively than a normal like 4/4 with prowess. That's going to get exponentially bigger in a good way. That is a C plus. Inevitable defeat. The spell can't be countered. Exile non-land permanents. Control lose 3 life and you gain life. Hey, look, it's another Siege Rhino-ish kind of card. 4 mana instant. Non-conditional removal. And it can't be countered. I love it. Still doesn't hit your any, but that's okay. I like the life drain just being on top of that, and I'm happy to pay 4 mana to remove anything. Host of the Hereafter. 4 mana zombie warlock 2/2. When this creature enters with 2/2 2+1/+1 counters on it, and whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, its counters on top of a non-target creature you control. Cool. That's cool. So this comes in as a 4/4, and when it dies, put its counters on something else. That's a really good way to extend your counter stuff. Let's call this B-. Hollow Merc Siege. Abzan and Sultai-ish enchantment? Oh yeah, Abzan and Sultai. Black-green enchantment at rare. This enchantment enters. Choose Sultai or Abzan. If you choose Sultai, whenever a counter is put on a creature you control, draw cards. Ability triggers only once each turn. Abzan, whenever you attack, put a counter on target attacking creature, it gains menace until end of turn. So you attack, choose a creature, give it menace, and a counter. Real good. The funny thing is, both of these I find you want to put both of these out with both abilities to make it really good. I think this helps both of those decks in a good way. I think I would easily consider this a B- at least. It doesn't really like do a lot, but there are things both of those types of decks want you to do, so I think it's solid for them. I think that probably actually puts it in C+ rather than B-. Hardened Tactician. Human Warrior, 3 mana, 2/4. Pay 1, sack a token, draw a card. Really good for the Mardu stuff. Really, really good for the Mardu stuff. End of turn before your creatures would die anyways. Sack, draw 5 cards. Cool. That's a B. Gurmag Nightwatch. 6 colorless or 3 mana at black, green, blue. For a human ranger 3/3, and when this creature enters, look at the top 3 cards of your library and you put one of those cards back top and the rest into your graveyard. 3 mana, this is just C+. At 6, it's bad. So, C. Glacier Wood Siege. This is the Temur and Sultai one. So, 1 green blue enchantment at rare. When this enters, choose Temur or Sultai. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 4 cards. You may play lands from your graveyard. Yeah, it's like if you were milling yourself, then you could play the lands from your graveyard and then do your stuff. But like, I guess the Sultai already kind of may mill themselves quite a bit, so you can play the lands, and then the spells that you normally would not be able to, or the lands you would not normally be able to get back, this lets you help with. The Teamer needing to do Renewal and Harmonize, I guess. This helps you mill a guy out if you want to. It's not as good as the other ones, but I love mill, so I would happily try it. I'll put this in C plus as well, but low. Glacial Dragon Hunt. Red, blue, sorcery. Draw a card, then you discard a card. And when you discard a non-land card this way, it deals 3 damage to target creature with Harmonize. Again, it's not a fucking instant though. It really hurts them to not have instant Harmonize. But yeah, 3 damage, draw, discard. It's not exciting, and you have to discard a non-land to deal the 3 damage, which is just like draw a card and then nothing if you choose to, which, okay, odd. I'm gonna put that as a C. There's good ways to make use of this, but it's also just hard to do. Frostcliff Siege. This is Jeskai Teamer one. 1 blue-red enchantment and rare. When you choose Jeskai, whenever one or more creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Not that good. Draw 1 card a turn. Okay. Teamer, creatures you control get +1 bonus and trample and haste. Another trample thing, but it's out of green, which is nice. It's good for the other colors, but yeah, it's I think you probably want to use it on the teamer side more often than not. E-. Frontline Rush. Red, white, instant. Choose one. Create 2 1/1 red goblins, or target creature gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control. Pump a creature up during combat to kill somebody with, like, when you got 10 dudes out, or make 2 extra dudes. Both good options. The 2 goblins I think is good on its own, and then maybe sometimes like one-shotting somebody when you've got a bunch of mobilized creatures and they didn't block one properly. B-. Famehole Grappler. I quite like the art here too. It's got the like stand arms, which is just cool. 3/3 for 3 with first strike, blue, red, white. When this creature enters, copy the next spell you cast this turn when you cast it. You may choose new targets for the copy, and it can copy permanent spells as well. So very particularly a double spell card. Casting this on curve is like kind of bad, but 3/3 for 3 with first strike is still solid. So wait till turn 5, I guess, and then copy like a really good dragon or like a good removal spell or something, and then like go from there. Maybe turn 6 or 7 if you get it later. I think it's better then, but I think it's a B-. I think in the worst case, a 3/3 for 3 with first strike is like pretty handily stopping a lot of stuff. And then yeah, copying a good removal spell for 2 or 3 I think is the most often scenario you're going to hit this with. But sometimes maybe you get to copy, like, I don't know, yeah, like a siege or something. Get both of those abilities, or something like that. Yeah, or, you know, if you got 10 mana, you could copy Jeskai Revolution. Yeah, you know, if you had it. Fellow Thar, Dawn of the Abzan. So this is the Abzan clan leader now. I like the purple and gold a lot over the dragon scale they had before. White, black, and green human warrior with a rare with 3/3 and trample. Yeah, 3/3 trampler is solid. Whenever Felithar enters or attacks, you may sack a non-land permanent, and when you do, put a counter on each creature you control. That's a very powerful ability, especially if you're able to generate a couple tokens every now and then. So you've got like a spirit you can sacrifice when she attacks to dump a whole bunch of counters on across the board. I like it. I like it a lot. it is a little bit of setup, but I think that could go crazy if you've got the right cards in the right order. Timekeeper's Familiar. It's a Sultai rare snake with flash. 1 black, green, blue. 3/3 flash. When this creature enters, choose one. Gain 3 life and surveil 3. Pretty decent. Fix some cards, get some life. Destroy target enchantment. Counter target spell. It's a very hard counter spell to cast. 3 colors and 4 mana. But you could 2-for-1 a lot of stuff with this, where it's like, oh, you blew up an enchantment that was like buffing the team or something. Get some life, throw this guy under a bus, kill something. It's too bad this doesn't have Death Touch. That would I think make this like perfect, because you could just throw it underneath some huge stupid elephant. Countering a spell, I think, is less good, because then you're just like exposing the extra body out of it. But I'd love to blow something up that like weakens a creature, and then like trade this with a different creature, so they get 2-for-1 or 3-for-1. Timekeeper's Familiar. The versatility is good, so I'm gonna put that at B- as well. Eshki Dragonclaw. I love her art here. I really, really like the art. Tran Yuen, you did a good job. 1 green, blue, red, legendary human warrior, rare, 4/4 for 4, with vigilance, trample, and ward 1. Okay, she's stacked already. At the beginning of combat your turn, if you cast both a creature spell and a non-creature spell this turn, draw a card and put 2 counters on Eshki Dragonclaw. So if you double spell with her, and specifically a creature, non-creature, she's gonna get bigger, and you refill your hand. It's very, very, very good. She's a solid B+ for me. I'd put her in the same tier as Zurgo, I think. I think I like her better, like on my playstyle. I like that better, but I think Zurgo's probably the more powerful one in a bubble. There's just so many easier mobilized creatures than like planning your turn to sack 2 cards or play 2 cards each time. Effortless Master, an Orc Monk for 4 mana, 4/3 with Vigilance and Menace. Really odd Jeskai abilities. This creature enters with 2 counters on it if you cast 2 or more spells this turn. So if this is your 2nd or 3rd plus spell, it's a 6/5 Vigilance Menace, which is fucking scary. But you have to plan your turn around it, and you're playing at least 6 mana or 5 to 6 mana, likely to get that. But yeah, don't play it the other way. it's pretty good, but it's way better as a 6/5 Vigilance Menace than it is as a 4/3 Vigilance Menace with no other thing going on. Dragonclaw Strike. That's a weird face they gave Eshki there. Looks like Rita Repulsa a little bit, but there's a trend of them punching a fucking bear in the last Tarkir, and then they punched a dragon in the next reference to that card, where it's just literally like a dude like uppercutting a bear and going like, ugh. And then the next one is a dude like punching a dragon and going, ugh. It's not quite the dragon punch here, but it's a dragon scratch. Double the power and toughness of target creature you control at the end of turn. Then it fights 1 target creature opponent controls. At 3 mana, that's really good. At 6 mana, it's less good, but still pretty good. If this was an instant, though, I would pay that at 6. I'd be very happy to pay that at 6. I think this is C+ area, though, because of that. Dragonback Assault. Teamer Mythic Enchantment. 3 green, blue, red. When this enchantment enters, deals 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. So it's got like a sweeper on it built in. And then whenever a land you control enters, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. So this is fucked up. This one will sweep the field, and then you get to make a bunch of stuff. It's expensive, but it's also really good. It's It's a little weirdly narrow in like odd ways because like by the time you get here, I don't think you're drawing as many lands, but maybe you got lucky and you had like 2 lands in hand still. So you played this and then you threw a land out, or you got a fetch or something and you got to get 2 triggers off of it. Maybe you got some of those cards from the green stuff that lets you get a couple extra lands out each turn. And you're just unloading dragons on people. So I think you build around this a little bit if you get it, but yeah, if you just have this in your deck and like you just gambling on getting a land or two, it's a B. But if you build around it really good, I think it rises up to like A. Defibrillating Current. 6 mana sorcery, colorless, for 4 damage to our creature or planeswalker, and you gain 2 life. Not bad. Not great. At 3 mana, red, white, black sorcery, 4 damage and gain 2 life. It's pretty good. Creature or planeswalker is not a bad choice. Small shock, save life, large one, take it away. That's pretty funny. Yeah, C plus. I like good removal. That's some nice art, actually. Death begets life. Each mana sorcery. 5 black color or black, green, blue. Destroy all creatures and enchantments. Draw a card for each permanent. Destroy this way. I think that's way too expensive for limited. You could probably play it, especially with like the Delve guy or something. But this is more of a commander standard kind of card. Also, like if I destroy like 20 things, I don't want to draw 20 cards loaded. So C, D plus, hard to cast. Maybe not worth it. Corey, Mountain Stalwart. 1 red, white, 3/3 human monk with flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this creature deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. There's a good flurry payoff. It's not that good though compared to like some of the other ones, because you're paying a bunch of mana to do it on your turn, or you're paying a bunch of stuff and casting your instants on their turn. Like, it's hard to make it good, but this is a good payoff to going into that one. All the Spirit Dragons. 5 mana, all colors, white, blue, black, red, green. I see they got the colors here, right? They switch them around for some reason on the cards. When it's like blue, red, white. Dragons you control have indestructible. Who cares? You're not playing this. At the beginning of your upkeep, for each color, put a counter on a dragon you control of that color. If you put +1/+1 counters on 5 dragons this way, you win the game. This goes to my Victory Coalition deck. But I don't play that many dragons, so I don't think it's even that good there. E-, just bad, hard to play. Bone Cairn Butcher. 4 mana demon with 4/4 and mobilize 2. Attacking tokens you control have Death Touch. Not a huge necessary thing, but I like 4/4 for 4 with mobilize 2. It's gonna let them go through with those Death Touch tokens probably in a lot of cases. Stops them from just chumping them, but it means they're probably gonna double block your creatures that actually matter. But if you have Zarev or something, or Narev the dragon, you could kill a guy with something like this pretty easily. It's like, oh, they all suddenly do 2 damage, and they all have Death Touch? Oh, they're gonna suffer with that. Bone Cairn Butcher, C+. Yeah, C+. Doesn't have haste. Vitor, Kin to All. So this is the Abzan Spirit Dragon. 2 white, black, green. Mythic, 5/7 flyer. At the beginning of your end step, if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, draw a card. And if creatures you control have total toughness 20 or greater, untap creatures you control. And if creatures you control have total toughness 40 or greater, each opponent loses half their life rounded up. So weird. You control total toughness 10 or greater. It's him and 1 other creature. It's not hard to do. If you control have total toughness 20 or greater, maybe you got 3 or 4 tokens that are like 2/2s, 3/3s. Or maybe you got a couple elephants or something out there. Then untap, that's not very powerful. I can see this being a very, very, very good constructed card. In limited, I don't think you're turning on anything past 20. I think you're just drawing a card with him every now and then. And he's also a pretty good beefy dragon. But he doesn't kill, I think, most of the dragons except for the Absent or the Jeskai one. Yeah, I think he's worse than Taval. Just a 5/7 dragon for 5. This is a 6/6 dragon flying lifelink for 5 instead. I like Shiko more because you're getting some stuff. Flying Vigilance 4/5 though, it does get eaten by both those dragons. Maybe B-. Yeah, those 3 are the worst ones. But Irani and Nurev are both very strong. Nurev dies in combat to the other ones, but his effect is way better. Irani is just a freaking beast. Okay. That's all the Spirit Dragons, I think. Baron Step Siege. This is the Abzan Mardu one. 4-mana enchantment at rare. Choose Abzan or Mardu. Abzan at the beginning of your end step. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Very good. Very, very good. Mardu at the beginning of your end step. If a creature died under your control this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Those are probably the best of these sieges. Because if you Mardu and mobilize that... oh, it's only 1 creature. I see, never mind. I thought it was for each creature that died, each opponent sacrifices a creature of your choice. That would be very good. But the Abzan thing here is very strong. Instead, put a counter on each creature. That's a field changing thing, consistently and very fast. I still like the Mardu one a lot there, because it is essentially an inevitable sacrifice on their side. And not all of the other colors have really good token generation to like fight that off, basically. Fuck, there's a lot still. Okay, Awaken the Undead. Black, green, blue, Sultai colors, Saga. So I target non-land permanent. That's an awesome start. Mill 3 cards. It's in the colors you want that in. You may discard a card. When you do, return target creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that's a bummer, a little letdown for the final step of the Saga. But it starts off good. So I would put this at B-. Yeah, it does all the things you want for the Sultai. Yeah. Rural Procession. This time of day, and this localized entirely in your kitchen? Yes. Green blue instant. Return target card from your graveyard to hand. Okay, that's a C. It's just fine. It's regrowth, but an instant. Blue green. Armament Dragon. I like this blingy dragon. 6 mana, white, black, and green, 3/4 flying dragon at uncommon. This creature enters, distribute 3 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. I wish this was like a 6/6 that did that, but it's a C plus. Yeah, I think it's in the same place as the Sonic Shrieker. It's like they have the better builds, so their dragons kind of suck, is like the feeling I get out of this. All Out Assault. This is a mythic Mardu enchantment. 2 red, white, black. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Death Touch. Great. Turns all your mobilizes into 2/2s with Death Touch. When this enchantment enters, if it's your main phase, there's an additional combat after this phase, followed by an additional main phase. And when you attack, next attack this turn, untap each creature you control. So you want to play this in your main phase 1. You get a combat after this main phase, followed by additional main phase. So play this in your main phase 2. Combat phase after this phase, followed by additional main phase. Oh, I see. No, you want to play this in your main phase 1. So you get combat phase, main phase, regular combat phase, regular second main phase. So it does happen the one time, unfortunately, but the Lord effect sticks around. So if you somehow didn't kill them or do very lethal damage to them, you'll still have the Lord effect to rely on a little bit there. I think that's B plus. Yeah, it's better than the other ones. Might not be better than Paranation though. No, Paranation's narrow. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the Ruinous Ultimatums were reprinted here. Control non purpose your mone's control in Mardu. I like these arts actually. These are very good arts. Oh, they're all Dominique Mayer. Neat. Ruinous Ultimatum is really funny and kind of mean to play, but if you can play it, that's a really good game ender. Just blow up everything your opponent controls. It's hard to judge these because they're very rare to hit, but I would call that an A if you could cast it. It is hard to cast though. Maybe A minus. If you pull it, don't stick it in your deck unless it's like really in your colors. Don't build around it. Target player gains 5 life, deals 5 damage to any target, draw 5 cards. Less good than Ruinous Ultimatum. That's like a B. But still quite good. Genesis Ultimatum, look at the top 5 cards of the library, put any number of permanent cards from among them on the battlefield, and the rest of your hand, exile Genesis Ultimatum. It's not as good as the other one even, because you could just whiff. Could be just lands. I think it's a B minus. And Emergent Ultimatum. Switch the library for up to 3 monocolored cards with different names. Exile them. Opponent chooses one of those, shuffle that card into your library, and you cast the other 2 cards without paying their mana costs. Emergent is very good, but you do need to have the right cards in your deck, so I think it's even narrower than the other 2. But I don't think it's worse than a B minus, so it's just going to go with the Genesis Ultimatum there. An Eerie Ultimatum. Return any number of permanent cards with different names from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's pretty good. That's lands, that's artifacts, that's enchantments, that's creatures. As long as you didn't get like 6 copies of something, I think this is damn near the best one of these. You have to obviously have the right stuff to put a lot of cards in your graveyard, or you get this late in the game, but Ruinous and that one tend to be the most game-changing, I think. Okay, here's the colorless stuff. There's only 10 or 12 of these, so... Watcher of the Wayside. 3 mana, 3/2 colorless golem at common. When this creature enters, target player mills 2 cards, you gain 2 life. Mill yourself if you're Sultai, mill somebody else if you're Jeskai, gain 2 life. Yeah. This is nice if you're stuck on fixing. I don't know if it's good to mill yourself or them in a lot of cases, because both Chima and Sultai kind of want stuff in the graveyard. Yeah, I call it a C. 3 mana for 3/2. Give some life, mill some stuff. Temur Monument. Enters battle, enters, search your library for basic force, island, mountain card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. And then you could pay 6 to make an elephant for the Temur one. Sultai one makes you 2 zombies. Martyr one makes you 3 warriors. Jeskai makes you 2 white birds. So bad. Why's Jeskai one the worst? An Abzai one makes you an XX thing, which is the greatest stuff in creature control. Yeah, that's maybe debatably worse. But it's cheaper, actually. Holy shit. Oh no, they all cost 2. These are actually really good. I quite like them. I think the Temur one's the best because of the 5/5. Feels silly to rank them particularly on that, but it does matter a lot. Sultai one is very similar. It costs a little less, but you get 2 2/2s. So, good. Bardic Monument. Same cost, but 3 1/1s. Menace and Haste, though, that does make a difference for the Marty stuff, so I think that those are the best. The Abzan one costs even less, but you may get like a 1/1 in the worst case. But so don't do it when you have a 1/1. Wait till you get some bigger out, but you know, it is what it is. Jeskai Monument, 2 flying birds. Better than the Abzan one most of the time, but I think it's just, yeah, strictly the worst. It's just pay 4, got 2 1/1s. Woo! Mox Jasper. So this is the newest Mox they printed in a while. 0 mana legendary artifact. Add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if you control a dragon. But it does have 0 cost, so there is shenanigans you can do. I don't think this is actually that good in limited, especially because there aren't that many cheap dragons, so you have to have a dragon out to actually add color to it. It'd be neat if it tapped for like 1 colorless or something until you got a dragon out, but I think a 0 mana 1-drop artifact is like, or sorry, 0 mana artifact that taps for 1 colorless is probably still too strong. Ape Snake? What the fuck? Why is it just called like a construct or something? 4 mana colorless Ape Snake with 1 power, 5 toughness, with reach. Put target card from the graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library with tap. Cost for 2. So I don't dislike these kind of cards. This does double duty as like a flyer blocker, and picking out particular cards from either your graveyard to shuffle back into your library. But that's shuffle specifically, puts them right on the bottom. Or taking the cards out of their graveyard that they want to like reuse or harmonize or renew from. So I think this is a good sideboard card for both those situations of like, oh, they got a lot of like cheap flyers or 2/1 flyers, or they make a lot of flying bird tokens somehow. Then you can throw this guy in. Or if they're like, oh, we're Sultai or Teamer and we got a bunch of shit in the graveyard that we want to recast, throw this guy in and just pick off the best stuff before they get to reuse it. Like, I'm gonna put him as C. Embermouth Sentinel, 2 mana Chimera, colorless creature, 2/1. When this creature enters, you may search a library for basic land card, reveal it, put that card on top. If you control a dragon, put that card on the battlefield tap instead. I don't think it helps you by the time you got a dragon out, but these cards are classic colorless fixers, so you could throw one of these in your deck if you're really suffering for fixing. It's a C again. I like the upside. Dragonstorm Globe. So these are the 2 ones that guy could fetch earlier. The Dragonstorm Globe. Each dragon you control enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it and add 1 mana of a color. So if you have the guy that fetches this, you can curve into it. But I don't think this is really that spicy either. Like, I don't think you normally want to have more than 1 or 2 of the big dragons in your deck. Maybe 3 if you got some of the cheap ones in your color too. But some of them just don't have cheap ones, so you're playing like 5, 6, 7 drops. You don't want to have that many of them in there. You could have this as a mana fixer, I guess, in worst case. And then like maybe a couple dragons that get some value out of it. But I don't like 3-drop mana rocks in standard. That's not great. But it does fix for any color, so it goes into all decks. So D+ for yoink it. Dragonfire Blade. 1 mana, hexproof. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and hexproof from monocolor. So it can't be removed by single color spells or abilities. Equip 4. This costs 1 less to activate for each color of the creature it targets. So if you have a 3-color dragon, costs 1. 2 color, costs 2. 1 color, costs 3. Okay. Kind of funny that if you equip a colorless thing, it costs 4. But yeah, 1 mana, 2/+2, hexproof from monocolor is interesting and kind of narrow in a good way. The bulk of the cards in the set are still monocolor, but there are also a lot of multicolored stuff that can get around this ability. I like it though, and it kind of rewards you for playing a greedier deck with wider colors. I'd put that at a B minus. Okay, all the way down to Boulderborn Dragon. 5 mana, 3/3 Flying Vigilance. All the dragons in this set are fucking 3/3s, and I don't like it. Another creature attacks, surveil 1. That's a decent ability. Vigilance is nice, so you can swap whatever comes back at you. 5 mana, I think, is fair for a colorless dragon. Compared to the other ones, you're double color or triple color or 2 of the same color plus like 3 or 4 or 5. So I think this cost is fine because you can play it in any deck. The Flying and Vigilance I think is valid, but like I said, every dragon's like a 3/3, and there's like strictly worse non-dragons and a lot of bigger dragons. So this just kind of like gets outclassed a lot of the time, I think. But if you really need some flyers, sideboard card again, bring it in when you need to. Like, oh fuck, they got 2 or 3 dragons that I have to deal with. Okay, I'll put 2 of these in my deck to give me some flying coverage. Ugin, the Eye of the Storms. So Ugin's always a big fucking powerhouse. This one is very much a powerhouse for constructed. He's still very strong and limited too. 7 mana, so pretty late in the game to cast him unless you got some ramp. But when you cast this spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. So just remove it from the game. And whenever you cast a colorless spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. So I think if you draft Ugin, you play green and a bunch of artifacts. Every artifact you can nab. So you get him out, you tutor for whatever you can, filter all the lands you can, get him on the board, and then you start dropping like 2-drop artifacts and just exiling their whole board away. You +2 him to get 3 life and draw a card, 0 to add 3 mana, and then -11 to search your library for any number of colorless non-land cards, exile them, and shuffle. Until end of turn, you may cast those cards without paying their mana cost. That does not matter for this. There's a bunch of shit colorless cards. What you're going to do with him is gain 3 life and draw cards, and cast colorless artifacts and exile stuff off their battlefield if you get him. That's it. That's literally all you're going to do with him. And you don't even care about the mana usually, because you're going to get lands anyways from drawing cards and stuff. So, and if you've already gotten to 7, what the fuck else are you casting at that point? There's no big fireball spell in this set. He's not as powerful as Elspeth, especially in limited, but he's still really goddamn strong. And if you pick him, you build around him real hard. Okay, let's get to the lands. So all of these tap lands that gain a life when they come in, I'm just gonna call them C's. They do what they do. The life is nice. They're nothing special. They're classics, and yeah, that's just what they are. They're just good. They're slow, but that's fine. Limited. The fixing is important anyways, more than them being incredibly fast. And I always fucking hate drawing a tap land that is rare and limited. It just makes me sad. I put Evolving Wilds into C+ because being able to pick the land you get is nice. Level 1 Caves. Let's see, we got Frontier Bivouac. The Tri lands I'm putting in C+ because fixes your 3 colors, and hopefully you get the ones that you need for your tribe you're going to play. I don't want to pick these too early, but you don't want to let them go too late, where other people are like, oh, I opened a Mythic Abzan color. I'm going to yank every Abzan land I see. It's like, alright, yeah. Maybe like pick 2, 3, 4. If you see them, grab them. If you think that's going to be the colors you're in, pick them up. Alright. Mistrise Village. So they have these Enters tapped unless you control one of the other two colors for them. This is the best one of these. Next spell you cast this turn can't be countered. Not going to matter much in limited, but you could throw this in if you know they have a counter spell, or just if you have enough mountain or forests already, so you get a free blue land, and stop them from countering your big stupid things whenever you get there. It's the best one of these. In limited, I think it's narrow, but I think it still deserves a B minus. Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon. Tap for colorless, or add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast a dragon spell or an omen spell. Pay 4, sacrifice this land, search the library for dragon card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. This one is one of the few that actually is very playable and limited for your dragons, because it taps for mana at least, it taps for your dragon or your omens if you got a good one, and when you're ready to cast a dragon, you can sack this land to get the dragon you want. It's especially good if you got the mythic dragons and you like need to make sure you can cast them when you got it. So I would put this at a B plus, but again, limited to dragons only for the colors. So it's just a colorless land otherwise. Kishla Village is the green one that cares about islands and swamps. Pay 4, surveil 2. Not bad. Pretty reliably good stuff in limited. I would put it B minus, same as the Mistrise Village kind of thing. Actually, it's better than Mistrise Village in limited. Mistrise Village is better outside of limited. Okay. Great Arashin City. It looks very dismal there. It is tapped unless you control a forest or plains. Adds black. Pay 2, exile creature card from your graveyard, and create a white spirit creature token. Pretty reliable token generation. And if you don't have cards that care about coming back or being exiled from the graveyard and you're in this, go for it. Make some bodies. I like that. I think I like it about as much as the Kishla Village. Daklovan encampment. It is tapped unless you control a swamp or mountain. Add white, pay 3 whenever you attack this turn. Create 2 red warrior creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. Sacrifice the big and the next thing. So, Mardu, you get extra Mardu stuff if you have the mana and you need to exit tap for it. I like both of those. Very good. I like that enough that I'd put it at B plus. They get haste, yeah. Tap and attacking. Don't even need haste. Just good. Quarry Mountain Monastery. Tap comes in tapped unless you have plains or an island. Add a red. Pay 4. Exile the top card of your library. Play that to the next turn. And play the card. I don't like that. I don't like that specifically because it costs so much that you're almost certainly not going to be able to play that card this turn, which, you know, helps you set up for double spelling, but like it's just not the right cost for that kind of thing. Paying 1 blue to stop being a counter spell, and then you pay 4 to draw a card is like, okay. Alright. And then we got half of the fetches. It's annoying they only went for half again. But they did the opposite colors that we did get last time we were on here, so maybe they're going to put the rest in the Blind Eternity set or Final Fantasy, I don't know. But the fetches are good. They're less good in this set because there's a lot of lands that aren't actually fetchable. But I'd consider them at least on the same level as Evolving Wilds. They cost you mana, but they don't come in tapped. So I'll put them all in minus C+. Yeah, I wouldn't mind opening these because these are probably worth a little bit more with the fancy art. But not online. They're not going to be worth anything special there. So, but the art's nice. Cool. I think they all have like dragon looking things in them. Is that what it's supposed to be? Yeah, there's like dragon, like scales in the sky. Dragon stuff behind the trees there. Dragon stuff in the background behind this one. Dragon scales on the house. It's cool. I like all these ones. But yeah, there we go. I am tired. My eyes are burnt out. It's late. I'm going to bed. Here, let's see. Zoom out. Shrink this a little bit. There we go. Which one of these do I think is the best color? I feel like white's got some of the best removal and like combat tricks and stuff. Bizarrely, they normally don't have the full set of that. Green's got, I think, the most versatile set of colors here, or set of abilities on their colors. Red's a little disappointing, but there's always usually bad red. Black's pretty good, but it's not as, like, I'd say, removal heavy as I would normally expect it to be. They just have some really solid creatures. Blue is up there as well with like a couple really powerful cards and then a couple kind of like not so exciting cards. I like white a lot, and I think the colors that overlap with that are going to be good as well. And then on the other hand, I think the Sultai stuff is quite strong too. So, but yeah, Mardu is my, I think, favorite for winning the most out of this set because I think the aggressive go wide playstyle is hard to deal with in a lot of the colors. And if you can draft a good Mardu deck, I think that is hands down the best one of these. And then second runner up, I feel like I'd like the Jeskai to be good, but I think the double spell is actually like a trap. I think it's probably Sultai or Temur that's the next best because of the extra value they have out of their spells. The next best on the board after Yariv, though, would probably be Abzan. It's just like stable mid-range. Put bodies out, put counters on bodies, and go from there. Let's see. Button. Alright, so safe, Saints. I'll see you later. Goodbye. I'm gonna have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'll play. Maybe just some Monster Hunter or Marvel Rivals. And then Friday, I'll be playing Monster Hunter with the buddies. And then, yeah, we'll see you there later. Goodbye.